Then everyone, I'm leaving. Be careful on the road, Luffy. Are you sure you don't need a bigger boat? You must become a great pirate. Idiot, don't jinx it. Do you want him to shame the whole village? Ha ha. I'll be waiting for you to return, Luffy-kun. Their voices echoed as the boy in the straw hat pushed out from the dock, his small fishing boat swaying gently against the waves. Hey, big fish, come out. By now, he was far from the port, the silhouette of Windmill Village already fading into the horizon. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the worn boat, the boy put aside his oar, stood, stretched his arms, and cupped his hands around his mouth like a trumpet. The calm sea rippled at his call. Waves surged, and a massive shadow rose from the depths. Crash! A monstrous figure broke through the surface, a creature resembling a crocodile, its head alone towering 5 meters above the water. Rows of jagged fangs gleamed as the Sea King's maw opened wide. Within its vertical pupils, the reflection of a boy appeared, red vest left open, blue shorts brushing against his knees, and atop his head, a straw hat trimmed with a red band. The King of the Near Sea stared down at him, then, with an almost reverent motion, lowered its head. 17 years since his reincarnation, this was the day Luffy finally went to sea. And this companion was not new. 2 years ago, he had subdued the beast with nothing more than his conqueror's haki. Luffy calmly took a rope from the boat, looped it around the Sea King's neck, and tugged lightly. Take me to the nearest island from Windmill Village. The beast let out a low whimper before diving beneath the surface, towing the boat effortlessly as water churned in its wake. Seated once more, wind rushing past his face, Luffy's thoughts drifted to the journey ahead. Although he now bore Luffy's name and body, sailing itself never held much of his interest. Day after day had been consumed with training, haki, devil fruit mastery, and raw physical strength, leaving little time for navigation or maps. He even helped at Makino's bar, refusing to freeload like the Luffy of the original tale. Learning to sail properly had always felt like wasted effort. No, I'll just let the seas guide me. The route of the original story is good enough. Only this time, my strength will cut through all the nonsense that once slowed things down. His current body was proof of that. Years of disciplined training and steady meals had built him up to over 1.8 meters tall, his frame sculpted with lean, streamlined muscle. Unlike the skinny monkey in the story, this Luffy looked like a true fighter. His face bore no scar beneath the left eye. After all, what reborn fool would harm himself just for a meaningless mark? Yet strength was not absolute. His haki was far above the Luffy who first left East Blue, but its growth was tied to real battles against true monsters of the sea. And those battles still lay ahead. Even his devil fruit usage had taken a different path. The original Luffy relied heavily on stretching his rubber body, using wide swings and elastic extensions for power. But that always left openings against equal opponents. This Luffy sought efficiency, maximum rebound with minimum deformation. Unless necessary, he avoided needless stretching. Every movement was sharper, tighter, designed to strike faster than an opponent could react. As for conceptual developments like the Pawpaw Fruit's miracles, he admitted he wasn't there yet. Perhaps that was the inherent limit of a paramecia fruit. Still, he smirked. No matter, limitations or not, I'll carve my own path through this world. The sea breeze filled his lungs. Ahead lay danger, adventure, and freedom, the true beginning of his voyage. 2 days had passed since the King of the Near Sea carried him across the ocean. The fishing boat had long since been torn apart by the beast's speed, but now, at last, Luffy stepped on a solid land again. The instant his sandals touched the shore, his observation haki flared outward. In his mind's eye, the entire island unfolded in stark black and white outlines. Every wave of the sea, every whisper of movement. This ability wasn't quite the same as the listening haki described in the original story. To Luffy, it felt more like the Byakugan of another world he once knew, a gift born from rebirth. On the far side of the island, he sensed it clearly. A ship flying a pirate flag, men gathered in a warehouse, and among them a familiar presence, the very person he intended to find. Looks like that bad habit still hasn't changed. Luffy smirked, then began walking toward the other side of the island. 5 years ago, Windmill Village. Little Luffy, Grandpa's back to see you. The booming voice of Monkey D. Garp echoed as he shoved open the doors of the bar. I heard you already, stupid old man. The door creaked open again, and out stepped 12-year-old Luffy, struggling under the weight of a barrel nearly as tall as himself. His expression was anything but joyful at the reunion. Move aside, old man. I need to get this to the warehouse. Oh, right. Garp scratched his gray hair and shuffled aside. But before Luffy could pass, a fist suddenly descended toward his head. Stupid brat. Who are you calling a stupid old man? Want me to knock some respect into you? Luffy shifted quickly, dodging the strike. Garp's eyes widened. He twisted his fist mid-swing, and with a thud, it still connected. Bang! A lump swelled on Luffy's head as he yelled. It hurts, you stinky old man. Garp huffed, but there was a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Oh, so you've awakened observation hockey already. Seems throwing you into the mountains for training paid off. You make a fine Marine yet. Crossing his arms, he stroked his chin smugly. Luffy glared back. Forget it, old man. I'll never be a Marine. If the day comes I get a bounty, you'd better pray I'm just a pirate and not part of the Revolutionary Army. With that, he stomped toward the warehouse. Garp froze. Revolutionary Army? Where'd you hear that? Did your father? Luffy stopped in his tracks, barrel at his feet. Slowly, he turned. Father. I have a father. Though Luffy had long known of Dragon from memories of his past life, Garp didn't know that. To him, it was simply curiosity from a boy who had never met the man. Ah, that while you're still young. We'll talk about it when you're older. Ha ha ha. Garp's laugh rang out, awkward and forced. Forget it. Luffy's tone hardened. As for being a Marine, don't preach to me about justice while the celestial dragons still exist. Until they're gone, your Marines have no right to talk about justice. Garp's smile faltered. Luffy's eyes sharpened as he continued. 3 years ago, a group of fishman pirates ruled entire villages across East Blue. The people there lived lives worse than death. And yet, in the home sea of your so-called Marine hero, no one came to save them. No Marines, no justice. Tell me, old man, how do you explain that?
Hey, everyone. Welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
When I heard about this, I wanted to tell you when you came next time, but who would have thought you would come back 3 years later? Even when I wanted to contact you, I found out that I didn't give me any contact information, and even if I couldn't get in touch with you, why should someone from the Marine branch contact you for so long? But now you appear in front of me, but you don't know about it at all. A series of questions spewed out of 12-year-old Luffy's mouth, and Garp's face was getting darker, veins bursting out of his forehead, and he was obviously on the verge of rage. These goddamn bastards. It's right under my nose. Without doubting what Luffy said, the astonishing aura came from Garp's body, not Conqueror's haki, but because of his experience in battles, he fought bravely to kill the enemy again and again. The aura of a strong man who fought hard. Even though this aura deliberately avoided Luffy, it still gave Luffy a feeling of being out of breath. I will not do Marine. The constraints of the rules and the existence of celestial dragons make me feel bad for world government and Marine, but I will solve the injustice I see in my own way. Even if I become a pirate for this, it doesn't matter if there is a bounty. Fearlessly, looking at Garp, who was furious at this moment, Luffy said his thoughts word by word. And when this sentence was finished, Luffy seemed to have unraveled some kind of knot in his heart, which was the unease he had always felt as a transmigrator and the arrogance that seemed to be outside the world and out of tune with this world. The astonishing momentum burst out, forming an invisible air wave that swept all around, The surrounding leaves rustled as if being swept by a gust of wind. The whole world seemed to have lost its color at this moment, and the reborn Luffy was finally at this moment. He found and determined his future path, and the power called Conqueror's Haki that originally existed in his body finally awakened. Although it was the first time to awaken Conqueror's Haki, Luffy instinctively controlled the momentum, letting it only erupt between himself and Garp, and did not deter others in the tavern or nearby. The world is human, the effect of extremely high spiritual attributes. Luffy, you kid. Garp stared blankly at the grandson in front of him. Luffy, who was only 12 years old, was still a little kid. At this time, he seemed to have grown up suddenly, and there was a hint of sadness in addition to his happiness. I haven't seen each other for 3 years, but Garp has a feeling that something is wrong. Moreover, the momentum just now was not wrong with Conqueror's Haki. Luffy has awakened this Conqueror's Haki and let him do Marine again. Those rules and regulations may become a hindrance for him to embark on the road of becoming a strong man in the future. This time, Garp had let go of the idea of forcing Luffy to be Marine. This time to clear the pirates. I want to go with you, Grandpa. After speaking, Luffy lifted the wine barrel that had just been put on the ground to open the door, ignored Garp, and walked towards a warehouse. Putting down the arrogance of being a traveler, Luffy called out the word Grandpa for the first time. It's 12 years old to call me Grandpa for the first time. You're such a bad grandson, Luffy. It seems that this vacation has to end early. After the pirates are eliminated, I have to go back to naval headquarters as soon as possible to talk to Sengoku about the current problems with Marine and the damned rubbish of celestial dragons. Thinking like this, Garp finally just clenched his fist and restrained his momentum. I don't know what Luffy's path will be in the future, but I think it will be very exciting, right? But since I can't become a Marine, if I become a pirate by then, don't blame the old man for being ruthless, Luffy boy. Looking at the blue sky with his hands, Garp's originally clear eyes were now a little hazy, and he couldn't help muttering to himself, but his face that was already a little old was not as serious as usual at this time. Asterisk, is this Marine's justice? Luffy, who followed Garp to Cocoa West Village, looked at Marine and the Murlocs who were trading treasure, and asked Garp without looking back. Because it was during vacation, Garp did not bring the warship. The place where the two of them are standing is still some distance away from the Murlocs who are trading and Marine. Through the perception of observation Haki, Garp deliberately chose a hidden place so that Garp could confirm the specific situation. Although he just saw some Marine scum and said those words arbitrarily, who made Luffy only 12 years old at this time, in Garp's opinion, is also a child's vision problem. Although there are indeed some Marines that have such problems, at least the vast majority of Marines still abide by the heart of justice. On the contrary, the vast majority of pirates burn, kill, and loot. Even so, do you want to be a pirate too? Garp asked Luffy instead of immediately. Whether I want to be a pirate or not is not up to me. I won't hang the pirate flag until I get a bounty, but if I encounter this kind of thing in the future, I won't because the other party is Marine or the world government or something. I have some scruples. Not shaken by Garp's words, whether the pirate Marine is good or bad, Luffy, as a traveler, has his own conclusion. Since you have said so, as a grandfather, I can't stop my grandson's dream, but since you're not a Marine, then the Marine 6 styles I wanted to teach you can't be taught privately. After a pause, Garp continued, This is the end of the chat. I'll go back to naval headquarters to settle the matter here. This time I'll leave my personal phone number so you can contact me later. After finishing speaking, Garp stopped hiding and walked towards Marine and the Murloc step by step. When the other party finally noticed someone appeared, Garp's forehead had already burst out, and he was on the verge of rage. Ow, how could it be? Hero card. Garp. Colonel Mouse, who had just taken over the treasure chest full of treasures, saw the person coming. Cold sweat suddenly fell from his forehead, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. A mere pirate. You also want to build a paradise country here? Pirate Dragon. When Jinbei released you on bail on the condition that he joined Shichibukai, he didn't let you wait here to do evil. Sure enough, a pirate is a pirate. While speaking, Garp flickered and appeared between the pirate and Marine, wrapping Haki's fist in the Murloc dragon's angry eyes, and he didn't have time to react, and he flew out with severe pain. Before hitting the obstacle, the dragon's eyes turned white and fainted. With the rumbling sound of the dragon smashing through the building, Garp clicked his feet and knocked the remaining Murloc pirates to the ground one by one, who were still in the panic and consternation of the boss being knocked into the air. As for you, Colonel Mouse, as Marine, instead of insisting on justice and protecting the civilians, instead, you join forces with the pirates, trap the civilians in dire straits, go back to naval headquarters, and go to the military court with me, and then stay in prison for the rest of your life. Prepare to be punished. Ignoring Garp's reprimand, remembering Garp's deliberately slow shaving technique in his mind, Luffy walked towards the short, orange-haired girl hiding beside him in observation Haki. The evil dragons have been dealt with. Won't you notify the other villagers? Looking at the girl who was covering her mouth and crying, Luffy walked closer and patted the other side's slightly trembling shoulder. Yes, the girl grabbed the boy's collar with a sharp cry. Cry, cry, just cry, it's all over. I'm sorry I didn't come here sooner. Luffy didn't care if the girl's muddy clothes and small hands would stain her. Luffy reached out and hugged him in his arms. He put his right hand on the back of the girl's head and gently patted the other's back, which was still trembling, with his left hand. Why? Well, if you guys came earlier, Belmere wouldn't be dead. Woo, the girl who was hugged by Luffy finally lost control of her emotions and burst into tears. Asterisk. Garp has already dealt with the Dragon Gang and is now reprimanding the Marine soldiers who were forced to threaten, and it will take a while to come over. The girl in Luffy's arms had stopped crying, but her slightly trembling shoulders showed that the other party had not completely calmed down. Breaking free from Luffy's arms, the girl let go of the hand gripping Luffy's neckline. Is that old grandpa the Marine hero Garp? Yes, he is Garp. I am his grandson. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. You can call me Luffy, then. What is your name? Although Luffy knew who the other party was at the moment of perception, but still need to ask. Nami. My name is Nami. I just heard you say that you don't want to be a Marine. Why is this? Your grandfather is the Marine hero. Nami, who had recovered his emotions, did not immediately inform the villagers of what happened here. Instead, he asked about the conversation between Luffy and Garp that he had just heard. Well, how should I put it? There's still many reasons, but the most important thing is that I will go out to sea and travel around the world in the future. Marine will not have so much free time for me to fulfill my dream. Luffy thought for a while, then he spoke. Travel around the world? Nami's eyes lit up slightly, obviously looking forward to Luffy's dream. Of course, after all, Nami's dream in the original book is to travel around the world and draw a map of his own world. Yeah, how about traveling around the world? Do you want to go to sea with me in the future? Luffy asked expectantly. Going to sea to be a pirate? That kind of thing. How could I become a pirate? That's of course, after all, the home was destroyed by the pirates, and the adoptive mother was brutally killed by the pirates. A sense of exclusion. It's probably not wrong to say pirates. After all, there should be a lot of situations like this Marine in the future. I won't be merciful at that time. Although I feel that I should belong to the adventurer, celestial dragons of world government, 5 elders don't care about this. In their eyes, as long as they go against them, they are rebels. Is that so? If that's the case, as long as you don't be the kind of villain who burns, kills, and loots, then I will agree to your invitation. After listening to Luffy's words, I understood why Luffy might be a pirate. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he is the grandson of the hero Garp. I just heard their conversation. Even Garp didn't object to Luffy's dream of becoming a pirate when he went out to sea. Luffy would not be the kind of villain who did evil, and he also painted his own world. The dream of the map, if you want to follow him, you should not be wrong. Did you agree? That's great. I thought that the other party wouldn't agree at this time, thinking that I would invite her again when they go to sea later, but I didn't expect to agree now, and Luffy was a little surprised for a while. Well, but if you become a pirate like a dragon, I will disembark without hesitation. Nami looked at the boy who was a head taller in front of him and said, "Of course, as long as you really only want a ring if you travel the world, then I will also earnestly learn the knowledge of sailing, and then I will set off with you as your navigator. Don't worry, even if I wanted to be like that, I wouldn't have such a chance. Don't forget, my grandfather is a marine hero." Luffy looked at Nami's serious face and said equally seriously, "Then say yes. Now, I will go to sea when I am 17 years old, which is 5 years later, and I will come here to find you." Thinking of the agreement between the two at the time, Luffy's steps could not help speeding up a bit. After so many years, I don't know if she still remembers herself. Soon, Luffy came to the only building on the island called Goth, a simple warehouse made of stone. Along the way, relying on observation haki to avoid the pirates occupying the island, although it is easy for Luffy to solve it, at least it is not too late to start after finding Nami. At this time, at the door of the warehouse, a slender figure was sneakily looking around, with bright orange long hair hanging down to his waist, and his cat-like body. After confirming that no one was around, he quickly pried the door lock of the warehouse. Asterisk. She won't be stealing pirates for the past 5 years, right? But I haven't heard any news about the little thief cat. Looking at the other's skilled appearance, Luffy couldn't help but mutter to himself. Without waiting for the other party to enter, Luffy directly showed his figure. Stealing is not a good behavior. Beautiful lady! Exclamation point. The voice that suddenly appeared behind him made Nami, who was planning to get into the warehouse, froze in place, and then turned his head quiveringly. Familiar straw hat, familiar face, but compared to the small figure 5 years ago, it can now be described as burly. The delicate and resolute face under the straw hat is now carrying a gentle smile. In an instant, Nami's heart, which had been beating wildly because of the discovery, miraculously calmed down. Luffy, looking at the other party's initial panic, to the surprise after seeing his own appearance, Luffy was also a little stunned for a while. She is no longer the immature little girl she was 5 years ago. At this time, Nami has orange hair that reaches her waist, bright eyes, and white teeth. It shrank sharply again, and it looked quite attractive against the slim, fit, long-sleeved shirt with blue stripes. The blue jeans on the lower body wrapped the straight and slender legs. The buttocks and simple clothes match, but it shows the amazing charm of the girl. Looking at Nami, who is similar to the image in the original book 2 years later, Luffy was a little dazed for a while. It wasn't the revealing clothes in the original book, but it made Luffy feel amazing. As a reborn Luffy, it is not the original book. The kind of idiot who doesn't know what femininity is. After calming down, Luffy looked away slightly. "I didn't expect to meet you just after going out to sea, and I was thinking of going to find you after I got the boat, Nami." With a slight smile, Luffy moved towards the man who was also stunned in front of him. The girl said, "It's really you, Luffy." Looking at Luffy, who was smiling slightly, and hearing Luffy's answer, Nami finally came back to his senses, and then, in Luffy's stunned eyes, jumped into Luffy's arms and hugged Luffy. It was only the second time that the two met, but for some reason, there was no sense of strangeness at all. With Winseong Nephrite in his arms, Luffy didn't know where to put his hand, so he patted Nami's back lightly. Nami, who hugged Luffy excitedly for a while, was not ashamed. After feeling the pat on the back, he let go of Luffy, and his bright eyes fell on Luffy's face again. 5 years no see. More it makes people feel safe. I was just a skinny kid when we first met. Didn't you also change a lot? The little girl at the time has become a slim beauty now, but I'm fascinated by it. Without fussing, just say whatever comes to mind. Luffy, who is reborn, can nothing to be ashamed of. I didn't expect you to be able to talk. Hearing Luffy's compliment, Nami's heart was overjoyed for no reason, and his mood suddenly became happy. Why are you here? Are you still doing things like stealing pirates' treasure for 5 years? Luffy was still curious about Nami's presence here. Even if it was the original book, it should have been an orange town occupied by Buggy. Met Nami's. Hearing Luffy's question, Nami stuck his tongue out first, and then said, "Of course, I know you're going to see this year, so I thought about going back to my old business and preparing some money. It seems that I haven't worked in 5 years, so I'm really unfamiliar." You were discovered so easily. He shook his head amusingly. Although you are hiding well, ordinary people really can't find it. But this is also because there is only East Blue here. There are no decent powerhouses. It will be different when it comes to the Grand Line, but then you will not be needed. To do this, you just need to be my navigator, and I will protect you. Although he said that, Luffy also considered the strength of the crew in the future. So before entering the Grand Line, he planned to explain Haki's training method to those who joined later. Reliable. Then I'll leave my safety to you, Captain. Asterisk. Speaking of which, you're leaving with me now. Before entering the Grand Line, do you want to go back to Cocoa West Village? Suppressing the surprise of the reunion, Luffy looked at Nami, who was scavenging for the treasure in the warehouse, and suddenly asked. The main reason is that Nami's posture of searching for treasure at this time is really tempting, and his hips are particularly upturned because of the bent over, so Luffy doesn't know where to put his eyes for a while and can only divert his attention by talking. No, I've already greeted Mokigo and Ajien before I set off. I won't look back until I finish traveling around the world and draw a map of the world. However, as my captain, don't be killed halfway. My life is entrusted to you. Hearing Luffy's question, Nami's hands kept moving. He glanced back at Luffy and caught a glimpse of Luffy's eyes that seemed a little embarrassed. Sly smiled and replied, "Is that so?" Luffy nodded, just about to continue to say something. Then, as if feeling something, he turned his head and looked into the distance and said, "Someone is here." "Huh? How did you find it?" Nami, who put the last treasure into the cloth bag and then carried the cloth bag on his back, walked to Luffy's side and looked around, but didn't find the person Luffy was talking about. Well, it is a power called observation haki, which can sense the breath, number, etc. of people outside the field of vision. When the pirates here are dealt with, I will tell you about it. Although here no one in East Blue should be able to hurt you on my hand, but it will be different when it comes to Grand Line or even New World. It is always good to be a master. Luffy explained a little, and then put his eyes on the sight that had already appeared. On a group of people. There is nothing to say to make Nami be careful. If even this group of people can hurt Nami in his own hands, then Luffy doesn't have to go out to sea and just do the chores for a lifetime in Makino's bar. I can already see the figures of those pirates, but Nami is not afraid. Meimu stares at the figures standing in front of her, and a sense of reassurance emerges from the bottom of her heart. "Hey, who are you? Why did you appear on my island? Don't you know that this is the territory of my Iron Club Alvida?" The leader was a woman with a mace, but the woman's appearance was real. It was hard to say. The other party didn't seem to see Nami, who was carrying a cloth bag full of treasure behind Luffy, but looked at Luffy angrily and said loudly. Before Luffy could answer, the other party turned to look at a short pink-haired boy beside him, slung the mace on his shoulder, and said, "Hey, Kirby, tell him, who am I, Alvida?" The short boy, who was named Trembled, clasped his head in his hands habitually, squatted down, and then stumblingly replied, under the watchful eyes of the sneering pirates, "You should be, of course, yes. The world's most. Who is this short and ugly old woman?" Nami, who stuck his head out from Luffy's back, looked at the strange-looking woman and said, "That delicate face and the other party are really like heaven and earth." Oh, whether it was the woman at the head, the short boy who was being asked, or the other little gangsters around, after hearing Nami's words, all their jaws were long in shock, and they were stunned. In place. Puff. Luffy, who also heard Nami's words, burst out laughing, and without waiting for the other party's response, he stretched his right foot, rubber whip. The rapidly stretched right leg swept out. Directly after crossing a distance of several tens of meters, he kicked everyone except the squatted pink-haired boy who was still squatting. Oh! The pirates, who didn't react at all, screamed and flew out until they were kicked by Luffy, and by the time they landed again, they had rolled their eyes and fainted. I don't have the habit of listening to the nonsense of the enemy. Although it was only a light kick to Luffy, no one could withstand such a kick with these little scoundrel-like existences. Whether it was Nami behind Luffy, or the short, pink-haired teenager not far away, they were surprised by Luffy's sudden extension of unhuman feet. Asterisk. It's the power of devil fruit. I'm a rubber man who ate rubber fruit. My body can stretch and deform like rubber. Luffy explained to the two casually. Devil fruit? Is that the thing called the secret treasure of the sea? Nami, who has been studying navigation and meteorology with Luffy for the past 5 years, has also learned some other things, and devil fruit is one of them. Well, that's right. Devil fruit is roughly divided into 3 types. Zoan, which can transform into various animals after eating, and has superhuman resilience and strength. Paramecia, which can have various incredible superpowers after eating. Either rubber fruit you eat falls into this category. And Logia, which is the most powerful for ordinary people, has the ability to cause natural disasters and incarnate the corresponding natural elements. Luffy made a little more popular science. I have plans I'll find you a devil fruit, but after eating devil fruit, it will turn into a landlubber and can't swim. So I want to ask what you mean, Nami. In Luffy's opinion, it is best to find Logia's Yun fruit for Nami, which has both self-protection ability and Nami's talent. After pondering for a while, Nami continued, I remember that the cheapest devil fruit seems to cost 100 million Baileys, right? Is it really necessary to spend this money? I don't care if I eat it or not. Anyway, there you protect me. The 100 million Baileys are just the most rubbish fruit. Naturally, I won't give you this kind of food. Since you don't disagree, then I know what I know. I will pay attention when I meet the right one. After all, it's the Grand Line. Even I can't guarantee that I will notice your safety at the first time, so every extra strength you have will give me enough time to react. Since Nami is not against eating devil fruit, Luffy will also pay more attention to the information about related fruits. There is really no information about Yun fruit, so he will try his luck with Golden Lion to see if he can get lion fruit. Otherwise, I won't eat it. How good is it to replace such a valuable devil fruit with Bailey? At this time, Nami's eyes became Bailey's shape, and it seemed that he had completely filtered the rest of Luffy's words. Only the information about the value of devil fruit is left. Idiot, take a long-term view. Are you afraid that you won't be able to get Bailey if you have the ability? Luffy was a little speechless. This girl is really hopeless. She was saved 5 years ago, so you don't need to think about money. Now it's still as rich as the original book. Excuse me. The short boy who had been ignored by the two of them suddenly said softly, I left you just to see that you don't belong to their group, but it seems that your character can only be a chorus. Although Luffy has some understanding of the other party through the original book, but the reality still has to be observed through observation. Good to draw conclusions. Really, I'm really sorry. My name is Kirby. I don't know how you two. Will you call them? Seeing that Luffy Nami didn't mean to hurt himself, Kirby finally took a breath, but he was still a little stumped when he spoke. Trip, your weak face really makes people want to bully you, but my captain is reliable, strong, and masculine. Seeing the other side's timid appearance, Nami couldn't help complaining. I'm sorry. He didn't refute at all and apologized directly. This guy was helpless. Luffy shook his head. Just call me Luffy. She's Nami. We are about to go to sea. But why are you here and what are your plans in the future? I was caught by them when I was fishing 2 years ago. I was not killed by them because I knew a little sailing, but I just kept doing errands for them. Kirby explained a little, then scratched his head, looks a little ashamed. Nami looked at the other party with a look of surprise, and then asked speechlessly, Don't you resist? Or didn't you find a chance to escape? Impossible. If you resist, you will be killed. I can't run away. Asked by Nami, Kirby stuttered again. Then you're really useless. Asterisk. Although he knew about Kirby when he watched anime in his previous life, Luffy felt speechless when he said it from his own mouth. Then what's your plan next? Kirby, sitting on the boat borrowed from Alvida's pirates, Luffy rowed the oars and confronted Kirby, who was also rowing in the bow. Then asked, I want to be a marine and arrest all the pirates like Alvida. Hearing Luffy's question, Kirby was so excited that he even stopped paddling in his hand. Be a marine. But can you really be a marine like this? Nami, who was sitting behind Luffy, was lighting up the treasure he had just looted over and over again when he heard KB's words. He spoke ruthlessly. I won't give up. I also want to be like Mr. Luffy. That way I can protect other people's existence. Kirby, who was asked by Nami, blushed all of a sudden. Yes, I got it. So, can you continue paddling? After a few words, Nami turned her beautiful eyes towards Luffy, who was paddling. Remembering how Luffy stood in front of him before, the broad and straight back made Nami feel extra relieved, and he brushed up the slightly messy hair that had been blown by the wind, and a smile evoked from the corner of his mouth. Time passed in this chatter, and before the sun was about to set, the three finally arrived at the destination of the trip, Shields Town. Back on land, Luffy took the cloth bag full of treasures handed over by Nami, and the three of them walked towards the island town under the leadership of Kirby. Although he was enslaved by Alvida for 2 years, Kirby still has an impression of this town, and he should have been here before. Then, let's replace the treasure with Bailey first. It's not very convenient to hold so many treasures. There should be a place to change it in this town. Luffy asked Kirby, weighing the cloth bag in his hand. Yes, Mr. Luffy, although the town of Shields is not big, there are still special shops for treasure trading. As long as the amount is not particularly large, it can be exchanged. Kirby answered and led the way in front. Then it's almost time for us to separate. After all, Nami and I will become pirates sooner or later, which is different from Alvida's enslavement of you. If you're too close to us, it will be extremely detrimental to your marine career in the future. Although, according to the other party in the original book, will become his grandfather's direct subordinate, but Luffy is not sure whether the plot will follow the original book under his influence. Besides, Luffy doesn't agree with what Kirby did in the Summit War in the original novel. It is a capital offense for soldiers to escape from the battlefield. When Marine pursued the pirates with victory, it was obviously Marine, but he stopped Marine Admiral. Continue to chase. It sounds nice to save the wounded, but the soldiers on the front line need to do to save the wounded. What's more, Akainu is still Admiral. He doesn't obey the orders of his superiors. Instead, he wants to prevent his superiors from expanding the victory. In the current Luffy's view, it seems that when he is about to kill the enemy, someone suddenly stands up to stop him, and this man's still his own companion. Then Luffy will consider whether it is correct for him to regard the other party as his companion. Even if Akainu in the original book annoys readers again, soldiers are soldiers, and thieves are thieves. If this anime is called Marine King, maybe the reader's point of view is different. 180 degrees reversed? This. Mr. Luffy. After listening to Luffy's words, Kirby didn't know what to say for a while. The other party not only saved him, but he was still thinking about his own future. Emotionally, he should thank him, but rationally told himself that the other party was right to do so. Also, we are about to do something with Marine here, and it's for your own good not to have anything to do with us. Because Luffy, who habitually turned on observation hockey after logging in, saw someone who was tied to the execution ground. Figure. It seems that the old man didn't clean up thoroughly at the beginning, so there's still such a marine scum? Or is it that it only appeared later? Although he should have saved a lot of time, he still met his swordsman here. I have to say that the inertia of the plot is really big. Marine scum? Luffy, you mean? Hearing Luffy's words, Nami, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up, his eyes full of disgust at the marine scum that Luffy said. Asterisk. Leave it to me over there, Nami. Go and exchange the treasure you got from Alvida for Bailey, whether it's buying a boat or buying supplies. You need to use Bailey, although the future is destined to be it's a pirate. But we didn't go out to sea for looting, of course. The pirates are another matter. After feeling it with observation hockey, Luffy turned back and said to Nami, Don't you need my help? Although he knew that Luffy was strong, but he didn't know how strong he was, Nami asked worriedly. Don't worry, the Marines here can't help me, and maybe we will have another partner. Although the Marines are no threat to themselves, but Nami is different from the past, and if he's hit by a stray bullet hitting is bad, at least until Nami master observation hockey. Try to keep her out of the group fight. Although Nami has experienced a lot of battles in the anime, this is reality after all, and the existence of the protagonist's halo is a problem. Luffy doesn't want to gamble on Nami's life safety. All right then, I'll wait for you at that restaurant over there after I've exchanged the treasure, but don't make me wait too long. Nami didn't insist. Although he was a little worried, Nami chose to trust Luffy. It's been a good decision since he decided to accept Luffy's invitation. Nami glanced at Luffy, then took the cloth bag full of treasure from Luffy's hand, turned, and walked towards the direction of the trading venue where Kirby pointed. What about you? Kirby, I wanted to part ways with you here, but since this happened, do you want me to show you what Marine is like in this town? Looking at the slightly curled orange, the long hair gradually faded away, and Luffy turned his head and asked the squat boy who was still at a loss. Kirby was surprised by Luffy's question, and then turned to Luffy with some dancing. Mr. Luffy, you mean, take me to the Marine base here? At present, Kirby is just a chicken with no ties. The chubby boy of the power has absolutely no idea what Luffy means in the words, and he has no idea what Marine in this small town is like. Looking at Kirby, who is still panicking in front of him, Luffy couldn't help but be a little speechless. What is Oda's consideration for such a person to let him improve like a hang in the future? That boost speed is like riding a rocket. Not all Marines have a righteous heart, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't become a Marine. Colonel Marine in this small town is one of the most disgusting Marine scum in this part of the world. How about you? Do you want to take a look with me? Then reconfirm your determination to be a Marine. Luffy asked with some wickedness. He was born again, but there was no need to act according to the established character in the original book. I'm going to see it, but even if the case I will not give up being a Marine. Although slightly frightened by Luffy's words, Kirby still shouted loudly. My own opinion. Really? Come with me then. I hope you can persist like this. Seeing that the other party seemed to be aroused by his own words, Luffy changed his opinion of the other party a little, at least not completely a coward. Glancing at Kirby, motioning for him to follow, Luffy walked towards the execution square that he perceived in observation hockey. Kirby, who was behind him, saw Luffy leave and immediately trotted to keep up. The slightly short figure stumbled and stumbled, as if it would fall at any moment. By the time Luffy and Kirby came to the gate of the execution square, Kirby was already out of breath. Seeing Luffy stop, he hurriedly put his hands on his knees and panted heavily. Luffy looked calm, stretched out his left hand to hold the straw hat on his head, and then slammed his right hand forward. His normal arm was stretched like a rubber rope, and his hand became a claw and quickly moved towards the edge of the wall that was not high in front of him. Grab it, then look back at Kirby, who is still panting. Come here and pull me, and I'll take you in. This isn't that bad. Seeing Luffy looking like he wanted to force his way in, Kirby's old habit of recoiled again. Seeing Kirby's appearance, Luffy didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore, and directly stretched his left foot and wrapped it around Kirby's right hand. Asterisk. Accompanied by KB's screams, the two jumped over the wall and flew into the execution ground. Boom! Boom! Two landing sounds sounded. Luffy stood firmly on the execution ground, and Kirby was a little embarrassed. The short and fat figure rolled twice on the ground before it stopped completely, and then hurriedly crawled from the ground. Up. Hey, who are you two guys? Just when KB was just standing firm, a slightly weak but dangerous voice came. Right? I'm sorry. We didn't mean to break in. The sudden voice made Kirby bend over to apologize like a conditioned reflex, and then looked up at the source of the sound. You are Pirate Hunter, Roaring Zero. The first time he saw the other party's appearance, Kirby made a fuss again. Obviously, he had a certain understanding of the other party's identity. However, the man who was tied to the cross stake did not pay too much attention to the panicked Kirby, but turned his sharp eyes on Luffy, who was standing beside him. Your undisguised ferocious eyes are truly worthy of the name of that monster, Rorinoa Zoro. Luffy stared at the figure tied to the cross stake from the moment he landed and saw the other side staring at him sharply. Himself, that's how he spoke. The familiar green headscarf and cloth kabuto were wrapped around the head and waist respectively. The white short sleeves could not cover the bulging muscles of the other party. Although the hands were tied to the stakes, they could not hide the fierceness of the beast on the other party's body. Breath, since you know my name, why don't you get out? Or are you my enemy, and you want to take revenge on me now? Zoro didn't know Luffy, who suddenly flew in from outside the wall, but Zoro secretly vigilant, not to mention the funny chubby boy the Straw Hat Boy who had been staring at him since he came in, but put a lot of pressure on Zoro and intuitively told himself that the other party was strong. Don't be nervous. My name is Luffy. I'm not your enemy. I'm here just to meet you, and then to deal with Marine here. Shrugging, ignoring the vigilance in the other's eyes, Luffy said it indifferently on purpose. Meet me? Deal with Marine? Are you a pirate? Although Luffy didn't show any hostility towards himself, Zoro didn't let his guard down. Yeah, see you, and then confirm whether I want to invite you to be my partner. After all, I am not the original Luffy, but I can't guarantee that this kind of nonsense will make others follow me to death. Invite me to be your partner? Did you do something wrong? I'm a pirate hunter. Since you want to deal with Marine, you should be a pirate, right? Invite me, a pirate hunter, so you don't have to be afraid that I will cut your head off to exchange for it. Bounty. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro didn't understand Luffy's thoughts for a while. Let's not say that I don't have a bounty yet. Besides, I am quite confident in my own strength. You are no match for me now. This is not Luffy's boasting. He didn't understand hockey, and he didn't understand John. Iron. Zoro, who hasn't walked out of East Blue, can't even break Luffy's hockey. Huh, I really dare to say it, but I don't know if there is any real ability under my hand. Luffy's understatement made Zoro's forehead under the turban jump, although he did feel that the other party was not the one he met before. The kind of scumbag you can deal with casually, but this is not the reason why the other party can look down on you, right? Otherwise, I'll rescue you, and then we fight. I won. How about you get on my boat? Luffy said, staring at Zoro's beast-like eyes. Mister, Luffy, don't, although you're also very strong, but the other party is that pirate hunter. You will be killed. Luffy had just finished speaking, and the place hadn't calmed down from the shock of seeing Zoro. Kirby, who came down, shouted again, completely unaware that he was sneaking into the execution ground. It's arrogant to not mention how I lost it all, but I don't need you to save me. As long as I survive a month, Marine will naturally let me go. Zoro shouted at the gram. But I was completely disinterested, and his eyes were still fixed on Luffy. Luffy didn't answer Zoro's words immediately, but turned his eyes to the gate of the execution ground. Bang! As the door was pushed open, a group of soldiers in navy uniforms trotted in, and as the last tall figure walked in slowly, the three of Luffy were surrounded. Who are you two who dare to disobey my order and contact the prisoner who is about to be executed privately? Are you with him? Ban Quan head, iron chin, right hand from palm to elbow replaced by an axe. As soon as the burly figure came in, he questioned both Luffy and Kirby. Is this what you said Marine would let you go in the end? Ignoring Marine's question, Luffy turned his head and asked Zoro with a playful face. Cut. Hearing that Marine said that he was a prisoner who was about to be executed, Zoro also understood that he was tricked by the stupid son before. He stuttered and turned his head away. Damn it, that Marine is not trustworthy. I can't die here, Kuina. Hey, you said you wanted me to be your partner? I can't die here yet. I have a promise to fulfill, so I can agree to your invitation. But my goal is to become the world's #1 swordsman. If it hinders my ambition, I won't spare you easily. Thinking of his agreement with Kana, Zoro turned his head and said loudly to Luffy, Are you sure I want you to be my partner? Luffy looked at Zoro with a slight smile, and I have to say that this guy Monka really gave a good assist. You guy. Facing Luffy's question, Zoro didn't feel that the other party wanted to reject him, but he always felt a little uncomfortable being led by the nose like this. Hey, you guys, I'm asking you, will one or two disobey me? Colonel Marine, who was ignored, saw Luffy and the two were chatting to himself, and he got angry for a while. The three roared loudly. Soldiers, shoot me all those who don't obey my orders from Monka. With a forceful wave of his right hand with an axe, Monka ordered the Marine soldiers who surrounded Luffy and the others. Oh, no, are you really Marine? Why are you shooting indiscriminately, Mr. Luffy? Think of a way, we're going to be killed. The musket was fired, and Kirby rushed behind Luffy, grabbing Luffy's clothes and shaking it desperately. Asterisk, go. Colonel, do you really want to shoot? Among the Marines who surrounded Luffy and others, someone holding a musket trembled slightly and asked Monka hesitantly, Huh, Are you also disobeying the orders of the highest rank of men? Monka, who was asked by his soldiers, widened his eyes and glared at the soldiers who were hesitant. In that case, you should also die. Anyone who hesitated just now commits suicide for me. When the soldiers heard Monka's order, they shook their hands and pointed the guns that were aimed at Luffy's group at their heads. Hey, what are you doing? Do you really have to obey such an order? Kirby, who had been pulling Luffy's clothes all the time, couldn't bear to see that the soldiers actually obeyed Monka's order and prepared to commit suicide. Live shouting at those soldiers. Luffy looked at the scene in front of him speechlessly. Although it was the duty of a soldier to convince him to obey orders, no one would stop him from reporting it. He could only say that Marine's internal system was not perfect. Hey, what's going on with you, Marine? Why do I think you're more like a pirate than a pirate? Did you not report it? Or is it that so many people can't stop him alone? For such a thing, Luffy said it's best to let these Marines stand up and resist without wasting their own strength. The Marine soldiers who were hesitating whether to pull the trigger heard Luffy's question and were speechless, but their faces were somewhat indignant. Why don't you do it? Why, do you think that after being instigated twice, you can disobey the order of my highest commander? Seeing that his soldiers seemed to be moved by Luffy, Monka was a little angry, and the iron axe in his right hand with a wave, he shouted angrily. That domineering look directly caused the Marine soldiers who were a little moved to lower their heads. Oh, I can't stand you guys, so I won't choose to be a Marine. Luffy shook his head. Since you don't resist, I can only do it myself. Why? You don't think you can deal with me alone, do you? Who do you think I am? I'm the Axe Monka, the greatest person in Shields Town. Seeing that Luffy seemed to have the idea of doing it, Monka, he raised the axe in his right hand and pointed at Luffy with the tip of the axe, his chin covered with iron material lifted slightly, as if he didn't take Luffy in his eyes at all. Luffy chuckled lightly, and then, with his right hand shaking, he punched out. The invisible air solidified slightly under this punch, and with the sound of bang, Monka's arrogant face slammed to one side, and at the same time, the tall body also flew backwards under the drive of his cheeks. Go out. No hockey attachment was used, just rubber fruit stretched out his arm and punched. The power of Luffy's punch has reached the power of the original Luffy's jet pistol after opening the second gear. Monka's tall figure flew out upside down, directly smashing the gate and part of the wall of the execution ground, until Monka's body fell to the ground with a bang. The side of the slightly vicious face that was hit was swollen high, and the man rolled his eyes and fainted. Amidst the dust, those Marines who were holding guns at him or at Luffy and the others froze in place. And even Kobe, who was originally holding Luffy, had round eyes. Only Zoro, who was tied to a cross stake behind him, opened his eyes wide when Luffy punched, as if he wanted to see Luffy's movements clearly. It's so fast, although I don't know how he knocked that Marine's head over from such a distance, but I didn't even see his punches. Zoro's heart was turbulent at this time, although he had a strong intuition about the opponent, but he wasn't bad either. He thought he could at least be evenly matched with the opponent, but it wasn't until the opponent really shot just now that Zoro realized that he couldn't even keep up with the opponent's speed. How? Do you still think you can beat me now? Seemingly feeling Zoro's shock, Luffy turned his head slightly and said to Zoro, who was still bound, So, now that it's settled, why don't you untie the rope for me? My knife is still with that B****************** D Marines, stupid son. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro's mouth twitched, and he skipped the topic. What about you? Are you going to continue fighting with us? Turning back, Luffy pressed down the straw hat that had been blown away by the airflow with his right hand, and his eyes, which were blocked by the shadow of the brim, looked sharply at those who were still sluggish in place. Those Marines, who were still stunned, came back to their senses after hearing Luffy's question. They didn't answer Luffy's question, they just dropped their weapons at the same time, and their faces were full of ecstasy. They all jumped up. Great! Finally don't have to be oppressed by Monka anymore. Great! For a time, the clanging sound of the weapons falling was mixed with the cheers of the soldiers, and the originally peaceful execution square was extremely noisy for a while. How is it, Kirby? Do you still plan to become a Marine after seeing Monka like this? Luffy asked Kirby, who was unbinding Zoro, putting down the hand that was originally on the straw hat. At this time, Zoro, who was waiting for KB to loosen his bonds, also looked at KB. So you want to be a Marine? Then you have to be careful. You will encounter such an officer in the future. S face, and said to Kirby with a smirk at this time. Yes, I still want to be a Marine. I want to catch all pirates like Alvida. I will also work hard to become a Marine general, and then I will clear up Marines like Monka. The panic-stricken chubby boy no longer stuttered at this time, and there seemed to be some different emotions under the calm words. Yeah, I hope you don't become that battle deserter, the post-war virgin Kirby in the future. Luffy didn't continue to speak, but looked at Zoro, who was unbound. At this time, Zoro was moving his wrist that had not been moved for a few days because he was bound. Well, I need you to help you get the weapon back. No, the boss has already been dealt with by you. If even that stupid son wants you to deal with it, then I don't have the boat on your face. He rejected Luffy without hesitation, and after moving his body, Zoro turned towards him. Go in a certain direction. Question mark. A big question mark appeared on Luffy's head. Do you think I asked you if you wanted to help because you thought you, Zoro, couldn't beat Monka's stupid son Belmaber? Hey, I said I don't need your help. I will get my knife back soon. What I want to say is that the gate is here. Monka was still at the gate. How did you go in the opposite direction? Zoro, who was walking in a dashing manner, froze suddenly. Black hashtag S appeared on his forehead, and then turned his head back angrily. Stop talking. Asterisk. This is Nami, our navigator. This is Zoro, a swordsman, which is the companion I said before that we might have more. By the way, he is a road idiot. Remember to watch it later. Don't let him get away. In a restaurant in Shields Town, Luffy first pointed to Nami to introduce Zoro, and then pointed to Zoro and said to Nami, Hey, the last few sentences are redundant. Zoro, who had been hungry for several days, was feasting on the food on the plate, and he didn't forget to take a sip of wine in the middle. When he heard the second half of Luffy's sentence, his throat seemed to be choked. He quickly grabbed his neck, hammered his chest a few times, and then shouted at Luffy. Really? I remembered it. Nami replied solemnly, his smart eyes full of slyness. Cough. Zoro, who was already smooth, choked again. Then, after we finish this meal, we should leave. Where's the next stop? With a piece of meat in his mouth, Luffy turned to Nami and asked about the itinerary. After all, Luffy doesn't know navigation at all, so he can leave all the navigation routes to Nami. For Kirby, Luffy had to see if the other person was like the original. Now, for Nami, Luffy really believed that the other person had the amazing sailing skills in the original book. Maybe this is a double standard. Speaking of KB, after finishing off Monka, KB made a request to become a Marine with the Lieutenant Junior grade among the Marine soldiers, and the Marine Lieutenant Junior grade agreed directly. This is also normal. After all, Luffy doesn't keep shouting that I want to become the Pirate King all day long, and no one answers that he is a pirate when he asks. Although he solved Monka, it is still a favor for those Marines. In addition to a disaster, the other party will not clean up himself as a pirate for no reason, and Kobe also logically made a request to join Marine and got permission. Since I'm going to the Grand Line, the nautical chart of the Grand Line is a must. After all, I haven't been to the Grand Line. I heard that the pirate clown Buggy has a nautical chart of the Grand Line, and he seems to be in Orangetown recently. Then let's go to Orangetown. Nami stroked his fair chin and said thoughtfully for a while. Nami seems to have a good understanding of the recent situation of East Blue, so he must have done his homework in order to sail with him. Luffy was a little moved. The other party not only agreed to the original invitation, but also made various preparations to go to sea with him, which strengthened Luffy's determination to protect Nami. Clown Buggy, I remember seeing his bounty before. It seems that there are as many as 15 million Baileys. In East Blue, they should belong to the relatively strong group. Hearing Nami say Buggy, he was immersed in eating. Zoro raised his head slightly and said, But it shouldn't be your opponent. Seemingly remembering the strength that Luffy showed before, Zoro added another sentence. and continued to eat the meal he had not finished eating. Luffy, are you okay? Nami looked at Luffy worriedly when Zoro said that Buggy's reward was 15 million Bailey. Although Zoro said that Buggy was not Luffy's opponent, Nami was still uneasy. After all, the reward was 15 million Bailey, and the original dragon also offered a reward of 20 million Bailey. Nami had seen the strength of the evil dragon with his own eyes. Although he was knocked out by Luffy's grandfather in the end, after all, Luffy's grandfather was Marine. Hero, Nami doesn't find it strange to be able to do this, but Luffy, it's not that Nami doesn't believe Luffy, it's that Nami has never seen Luffy take a shot. Although Alvida was knocked out by Luffy before, the opponent seems to have only 501 Bailey offered a bounty, so Nami didn't know the extent of Luffy's strength. Don't worry, Nami, Buggy is not a powerful pirate. Although the other party has an extraordinary background, his own strength is not that great, Luffy said in a flat tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Although Luffy doesn't know whether Buggy is really weak or is hiding his strength, Luffy is not worried. Even if the opponent really hides his strength, with Luffy's current strength, he will not underestimate the opponent anyway, unless his hidden strength reaches Shanks level. But that shouldn't be possible, right? If it really gets to that point, why do you need to hide your strength? Seeing Luffy's indifferent expression, as if he was comforting himself, Nami let go of his worries and breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then go to Orange Town, which happens to be not far from the town of Shields, even if not for the nautical chart. We also have to pass through Orange Town, and this is just the right way. Oh, I haven't eaten for a few days. I'm finally full now. After taking his last sip of wine, Zoro stretched his arms wide. But why do you eat more than me? Huh? Zoro was a little speechless when he saw the plates piled up in front of Luffy. He was obviously starving. Okay, what happened to this person? The more you eat, the stronger you will be, Luffy answered as a matter of course. Although he is no longer the original Luffy, Luffy's food intake has not changed at all. It is still outrageous. Could it be a side effect of consuming rubber fruit? Or is the food intake of D's family all the same? Thinking of his grandfather Garp in this lifetime, Luffy couldn't help but guess. Makes sense. Zoro touched his chin when he heard Luffy's answer, seemingly confirming Luffy's statement. At this time, I finally noticed that Nami, who was full of plates in front of Luffy, finally couldn't help roaring. There's a far truth, there must be a limit to what you can eat, right? Seeing that Zoro didn't continue to refute Luffy, he admitted Luffy's statement. It was the first time that Nami was worried about his trip to the sea. Luffy could eat so much. Wouldn't Luffy eat up all the supplies during the voyage? Looking at Nami's familiar and unfamiliar gesture, Luffy was a little dazed for a while, and he seemed to be back when he was reading comics. But the difference was that now he was no longer a spectator, but a person in the painting. But Luffy didn't joke either. His body's absorption of food can be said to be quite outrageous, and it seems that he has really reached the point of returning his life. LOL. Okay, now that we've had enough to eat and drink, then it's time for us to set off. The trip has just begun, so it's not suitable to stay somewhere for a long time. After stretching, Luffy stood up and looked at the mooring in the distance. The boat on the shore said to Nami and Zoro. Oh, Nami and Zoro agreed, standing up at the same time with a slight excitement. In this way, two strong and slender figures set foot on the journey again. Asterisk. Is this the Orange Town? It feels so desolate, and there's not even a shadow of a person. Shouldn't they all be killed by the clown Buggy? The three figures stood not far from Orange Town, looking at the deserted street not far away, and a row of buildings that had been turned into ruins. The beautiful figure with long orange curly hair sighed with emotion, while speaking, but the slender figure also shivered slightly. No, there is no smell of blood wafting out of the town. The strong green figure replied. The sharp eyes and the three knives attached to his waist exuded a beast-like aura everywhere. What do you think about? Go in and see what's going on. Luffy put on a straw hat and said to Nami and Zoro, walking towards the town at the same time. Seeing this, Nami and Zoro followed Luffy one by one. The three of them were walking on the streets of Orange Town. Looking around, the surroundings were deserted, and they couldn't even see a single person. If the buildings in this town were intact except for the row of ruins, Luffy and the others would have thought that this place was somewhere. Abandoned town. Luffy unfolded observation haki. Red light flashed in his eyes. And then, the whole situation of Orange Town appeared in Luffy's mind. The buggy pirates are on the roof of the bar in front. Let's go straight over. Pointing to a bar not far away, Luffy turned to Nami and Zoro. Is it the observation haki you mentioned again? Is it really that convenient? Although I've heard Luffy talk about the observation haki, the effect is too good. Every time I arrive at the destination, Luffy can define the target of this trip directly. Nami said that this ability is too convenient. Observation haki? What is that? Zoro on the side asked curiously when he heard Nami's words and then contacted Luffy's actions. Luffy, who was walking in front, paused for a moment, then moved on and explained in his mouth. The so-called observation haki is a power that can strongly sense the opponent's sound. Once this power is awakened and enhanced, it can take the position and number of enemies out of sight and the actions that the opponent will take in the next moment, and I rely on this power to perceive the location of Buggy's group. I originally planned to wait until Barty, the restaurant on the sea, to explain it to them together, but since Zoro asked, let's explain a little bit. With Zoro's talent, maybe after learning about it, he'll be able to master soon. I still have this ability, so can I awaken this power? Zoro was obviously very interested in this kind of power that could make him stronger. Observation haki is an innate ability of living beings. It exists like an instinct, but most people are unaware of this power or want to exert it, but can't exert it in their lifetime. But if someone can help guide me, it shouldn't be difficult to get the power of a master. Luffy thought for a while. Although his observation haki was awakened by various crises when he was surviving in the wild when he was a child, but there are still 9 snakes after all. In a place like the island, there are still other ways to guide this power. But I don't know how to do this. I can only tell you how I awakened, and the rest is up to you now. After a pause, Luffy continued, in addition to observation haki, there are 2 kinds of haki, namely armament haki and conqueror's haki. Like observation haki, armament haki can be awakened and improved through cultivation. Unlike observation haki's perception, armament haki is a kind of attack power that can improve people, and defensive power, and armament haki, which can improve attack power and defense power. What is that? Are you a master? Hearing that besides observation haki, there are armament haki and conqueror's haki, Zoro immediately wanted to know how far Luffy has achieved. To what extent? Nami on the side didn't speak, but just looked at Luffy with her beautiful eyes. This might be an opportunity for him to understand Luffy's strength. Luffy didn't answer right away, but stretched out his right hand. And then, in Zoro and Nami's curious eyes, there seemed to be an invisible force wrapped around the fist of the right hand. And then, Luffy's right fist of normal color. It was suddenly covered with a dark metallic sheen. Zoro, you can try to attack me with your knife. Maybe it will make you feel the power better. As for Nami, Luffy felt that with her body quality, armament haki should be unable to awaken, but Luffy does not need Nami master armament haki, as long as she can master observation haki, and observation haki has no requirements for physical fitness. Zoro didn't talk nonsense. He directly pulled out one of the 3 knives around his waist and slashed at Luffy's blackened right hand and Nami's worried eyes. Although the 2 only met on the first day, Zoro had an inexplicable trust in Luffy. So even if Luffy asked him to cut him, Zoro would cut him without hesitation, because he believed that the other party would be fine. Xiang xiang. A voice like a symphony of gold and iron came from where Zoro's swung knife touched Luffy's right hand. With the knife retracted, Zoro looked at Luffy's unharmed right hand in surprise, and once again felt the gap between himself and Luffy. Even if he didn't use much strength just now, Zoro felt that even if he swung the knife with all his strength, he probably wouldn't hurt Luffy at all. This made Zoro anxious and wanted the power of the master even more urgently. If he could have the power of the master, is he one step closer to being the world's #1 swordsman? On the other hand, Nami was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. If even a sword could not hurt Luffy, then coupled with the characteristics of Luffy rubber fruit, does it mean that Luffy is not afraid of any attack? In fact, both Nami and Zoro want to go wrong. Luffy's current haki volume and strength are not outrageously strong. Even if it is not haki, as long as the attack is strong enough, it can still cause damage to Luffy, but Zoro has not yet reached the level of cutting iron. It's really not a big threat to yourself. Then what about Conqueror's haki? What kind of power is that? Having seen armament haki and learned about observation haki, Zoro and Nami were also curious about another haki at this time. As for Conqueror's haki, it is an ability that cannot be acquired through cultivation. Only 1 in a million people has this power, and the rest are not to mention. Although Zoro may also have Conqueror's qualifications, but these will be discussed when he wakes up. Not too late. Zoro suddenly had the urge to draw a knife. Nami also gave Luffy a sullen look and said, "Half-hearted bad guy. Asterisk, should we just break in directly? Or?" Nami glanced at the bar at the entrance of the bar and asked Luffy and Zoro nervously, mainly looking at Luffy. After all, Luffy was the one he was familiar with, although the two I've only seen it a few times. Zoro had already pressed his hand on the hilt of the knife, and even if he wasn't wearing his signature hood, the corners of the evil spirit's raised mouth revealed a beast-like aura. The door of the bar was open, and there was no one except for the tables and chairs slumped there. There were also many wine glasses scattered on the counter, but it seemed that the wine on the shelves had been removed. Everyone is on the roof. Don't be so nervous. Let's go directly to the roof. Even if we fight, it's fine. My observation haki doesn't sense any threat. Observation haki's ability to perceive the strength of the opponent is also, as a result, Luffy was a little more disappointed with Buggy. To be honest, Luffy still hopes that there will be a strong fight with him now, so that he can understand his current strength. No matter how much people and animals are different, and his haki has been unable to break through, he wants to come. The reason for the lack of intense combat. If Buggy was hiding his strength, then maybe he could have a good fight, but based on the information Luffy observation haki sensed, the red-nosed man on the roof, wearing the captain's costume and captain's hat, was obviously not enough to pose a threat to him. Let's talk about it first. It's time to fight. The swordsman belongs to me. After seeing the strength of Luffy and the power of haki, Zoro looked forward to fighting, because Luffy said when he explained haki, fighting it is the easiest way to awaken and enhance haki. No problem, but with your strength, no one in the Buggy Pirates can pose any threat to you except Buggy. This is the truth. Don't look at the original book. Zoro seems to have a hard time fighting Cabbage, but that's Zoro if you get stabbed by Buggy first. That's what happens. Now that Luffy is here, if he can let Buggy stab Zoro when he knows the plot, then Luffy should just buy a piece of tofu and kill him. Oh, so that Buggy is strong. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro immediately noticed that Luffy was talking about other than Buggy, and there was a moving look on his face, obviously wanting to meet the clown Buggy for a while. It's not how strong the clown Buggy is, but he is demon fruit power, and his ability is exactly the nemesis of swordsmen. Luffy shook his head and explained to Zoro, "Devil fruit? Are you the same as Luffy?" Nami, who was looking around as if looking for something, turned around and asked back when Luffy said that the clown Buggy had eaten devil fruit. Devil fruit? Is there really such a thing? And you have eaten it? Hearing Luffy's words and Nami's rhetorical questions, a series of questions popped out of Zoro's mouth. Devil fruits have different abilities. It is impossible for two identical devil fruits to exist. I eat rubber fruit, which can stretch and deform like rubber, and has a great injury-free effect against non-sharp weapon attacks. Buggy eats chop fruit, which can break down the body into pieces, so it can be said that it is completely immune to cutting with sharp weapons. So unless a swordsman does not use a sword to attack, the cutting is completely ineffective for him. C2 seemingly interested. Luffy then explained, but demon fruit power can't swim, and if you fall into the sea, you will be completely powerless, so if I accidentally fall into the sea in the future, I have to rely on you to save me. In the end, Luffy gave Nami and Zoro another shot. Although Nami should know about it, Zoro didn't. Maybe he would need Zoro to save himself in the future. Since you invited me to be your companion, Then of course I won't let you sink into the sea, but you have eaten devil fruit. I really don't know how strong you are now. Zoro stared closely at Luffy, walking into the figure in front, had a flash of excitement in his eyes, but he quickly restrained it. This world is very big. Even me, I may already be strong in this East Blue, but when it comes to the Grand Line or even the New World, my strength is far from enough. It seems that I can feel Zoro's strong battle. Feeling, Luffy sighed with emotion as he pushed open the door of the rooftop. Who is it? Hey, who are you? Just after Luffy opened the door, the person behind the door seemed startled, but after seeing the faces of the three of Luffy, only the pirate minions who thought they were ordinary people yelled at the three of Luffy again. I heard that the buggy pirates are having a banquet here. Ignoring the question from this little scoundrel, Luffy looked around and focused on the red-nosed man in the main seat not far away. Pirates are really happy to have a party, but Luffy is not here for the party. Luffy grabbed the doorman's collar, and with his right hand, threw him directly to the main table of the banquet under the frightened eyes of the minion. For these pirates who plunder civilians at will, Luffy will not be soft-hearted. As the minions screamed and flew to the dining table, the members of the buggy pirates who were raving about stopped drinking and eating meat and looked at the source of the screams. What? With the screams of the pirates thrown out, the table was smashed to the front, and then there was a series of bangs, and the table originally filled with food and wine was torn apart in an instant, sawdust flying, and food and drink scattered all over the floor. The scene was a mess. Who is it? Stand up and dare to come to Uncle Buggy's territory. An angry roar sounded from the mouth of the red-nosed man who was sitting in the main seat. The pirates who were stunned by the sudden attack also pulled out their swords and looked at the three of Luffy at the gate. Who are you? Don't you know that this uncle is having a banquet here? After seeing the three of Luffy, the red-nosed man stood up from a chair and glared at Luffy, who was walking in the front. Clown Buggy, Luffy said, looking directly at the red-nosed man. Now that you know it's Uncle Ben, you still dare to make trouble? Are you brave? Buggy's ridiculous face was full of anger at this time. Lord Buggy, what do you say? Do you want to arrest them? I think there's a pretty girl there. As soon as Buggy finished speaking, there was a little scoundrel under him, noticing the girl next to Luffy. After Nami, her eyes lit up, and she asked Buggy with a wicked smile, I don't know whether to live or die. Luffy's eyes froze, his sharp eyes swept towards the open-mouthed scoundrel, and the invisible momentum pressed towards him like a tide. Asterisk. As Luffy's icy words fell, the pirate minion who had lustful eyes and an evil smile on his face froze, and then rolled his eyes. Under the puzzled gazes of other pirates around, his body softened and he went straight, fell to the ground. Hey, what's the matter with you? Did you just drink too much? Why did you pass out? You are too useless. Facing this sudden change, those little guys of the buggy pirates, the minions, only thought that the fallen brother had drunk too much and laughed, completely unaware of what happened. This is Conqueror's Haki. As a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, even if it was just a trainee crew, Buggy naturally had seen Conqueror's Haki, and the other party was able to control Conqueror's Haki to stun only one person, which made Buggy that the already angry face became even more difficult to look at. Who the hell are you, guy? Boss Buggy, what's wrong? Is there anything special about the other party? At this time, a man riding a unicycle and wrapped in a scarf who was standing beside Buggy asked with some doubts when he saw Buggy's ugly face. Shut up, you idiots! Without answering the question from his chief of staff, Buggy yelled at his subordinates who were still mocking his brother. With Buggy's roar, the originally noisy scene quieted down for a moment. Those scoundrels look at me, and I look at you. I don't understand why my captain is so angry all of a sudden. Not only did Buggy stare at Luffy, even Zoro and Nami looked at Luffy as soon as the minion fell to the ground. Although they didn't see Luffy's shot, they intuitively told them that this was what Luffy did. After all, Luffy glared at the other party with a cold gaze just after the ruffian made a rude remark, and it seemed that it was this look that made the ruffian faint. As for Buggy's murmur just now, the two of them did hear clearly, "This is Conqueror's Haki?" The two still don't understand how Luffy did it. Could it be that the so-called Conqueror's Haki is a dream that stuns people through his eyes? But Nami didn't care what Conqueror's Haki was. She only knew that Luffy shot because that minion had bad thoughts about her, which made Nami a little happy. It seemed that Luffy still cared about her. Zoro is more concerned about whether Luffy has any strength that has not been revealed. Today, since he was rescued by Luffy, what Luffy showed completely broke Zoro's original worldview. Zoro was born for the first time. Weak thoughts, but this also strengthened his decision to follow Luffy. Only by following such a person, he may have the opportunity to challenge the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. For a time, Zoro's burning ambition was blazing. Combustion. Monkey D. Luffy, this is my name. Speaking of which, I heard Shanks mention you. As Shanks' former partner, I thought you were at least a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, but I didn't expect you to be just a red-nosed clown who is dominating in East Blue. Holding the straw hat above his head, Luffy didn't pay attention to Nami and Zoro's gaze, but looked at Buggy calmly and said, I'll tell you why your damn straw hat looks so familiar. So you know that be ******* D from Shanks, but that be ****** D actually gave you his most precious hat. It seems that you are not an ordinary kid. Luffy held out his hand. At that time, Buggy, who had been staring at Luffy, noticed the straw hat on Luffy's head for the first time and nodded after hearing Luffy's words, but soon became angry again. Who are you calling a red nose, smelly kid? Don't think it amazing to know Conqueror's Haki. You are as annoying as that guy from Shanks. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not looking for you for anything else. Hand over the nautical chart to the Grand Line. How about we leave immediately? Luffy was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly stated his purpose, although he could do it directly. But I don't know if Buggy has a map with him, and it's not a waste of time when he beats people up and can't find a map. You're too arrogant. You asked us to hand over the map, and we handed it over. Are you looking down on our Buggy pirates too much? The man with long hair said viciously to Luffy, and the lion under his crotch also roared at the three of Luffy at the same time, as if he was about to pounce immediately. Shut up, Machi! Buggy drank the man riding the lion immediately, then looked at Luffy fiercely and said, Little devil, you may be very strong, but this uncle is not a vegetarian. The nautical chart can be here, but shouldn't you also leave something in exchange? It doesn't seem to be worth talking about. If you're ordinary people, I can still make deals with you. Since you are pirates, isn't plundering and being plundered reasonable? But pirates, especially those who burn, kill, and loot, Luffy will not reason with each other. Don't look at the original Buggy, maybe a funny character, but a funny character is not a good person. It's really arrogant, stinky brat. But forget it. This time, even if this uncle is unlucky, I'll give you the nautical chart. Little ones, bring that idiot. Let's go. Buggy gave Luffy a gloomy look, and then from his chest he took out a blueprint rolled into a barrel from his clothes and threw it at Luffy. Boss Buggy. Seeing that the usually arrogant boss actually confessed this time, the little guys below looked at Buggy in disbelief. Even the deputy Captain Machi and the chief of staff Cabbage looked at him in disbelief. What are you looking at? Why don't you go? Buggy could do nothing about the confusion of his subordinates. Don't look at the number of people on his side, but in front of Conqueror's Haki, even if the number of these younger brothers increased tenfold and 100 times, they would only be staring at the other party. You may be able to deal with each other twice, but it doesn't make any sense. Besides, the other party only wants the nautical chart, not his own treasure, so there is no need for him to confront the other party head-on. As for the nautical chart, he will give it if he gives it. Well, I met them at sea later, so I had to give each other 2 special Buggy bombs to try. After taking the nautical chart, Luffy threw it to Nami without looking at it. As long as Buggy wasn't stupid, he wouldn't give Zhang a fake nautical chart. Otherwise, his previous compromise would be meaningless. Luffy didn't stop Buggy's gang from evacuating either. This time, it's a matter of putting the opponent on Shanks' face. Next time we meet, this pirate Luffy won't let go. When ordinary people suffer, Luffy can only say that he can't help, and he just needs to do what he thinks. Asterisk. They just left. Watching the younger brothers carry the fainted minions on their backs and leave with Buggy without looking back, Zoro's hand that had been holding the handle of the knife didn't know whether to put it down or not. Buggy is not an ordinary pirate. Although his strength does not seem to be very good, his knowledge is indeed top-notch. However, with his character, this time he has shrunk in our hands, and he will probably shoot at us next time we meet again. For Zoro's confusion, Luffy explained a little. Unlike Zoro, although I, the traveler, could not wait for the end of One Piece, at least I still understand the previous plot of Wano Kuni, although Buggy seemed to be fearless when he was on the Roger's ship, even if he encountered the Whitebeard pirates. Going up to the hard bar, but looking at his performance after the top, it is obvious that after he set sail, Buggy should be a lot more cautious. Otherwise, he would not have been hanging out in East Blue for so many years. And now, when I see Luffy, I will meet Conqueror's Haki and can be perfect after taking control. Naturally, there will be no idea of frontal conflict, but I don't know if there will be any small tricks behind it. But Luffy doesn't care. Let's not say that the sea is so big. Is there any chance to meet the opponent again? Even if he does, with Luffy's strength, he can beat the opponent unless he grows faster than himself. But is this possible? If it could grow so fast, Buggy would not be what it is now after so many years. As for attacking Nami and others, unless Luffy and Nami are separated, there is no way this could happen with Luffy's observation haki. Now that the nautical chart is in hand, let's find a village for another ship. It is obviously unrealistic for this broken ship to enter the Grand Line. Luffy turned his head and looked at the person who had opened the nautical chart and studied there. Nami said, "The current situation in this orange town is obviously impossible for Luffy to switch to the ship, so it is estimated that they have to follow the original book, but Luffy does not plan to change the route. In the case of a foresight plot advantage, who knows how to change the route? What will happen? The next village is Shirabu Village, which is not too far from here. At the speed of a boat, it should be able to arrive before dark." Nami replied, pointing to a spot on the nautical chart. "If that's the case, let's go." The town, mayor, the people from the Buggy Pirates seem to have left. The man who went out to check the situation in the back of the orange town ran back out of breath and shouted to the villagers who gathered here to hide. The originally lifeless camp suddenly burst into commotion, and several men with improvised weapons ran out of it and surrounded the man who had just returned. "What you said is true. Are you sure you read it right?" The uncle wearing glasses asked as he grabbed the man's shoulder. "I'm sure I read it right. There's also a small boat. I don't know. It also left not long after the Buggy Pirates left. I don't know if there is any relationship between them. I think that before the Buggy Pirates left, there was the pirates were carried away by Buggy's subordinates." The man nodded vigorously, indicating that he was not mistaken, and said the abnormality he saw. "Then have you seen the person in that boat?" Uncle I, the mayor of Orangetown, guessed that the person in that boat might have driven the Buggy Pirates away, but there was only one person in the Buggy Pirates. It was carried away, and there is some uncertainty. "Hold. I'm sorry, Mayor. I was in a hurry to get back and didn't see it clearly, but I saw there were 3 of them, and one of them was wearing a straw hat." "Forget it anyway. Let's go back to the town and take a look. After 2 days, and we're sure that the Buggy Pirates won't come back, we'll inform everyone to move back. Take the few people who just came out together and head back to Orangetown. Navigation on this sea is really boring and leisurely." Luffy sighed a little while paddling, basking in the sun, feeling the salty smell brought by the sea breeze. At that time, I should have done it directly, and my knife is almost rusted now. Zoro had thought about Luffy's release of Buggy's gang several times along the way. After learning about some of Luffy's strength, Zoro was eager to want to improve yourself by fighting. "What's wrong? What if I get caught by them when I move my hands? Do you still expect me, a weak woman, to have any fighting power? And aren't you also exercising yourself by rowing?" Nami retorted, "So why are the 2 of us rowing and you are resting there?" Zoro could only pouted annoyed at Nami's sudden speech, but seeing Nami's laid-back face, he was not at all angry. "Come on, turn into a Fang's face and roar in an instant. I want to study this nautical chart to point you in the right direction, or I'll let you, a lunatic, look at the nautical chart Ignoring Zoro's roar, Nami stretched his tongue. The slender figure that was even more pronounced because of the stretched arms made Luffy, who just turned around, feast his eyes. Do you want to fight this woman? Zoro got even more angry when he heard the word Lucci. He almost had the urge to draw his knife and turn his head to chop at Nami, but his subordinates did not stop. The speed of the paddling made Luffy have to speed up to prevent the boat from veering off course. I ignored Zoro, noticed that Luffy was staring at his Nami without any shy look. Instead, he winked at Luffy and then continued to blow the sea breeze leisurely. The two rode for an unknown time, but the sky was still bright, and it should be a while before it got dark. A shadow of land appeared in Luffy's field of vision. Nami, is that Shirabu village? Let's see. Hearing Luffy's culture, Nami took a look at the nautical chart and then compared the island in the distance. It's not a village of Xylob. It's an uninhabited island. How about it? Uninhabited island? Oh, it must be the treasure island where the monster in the box is located. Luffy remembered. After all, it has been 17 years. Although I remember the general plot, I can't remember some details. Luffy was a little impressed that there were some strange animals on the island, and there was a batch of empty treasure chests, and the rest seemed to be nothing to worry about. If so, is it necessary to go to the island? After thinking for a while, Luffy decided to go up and have a look. Anyway, everyone came here. Depending on the size of the island, it wouldn't take much time to go up and take a look around. Thinking of this, Luffy nodded. Then go up and have a look. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Asterisk. It turns out that Luffy thinks too much. Except for the strange uncle who is connected with the box, there are only a group of strange animals on the uninhabited island. But this is normal. After all, Jinbao Island is not an isolated island. On the contrary, Jinbao Island's reputation is quite famous in East Blue. After so many years, I don't know how many treasure hunters have logged into this unmanned island. The island, even if the island really had treasures before, was discovered and taken away many years ago. Originally, Nami was quite excited when he heard that there might be treasures on this island. After leaving the indifferent Zoro to sleep on the boat, he went to the island with Luffy. But after Luffy opened the empty boxes, Nami had no interest at all. However, Luffy is still very curious about how people in the pirate world can grow together with the treasure chest, which is too strange. Not to mention that such a big person can't hold a wooden box, even if it falls from a slightly higher place. Did you break the box? And this uncle named Carmen actually grew up with the box after 20 years. After letting go of the uncle's knot, Luffy and Nami returned to the shore where the boat was. Because it was a little late, according to Nami, it was difficult to tell the direction at night, so I was going to call Zoro down. Today, spend the night in the woods and leave tomorrow at dawn. After a night of silence, the three of Luffy said goodbye to Carmen, the uncle of the treasure box, early the next day, and set off toward Xylob village in the morning light. I didn't expect to encounter a pirate ship here. Look at the mark on the pirate flag. Is it the Black Cat Pirates? That's a coincidence. The three of Luffy could already see the pirates in Xylob village. At that time, a pirate ship with a pirate flag appeared in the sight of the three of Luffy. Luffy is still a little impressed with this pirate flag. After all, there are only a few pirate groups in the original East Blue chapter. Luffy basically remembers the flags that have appeared. Besides, this is Xylob village, and Luffy remembers it all at once. Which pirate group is this? Black Cat Pirates? It is said that their previous captain, Baijia Klo, was caught and executed 3 years ago. What is there still without the pirates? As for the Black Cat Pirates, since childhood, naturally, Zoro and Nami, who grew up in East Blue, have heard of it. Oh, that's right. And the one who caught Crow was the Marine colonel named Monka that we killed before. Oh, I heard that he became Colonel Marine because he captured Crow. The twisted Luffy let out a sneer. Oh, listening to your tone, there seems to be something wrong? Zoro asked curiously, noticing Luffy's sneer. Nami on the side also looked at Luffy. She always felt that Luffy seemed to know a lot of things that others didn't know, just like the buggy pirates she met before, and the shanks mentioned by Luffy made Nami a little familiar. But I just can't remember where I heard it. Do you really think that with the strength and arrogant character that Monka showed before, you can catch Chloe, who has the title of 100 Ways? And it was said that he was the only one in Marine who survived. Luffy looked at Zoro back. Although Nami hasn't seen Monka before, Zoro has. Not to mention how strong that guy is. But with the kind of character he shows, such a person really doesn't seem to be able to deal with Chloe's high level. A person with an IQ, and he was the only one in Marine who survived at that time, and he managed to catch Crow. Now that he thinks about it, it is indeed full of suspicion. That means hundreds of crows may still be alive. On the opposite side is the ship of the Black Cat Pirates. Just go up and ask, and you'll know everything. It just so happens that we can give up this small ship. I will take you up, and the pirates above will be handed over to you, Zoro. Luffy smiled slightly when he looked at the pirate ship not far away that seemed to have found himself and others and wanted to come over. It happened that I didn't have a boat. Even if I didn't get going merry this time, I wanted to use this boat to go to the Grand Line. It may be a pity that the ship's Spirit of the Merry is a bit unfortunate. Hey, Captain Zhang, there's a small boat ahead. How about you? Do you want to grab him before going to Shirabu Village? On the Black Cat Pirates, a man who looked like a younger brother found the boat that the three of Luffy were on and suggested to a man in a dress hat and strange glasses. Well, that's okay. There are still a few days before the date set by Captain Crow, so I won't be in a hurry. The current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, that is, Master Zhang of Hypnosis, after listening to his brother's suggestion after thinking about it, I agreed. Zon, Captain Zhang from that boat. The boat stretched out a very long arm. Just as Zhang agreed and the boat changed direction, another younger brother seemed to pay attention what happened. He ran over in a panic. At this moment, the three of Luffy who were sitting on the boat, in a strange posture, grabbed the railing of the Black Cat pirate ship with Luffy's outstretched arms and flew over. Why is it strange? Mainly, Luffy stretched his right hand to pull the railing. His left hand was holding Zoro's collar, and Nami was hugging Luffy's waist tightly, and the hand that hugged Luffy was also carrying a bag of things, which should be the previous treasure exchange. Bailey. At this time, Zoro, who was being held up by Luffy's collar, was waving his limbs angrily, and at the same time, he kept shouting bastards and the like, and the three people in the air were constantly swaying left and right. The right hand has been holding the railing of the Black Cat pirate ship, and a few people may fall into the sea. Compared to Zoro's anger, Nami seemed quite comfortable, even though the three of them kept shaking because of Zoro's relationship. But in addition to holding Luffy's hand harder and her pretty face closer to Luffy's chest, the corners of her mouth were still hanging. With a faint smile, "Attention, I'm going to land." Seeing that he had appeared above the Black Cat pirate ship, Luffy first retracted his hand holding the railing, and at the same time threw the Zoro in his left hand onto the Black Cat pirate ship, and then his right hand stretching down, passing through the bend of Nami's legs, holding Nami's back with his left hand. After Luffy fixed Nami's body, Nami also took advantage of the situation to put his hands from Luffy's waist to Luffy's neck. Bang! Luffy landed on his feet and stabilized his body, while Nami was hugged by Luffy in a princess hug. Even if he had already boarded the deck of the Black Cat pirate ship, he had no intention of coming down. Different from the smooth login of Luffy and Nami, after being thrown by Luffy, Zoro could only curl up as much as possible because of his inability to balance his body in the air. After landing, he rolled a few times before jumping up suddenly. Asterisk. Fortunately, the hat didn't fall off, otherwise I'd have to trouble Zoro to help me get it back. Putting Nami down, Luffy ignored the stunned pirates around him and seemed to say to himself, although some are reluctant to feel the warm touch of beauty in the arms, but it will be a long time to come to Japan. Nami, who was put down by Luffy, was a little nostalgic for Luffy's arms for a while, but after seeing the pirates surrounded by pirates, he hid behind Luffy in fright and then heaved a sigh of relief. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Nami? Why don't you just throw me in that woman? Zoro, who jumped up from the ground, saw that Nami was safe and sound, and his anger surged up in an instant. Ah, who made a girl? What's wrong with Zoro being thrown twice as a man? Nami, who was hiding behind Luffy, looked at Zoro, who was covered in dust and had a troubled face, and answered before Luffy spoke. His beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit. You damn it, Chong! Before Zoro could finish speaking, a thin figure attacked from behind Zoro. With the sound of the symphony of gold and iron, Zoro pulled out one of the 3 knives around his waist before the attack was about to arrive and turned around to block the unexpected claw. Sneak attack while others are talking is nothing. Good habits. After turning around to see who had attacked him, a gloomy voice came from the corner of Zoro's slightly hideous mouth. I'm really sorry, but it's not a good habit for your excellency to suddenly break into someone else's boat, right? The thin cat man didn't speak, and the one who spoke was the captain of the hypnosis division in a dress. Clang clang. As Zanko's words fell, the pirate brothers who had recovered from the sudden shock all drew their weapons and looked at the 3 of Luffy with evil smiles on the corners of their mouths. There is no need for etiquette for pirates who have done all their bad deeds. Luffy glanced at the pirates who were sharpening their knives, and then stretched out his hands suddenly. As Luffy swung his hands, the pirates who surrounded Luffy and the 3 of them had no time to let out an scream, and all flew backwards into the sea. The rest of the Catman brothers will be handed over to you, Zoro. Be careful not to let the weapons slip away. After reminding Zoro, Luffy looked at Zangao, who had not recovered. As for you, just stand still, and when they're done fighting, there's still something to ask you. Your demon fruit power? The legend is actually true. There is actually a devil fruit. It was only reported by the younger brother before, but now he saw Luffy's casually stretched arm, and Zangao stumbled and fell. Sat on the deck. As expected, devil fruit is a legend in East Blue, and almost no one has seen it. Even in the quite famous Black Cat pirates in East Blue, apart from the former Captain Crow, even the current Captain Zhangao only regards devil fruit as a legend. That's it. Since the captain has explained it, let me deal with you. Zoro directly pulled out the other 2 knives around his waist. The left hand that was originally empty. 3 swords, it's actually Runozoro, a pirate hunter known as Warcraft, but when you meet our cat brothers, no matter whether you're a pirate hunter or what, you will only end up being killed by us. Thin Cat Man, Sam seeing the posture of Zoro using the 3 swords, he recognized Zoro at once, but his tone was still arrogant. Captain Zhangao was actually frightened by others. What a shame. Butch the Fat Cat Man looked at his frightened captain. How dare you say it? Then you can pick it up. Zoro raised his hands and put the 2 knives in his hands with the tips facing down and the hilt facing up on his back to the left. The words Kwai Dao and Dao are in front of the 2 swords. 3 swords, Tiger Hunt. Coming up is a big move. After all, the 3 of them have to ride on this ship. If the fighting time is too long, the ship may be damaged. It is better to fight quickly. Thinking of this, Zoro rushed forward and slashed at the skinny cat Sam 3 times at an extremely fast speed. Swish! The sound of the blade piercing the body sounded, and the skinny cat Sam, who was ready to go, flew out with blood splashing. It's you next! Zoro, who appeared in the position of the skinny catman Sam, pointed the blade of both hands to one side, turned his head slightly, and drove the big knife in his mouth to swipe a sharp edge, and his sharp eyes swept towards the fat catman. The location of Borscht. Sam, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. I'm going to kill you. Seeing his brother being slashed to death by the other party, Fat Catman Bougie's eyes spit fire, and his fat body jumped high and slammed towards Zoro's, smashed the direction. 3 swords, ghost slash. The daggers in both hands were quickly crossed in front of his chest. Looking at the fat figure that was about to fall, Zoro squatted slightly with his legs, and before Boogie's body reached, he kicked his feet hard. Hidawi words suddenly cut out. The 2 figures crossed, and 3 arrows of blood spurted out of Bougie's fat body and fell heavily on the deck. The force of the fall was completely cut off by Zoro, and Bougie, who had only his own gravity, just smashed the deck slightly. Zoro lightly fell from the air inserting the two knives into the scabbard respectively, and then took off the word Hidao in his mouth and put it in the scabbard. It's so strong. Nami, who had been hiding behind Luffy, was the first time he saw Zoro make a move. With just two moves, the two opponents who didn't look weak were directly dealt with. He covered his mouth with his hands for a while, and his beautiful eyes were full of eyes. Surprise. You actually defeated the cat people with 2 strokes, you. Zhang, who had been sitting down since just now, saw that the 2 people on the boat, who were second only to the original captain, were killed by others with 2 strokes. For a while, it was difficult to accept. I heard that powerful swordsmen can cut flying slashes and cut steel easily, but I don't know if you have reached that point, Zoro. Here is what Luffy asked, but he just wanted Zoro to say so. Get in touch with the realm of Jean Tai early. Although the plot of the original book looks bloody, Luffy doesn't want his partner to be hurt all the time. Cut off the steel. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro was stunned for a moment. What the master once said came to his mind at this moment. Cut off what you want to cut, and cut off what you don't want to cut. It seems that he is still far away. At present, I can't slash steel, nor can I swing flying slashes. Even Luffy, who is not a swordsman, knows these things, but he, who aims to be the world's #1 swordsman, doesn't know. It seems that his cultivation, it's not enough. Whether it is haki or swordsmanship, my own training is far from enough. Asterisk. How could such a thing happen? Nami was very surprised when he learned what happened that year from Zangao's mouth. Not only Nami was surprised, but even Luffy, who knew the plot, was surprised. Can Zangao's hypnosis technique last for so long without failing? Or can it be made permanent? If so, Zangao may still be a talent. Luffy touched his chin and directly asked his question. My ability can't always take effect. Even if the Marine had been beaten by Captain Crow and was unconscious and weak, hypnosis was also very successful. But hypnosis is hypnosis. It is impossible to change a person's memory forever. At least I can't do it. Zangao, who was beaten, had a bruised nose and a swollen face at this time. Hearing Luffy's question, he answered carefully while steering the rudder, meaning that Monka has long since regained consciousness. But he didn't mean to report it all. Zoro asked with his hands behind his head, leaning against the plank of the boat, and opened his eyes when he heard Zangao's explanation. It should be like this. Captain Crow also waited for a while and saw no movement from Marine before starting his plan. Zangao, who was beaten, had long since revealed Crow's plan. Jing, at this time, it is natural that there is no need to cover up. It seems that she is reluctant to bear the power in her hands. What a disgusting Marine. For Nami, who was trapped by Colonel Mouse, the appearance of a Marine like Colonel Monka is simply a shame for Belmere, who is also Marine. Thinking of Belmere, Nami's eyes dimmed, and for a while he was a little depressed. Seemingly aware of Nami's loss, Luffy patted Nami's shoulder without saying anything. Feeling Luffy's concern, Nami picked up her mood and gave Luffy a bright smile. Just when a few people stopped talking and the ship was slightly silent, there was finally a trace of the island not far away. Sirabu village is coming soon. Let's get off the boat. After seeing the island, Luffy said to Nami and Zoro, and at the same time glanced at Zangao, who was still sailing. As for you, watch the boat right here. Well, if you're lucky and we get another ship, you can leave on your own. Otherwise, keep sailing for us. Don't act rashly. Your every move is under the perception of my observation haki. If there is any bad move, I don't mind throwing you directly into the sea. Hearing Luffy's threat, Zango trembled. Although he didn't know what Luffy was talking about observation haki, it must be some kind of surveillance. After seeing the strength of Luffy and Zoro, Zango stopped resisting. The idea of not to mention that he is just watching the boat or sailing. At least for now, his life is not in danger. Thinking of this, Zangao nodded quickly and continued to steer the ship to move straight towards the island. Just when the three of Luffy got off the boat and walked toward Shiluabu village, there was a lot of movement from the high slope not far away, and at the same time, a slightly nervous young voice sounded, "Hey, you sees." The thieves stopped advancing immediately. This is the territory of the great pirate Captain Usopp. If you continue to advance, my 80 million men will attack. As the boy with a long nose jumped out from behind the bushes in brown clothes, a lot of flags appeared around and sank among the bushes. Even if you tell a lie, at least make it a little bit like. You live in such a big island with 80 million people. Nami was speechless. How naive the other party was. What dismantle? Hearing Nami's words, Usopp, who was already nervous, suddenly trembled in his legs, and his voice was slightly deformed. Okay, we're not pirates yet, and we don't do anything to you. We just want to come here to buy a boat. For Usopp, Luffy was a little tangled whether to invite him to the boat or not. After Luffy explained the purpose of his visit, Usopp's trembling body and deformed voice returned to normal, and he enthusiastically brought the three of Luffy to a restaurant in the village, not embarrassed at all because the previous deception was exposed. If you want to talk about boats, this village is there, right? The richest family in the entire Ziliuobu village, but the housekeeper there is a bit annoying. If you want to buy a boat, the housekeeper will not necessarily pay attention to you. At the dinner table, Usopp seemed cheerful about a wealthy family, but less so when it came to a housekeeper. What's wrong with that housekeeper? Nami put his chin in one hand, still a little surprised that someone like Usopp would obviously hate someone. That housekeeper should be the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, the hundreds of clues who should have been executed. Presumably this wealthy family in Shirabu village is his target. Luffy took Nami's question. The answer is directly stated. Could it be that the plan that Zango said was... I didn't think of it at first, but Luffy said it all. So obviously the plan I heard from Zango before, and the implementer of the plan was this person. What are you talking about? What pirates planned? Although Chloe makes me feel uncomfortable, but other people in the village trust him quite a bit. How could he be a pirate? I was told by Luffy, and Nami Usopp in the fog was a little confused, but it was about Miss Kaya, so Usopp had to ask clearly. Luffy looked at Usopp with interest. Maybe this time he could make up his mind whether to invite him. We are saying that the butler is the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, who should have been executed 3 years ago. Hundreds of clues. And the reason why he came here to be the housekeeper is for the family's property. It seems that we are here. It's a very unfortunate coincidence. As far as we know, that guy might be ready to do it, eh? Luffy said calmly, with some kind of bewitching in his tone. How could it be? If that's the case, then Kaya... Damn, you guys are eating here now. I have something to go out. Hearing Luffy's words, he didn't doubt whether what Luffy said was true. Usopp said goodbye, and then he grabbed his purse and left in a hurry. Regardless of whether what Luffy said was true or not, Usopp himself felt that the housekeeper was wrong from a long time ago. But at that time, Usopp only thought that it was because he was not likable, but the other party was trusted by others, and he was therefore jealous of him. But now, Luffy's words made Usopp's heart tighten. Thinking of the gentle lady, Usopp clenched his fists. Don't let it happen, Kaya. Asterisk. Just let him go to the housekeeper like that. He doesn't look like someone who can handle a captain of a pirate group, right? He took the wooden glass in front of him and drank it, and Zoro put his hand on it, the hilt of the saber at the waist. Nami also looked at Luffy. Nami could be said to have heard the encouragement in Luffy's words just now, but she didn't know the reason for Luffy's actions. But Nami believed that Luffy would not deliberately let others die. I once promised Yasopp that when I go to sea, if I see his son, and if his son has the energy to go to sea, I will invite his son to my boat. For Nami and Zoro, Luffy did not. There's nothing to hide, and it's not something worth keeping secret in itself. Yasopp? It's a name I'm very familiar with, as well as the previous Shanks, Luffy. Who are they? Compared to Luffy's son of Yasopp, Nami guessed it when Luffy said this. Usopp is Yasopp's son, but what makes Nami more concerned is the name Yasopp. Nami doesn't know? I thought you should know about those forces at sea. No wonder Nami looked calm when he talked about Shanks in front of the clown buggy before. But it shouldn't. In the original plot, Usopp knew that the red-haired Shanks was a great pirate, and there was no reason why Nami didn't know. Don't look surprised, idiot. After all, I have to focus on sailing, so how can I have so much time to remember other things? Nami felt his knees and his knees at Luffy's surprise. One era, really, he was so understanding before. How could it be like this? Uh, Luffy was speechless at Nami's sudden anger. He didn't mean to mock her. Huh, is this a woman? The four emperors have red hair, so you should remember. Since Nami was familiar with the names of Shanks and Yasopp, he had obviously read the relevant reports in the newspapers, and Luffy should be able to remember it as long as she reminded her. Ah, it's the red-haired Shanks. I remember it. No wonder it sounds familiar, that Yasopp is the sniper on the red-haired ship, right? After Luffy's reminder, Nami suddenly remembered, but then very much surprised. Is that Usopp actually Yasopp's son? Hey, what are you two talking about? What four emperors? Shanks. Zoro was supposed to be a well-informed bounty hunter, but now Zoro appeared to be completely incompatible with a bounty hunter. You? Forget it. Don't want to talk about it. Nami glanced at Zoro without any intention of explaining it to him. Hey, you woman, I'll slash you. Zoro immediately went mad at Nami's meaningful glance. Luffy took a bite of the meat, and seeing that Nami really had no intention of explaining, he had to say, since the swordsman exists at the top, then the pirates will naturally stand out, and among these powerful pirates, standing the four pirates at the top are collectively called the four emperors, and these four pirates are also the closest to the One Piece. Speaking of which, the current world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, seems to have a good relationship with Shanks. At the end, Luffy also glanced at Zoro. Hey, so that's the case. Then it seems that getting on your ship is quite the right choice for me. You will definitely find that Shanks in the future, right? Then I will know the whereabouts of Hawkeye. Hearing Luffy's mention of Hawkeye, Zoro suddenly became interested. For Zoro's excitement, Luffy didn't want to attack him. But when it comes to Hawkeye, the original book seems to have mentioned that Hawkeye appeared in East Blue during this time, and he doesn't know if he can meet him now. If you get on it, you won't just watch it like the original. If you seize such a good opportunity, your Haki may be able to go further. But Zoro's words, I just hope that he won't be abused too badly, even if he has told him the realm of Zhang and the existence of Haki in advance. But the time is too short. Zoro may not be able to meet the master in front of Eagle. However, there is also an advantage to being abused. The current Zoro vision is limited to East Blue. As the original Zoro said, it is impossible to have such a long distance in the world, but it turns out that the distance may be far more than that. Thinking of this, Luffy said directly, although I will go to Shanks, but you don't have to wait until then. I heard that Hawkeye has appeared in East Blue recently. Maybe we can meet him before going to the Grand Line. Really? That's great. I've long wanted to know how strong the world #1 is. Although he didn't blindly think he could defeat the opponent, Zoro didn't have the slightest fear. The gap may be bigger than you think, Luffy thought to himself. But Luffy didn't say it, and it wouldn't change Zoro's thoughts. Instead, let him experience it himself. And he also needs to experience the real powerhouses in this world. Although his grandfather is the top fighting force in the pirate world, he has never seen him take action with all his strength. As for Shanks, he has never seen the other party take action, and in the year they met, the other party did not reach the current level. As for whether it will be directly hacked to death by Hawkeye, Luffy can only say that even in the face of Shanks, Hawkeye will not kill him. Of course, he will not kill himself. Not to mention that Luffy just wants to see the powerhouses in this world, just like Hawkeye during Summit War. I want to see the gap with the strongest man in the world. And in the plot, Rayleigh also said that Haki will only make rapid progress in the constant battle of life and death. And this battle may become the first battle of Luffy Haki's qualitative change. But after thinking about it, it is still a problem whether we can meet Hawkeye. At present, we still need to solve the problem of Usopp. At present, it seems that the first step is a success. At least I don't have to worry about whether to invite him on board. Then let's go too. After all, our ship may be counting on the eldest lady, Usopp said, but we can't let her have an accident. No longer thinking about Hawkeye, he ate all the remaining meat and saw Nami and Zoro had also finished eating, and Luffy stood up and said to them, Hey, I've been waiting for your word for a long time. I don't hate that kid, but I don't want the person who brought us into the village to be killed by others. Zoro grinned and held the knife around his waist. He could only say that the expression is worthy of being called a monster. I hope that eldest lady can give us a free boat for the sake of our help. It can only be said that Nami is still so persistent about Bailey. Asterisk. Just as Luffy and Nami Zoro walked out of the hotel together, they met 3 children with wooden daggers. "Hey, are you pirates? What did you do to our captain?" One of the little boys with a skull pattern on his head shouted. "Could it be, have they been killed by them?" Another chubby little boy with glasses looked very flustered, obviously thinking of something bad. "Stop guessing, little guys. Your captain is probably going to fight the real pirates now." Luffy watched the 3 bodies tremble slightly, but still raised the wooden sword in his hand to himself and Zoro's 3 child, smiling. These 3 people should be Usopp's 3 little servants. They saw that Usopp brought the 3 of them to the hotel before they came, but now only Luffy and a few people came out. I thought Usopp was killed by the 3 of them. But Luffy didn't have any bad taste to scare the 3 children. After all, he didn't hate people with courage. Real pirates battle. Hearing Luffy's words, another boy in short sleeves was slightly stunned. His short sleeves also had a skull pattern drawn on his chest. Obviously, the 3 little guys should still yearn for pirates. Although Luffy doesn't hate people with courage, he still doesn't approve of these children who want to be pirates at a young age, and it's not the kind who can't live without their parents. But people are young, and now they're just playing pirate games. When they get older, they will probably change their minds. Luffy didn't say anything. "Since you are here, how about you? Do you want to go see your captain with us? Now that we have met, then bring them along so that they can see the real pirates. Maybe after seeing them this time, they will change their minds." "Of course we're going. We're members of the Usopp Pirates. How can we escape when the captain is in danger?" The 3 little boys seemed to have aroused their fighting spirit and clenched the wooden daggers in their hands. Nami on the side couldn't help laughing when he saw the serious looks of the 3 little guys. "Hey, what are you laughing at, this woman? Are you looking down on us?" The 3 men who were still aggressive were defeated by Nami's smile, and the expression on their original generous face turned into anger and anger. "You little bastards, don't be pirates and pirates all day long. The real pirates aren't your kind of jokes. Those people will kill or enslave you without hesitation. They don't care if you are. Children are still adults." Nami was quite upset that these children were clamoring to be pirates all day long, and her own experience made her not like pirates at all. The oppression of the pirates. Wow, Ant Tiger is going to eat people. The 3 little guys were startled by the suddenly angry Nami, and they all shouted out loud. "Bang, bang, bang. Who do you say is Ant Tiger?" The fist fell on the heads of the 3 children mercilessly, and Nami suddenly became irritable about being called Ant Tiger. Wow, Nami beat him by himself, and the 3 children didn't dare to resist, so they covered their heads and cried out in pain. "Okay, stop making trouble, let's go." Seeing that Nami and the 3 little guys didn't want to stop at all, Luffy had to stop it. "Boring." Zoro clicked his tongue beside him, but received a head-on blow from Nami. "Boom! Are you dissatisfied with me? Do you want to fight, woman?" Watching the war develop to the other side, Luffy simply ignored it and walked towards the location where Usopp was perceived by observation haki. In addition to the familiar figure of Usopp, there were 2 other figures. "You're just the son of a frivolous pirate. No matter what you say or do, I won't be surprised, but please don't approach my eldest lady." In the courtyard of the big house, the bespectacled butler Sven used the palm of his hand. The lower part lifted his glasses and looked at Usopp, who was trying to explain something to the blonde girl standing by the window. It's really strange." The captain of the dignified Black Cat Pirates, Captain Klo, who is known as Hundredways, has now become a housekeeper. He also said that the pirates are indiscriminate. What's the purpose of running here to be a housekeeper? Just as they followed their perceptions to this rather luxurious big house, Luffy and the others heard the housekeeper, now called Krabatel, scolding Usopp. The sudden voice startled the 3 people present. Usopp turned his head to look at Luffy and the others in disbelief. "Hey, why did you bring Onion in them? Didn't you say this guy is a pirate? It's too dangerous to bring them here." "This gentleman, please don't slander Krabatel. He is the housekeeper of our house, not the captain of the Black Cat Pirates." The weak young lady leaning against the window had short blonde hair and a pale complexion. It should be because of staying in the house all the year round. She quickly waved her hand to Luffy to deny the sudden appearance of Luffy. After all, she was the housekeeper who took care of herself for many years. Kaya didn't believe the words of Luffy and the others, but the weak eldest lady didn't get angry because of it. She just explained to Luffy and the others in a soft voice. As the party concerned, Crow's head was slightly lowered at this moment, and his glasses-wearing eyes flashed with wisps of cold light. The appearance of the troublemaker over and over again made this very resourceful pirate captain a little impatient. Although I don't know who you are, but you shouldn't be from this village. Could it be the helper that Usopp found? Why? Did that liar promise you anything? Don't be deceived by him. He is famous in the village. The big talker. Although Usopp and Luffy revealed the pirate's identity one after another, Crow didn't act directly because of this, but calmly poured dirty water on Usopp. In Locke's view, even if his identity is exposed, as long as the eldest miss still believes in him, then he has the confidence to get rid of the foreigners like Luffy without knowing it, so that the plan can continue. As for Usopp, Crow is not worried that anyone will believe his words. After all, he has not been wasting time here in vain these past few years. Hey, Krabatel, how can you say that to Usopp? Hurry up and apologize to him. As for Usopp, although Kaya always knew that the other party was talking big, Kaya didn't hate it. Did not get bored with this big, brooding house. Asterisk. Sophistry is useless. The Black Cat pirates have already been killed by me on my way here. Oh, and there is a hypnosis master named Zango who is guarding the boat on the coast. There is no Black Cat pirates anymore. Cover. How are you going to kill Kaya justifiably and inherit her family's inheritance? Ignoring Usopp, who is angry because his father was insulted, and ignoring the explanation of the sick lady, Luffy's eyes were full of oppression. A Sven face with glasses. After hearing Luffy's words, Crow had the urge to kill the opponent for a moment, but he still resisted it. But the clenching and loosening of the falling hands did not hide Luffy's perception. Stop talking nonsense here. If you guys don't leave, I'll call the security guard to expel them. Crow turned his back to Kaya, and in front of Kaya, he was staring at Luffy and the others with cold eyes. I really don't cry without seeing the coffin. Luffy shook his head, no longer thinking of angering the other party. After all, he is the captain of a pirate group, or a pirate known for his ingenuity, and continuing to entangle him is just a waste of time. With a slight force on his feet, Luffy's figure disappeared in place. And when Luffy appeared in everyone's field of vision again, Luffy had already appeared behind Locke, and at the same time his right hand was clenched and raised high. No, please stop. Although he didn't see how Luffy appeared behind Krabatel, the fist raised high after his appearance made Kaya horrified. Holding the window sill tightly with both hands, tears in his eyes flashed, couldn't help shouting loudly. At the moment when Luffy disappeared, the originally calm Chloe's pupils shrank suddenly. At the moment when Luffy appeared behind him, Chloe had a feeling like a light on his back. Experience told himself that this time he blocked. If you don't dodge, you may be killed directly. As the thoughts turned around, Locke's body instinctively moved, and his footsteps had already appeared not far away. At this time, Luffy, who had raised his fist high, did not smash his fist, but just let go of his clenched right hand lightly. Miss Kaya, your housekeeper is really amazing. You can actually have such good skills. You must be very safe, right? Luffy looked back at the eldest lady, who was still tearful, and then jokingly looking at Crow, who appeared not far away. "Okay, Krabatel." Kaya covered her mouth with her hands and looked at her housekeeper in disbelief. The weak look with light in her eyes looked so charming. Cut. Chloe, who was forced by Luffy to reveal his true strength, clicked his tongue. Since it has been discovered, there is nothing I can do, although it is very different from what I expected. But as long as you kill you, the property can still reach me. In his hand, he is still wanted by Marine, and with this amount of money, it is worth it. Out of nowhere, Crow took out a pair of sharp, long-clawed weapons. How could it be? Kaya couldn't accept it for a while when she saw that the housekeeper she was close to actually admitted that she was a pirate. What are you talking about, a pirate? Aren't you a pirate yourself? Usopp finally couldn't help yelling at Chloe when he saw Chloe admitting that he was a pirate. You're still talking about pirates not being pirates. If that's the case, let's show you what real pirates look like. Chloe, who was already wearing a weapon, snorted coldly, then head and hands naturally drooping. Spoon. As soon as the voice fell, the figure had disappeared from everyone's sight. Hey, where did that guy go? Nami and the others who had been at the gate had not recovered from Luffy's shot just now, and were once again shocked by the speed shown by Crow. Be careful. At the moment when Chloe disappeared, Zoro immediately drew his knife and stopped in front of Nami and the three children. The sound of sharp weapons piercing the air was constantly heard around, accompanied by scratches on trees and walls. Just as Usopp was looking around to find something, Luffy's figure disappeared again. Luffy's figure appeared behind Usopp, and at the same time his right fist slammed into the ground at the moment Luffy appeared. Boom! As Luffy's right fist smashed down, Crow's figure was smashed to the ground at the same time, and the ground cracked all around in an instant. If you want to kill us like this, you're too proud of yourself. Amidst the dust, Luffy said coldly, looking at Chloe, who had rolled his eyes, vomited blood, and fainted on the ground. What's the matter? Usopp seemed very flustered about Luffy and Chloe, who suddenly appeared behind him. After all, looking at the current situation, if it wasn't for Luffy, he might have been killed by Chloe. Okay, it's amazing. The three little guys on the side only knew that Crow suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was knocked to the ground by Luffy. Even Kaya, who had been holding onto the window, couldn't help but look at Luffy in surprise, but when she swept across Chloe, who was lying on the ground, a trace of sadness flashed in Kaya's eyes. It is not a happy thing for anyone to be betrayed, not to mention that the other party still has the purpose of killing himself from the beginning. It is estimated that only Nami and Zoro were not surprised. After all, although the two didn't know Luffy's specific strength, they could scare away the clown Buggy, and it was no problem for Chloe, who offered a bounty similar to Buggy. However, in addition to being calm, Zoro has some urgency. Even Crow has that kind of speed, but Luffy can easily catch up with the opponent. How strong is the four emperors in Luffy's mouth? How strong should the Eagle Eye be? Then Miss Kaya, Chloe has already solved it, and you can only ask someone to sort it out yourself. Luffy looked at Kaya, who looked like a sick beauty, and the other's eyes were slightly red. Obviously, Chloe's matter is not good for this eldest lady. Still a big hit. Yes, don't worry, this gentleman. After all, Crow came for my family's property. I am very grateful for my husband's help in defeating him. We will naturally take care of things here. As for Luffy's words, Kaya naturally no problem. Really, it was Luffy who saved his life. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. Just call me Luffy. One more thing. I hope Miss Kaya can do me a favor. Mr. Luffy might as well say it straight. Kaya had no reason to refuse Luffy's request. Although he didn't know what the other party needed, he was not someone who would make excessive demands if you want to come. It's not a big deal. I need to buy a boat. Can Miss Kaya have a way? Asterisk. Look at Luffy. It's actually a caravel. Nami exclaimed, pointing to a dhow moored on the shore of the West Lob village, his eyebrows full of love for the new boat. Luffy looked at the familiar and cute sheep's head bow with a smile on his face. This is the first ship in the true sense that he has owned since he came to this world. It's really good. It must be very comfortable to sleep on it. Even Zoro showed a satisfied expression when he saw the ship. It's good that you like it. I really thank you for your help. Otherwise, if something happens to the eldest lady, I really don't know how to explain to the deceased grandfather and wife. The housekeeper named Mary was standing in Kaya's behind him. Wei Wei bowed to thank Luffy and the others for defeating Crow. Kaya, who came out of the room, seemed to look much better. She was no longer standing in front of the window and seemed to fall down when the wind was blowing. At this time, Kaya was watching with a gentle smile. Luffy, Mr. Luffy is satisfied. The ship has prepared the necessary supplies for the voyage. For Mr. Luffy's life-saving grace, Kaya can only do so much. If Mr. Luffy needs anything else, please be sure to ask. I'll let Mary prepare as best I can. Luffy was a little embarrassed about Kaya sending ships and supplies. although it turned out that he saved her. But after all, it was only a trivial matter for him, and Chloe was no threat to Luffy. It's all right. Thank you very much for Miss Kaya's ship and supplies. By the way, does this ship have a name? No longer entangled with these things, looking at the sailboat of about 13 meters in front of him. Although he already knew its name, Luffy still asked. Advance Mary, this is its name. If you're dissatisfied with the name, you can choose it yourself. As for the ship's operation method, the housekeeper Mary replied, at the same time wanting to face Luffy introduce the operation method of the Mary. The name is just the Advance Mary. As for the operation method, you can tell our navigator. Luffy interrupted Mary directly and pointed to Nami, who was still looking at the Mary. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami turned his head and gave Luffy a blank look and patiently listened to Mary's explanation. So, Usopp, how are you thinking? Do you want to go to sea with us? Seeing that Nami already knew about the operation of the Mary, Luffy turned to look at the long-nosed boy who had been staying beside him and didn't speak. Of course, my Uncle Usopp is a man who wants to become a brave sea warrior. Speaking of which, Usopp, who was still excited, suddenly turned his head and whispered to Luffy, "But Luffy, can we discuss something?" The mysterious look on his face attracted Zoro's side glances. "What do you think?" Luffy glanced at Usopp half smiling, as if he already knew what Usopp wanted to say. Before Usopp could say anything, he was blocked by Luffy, and he could only helplessly shut his mouth. "Then, we're ready to go. Miss Kaya, Butler Mary, let's meet again when we have a chance." Since Usopp had agreed, Luffy decided to get on the boat and set off. After spending a day and a night in Shirabu village, it was also time. Proceed to the next stop. Hawkeye, Joe Lacker, my Hawk, hope to see you before the Grand Line. Well, then, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Zoro, Miss Nami, Usopp, goodbye. I wish you all the best, and I hope we can meet again. Kaya clasped her hands on her chest, watching Luffy and the others finally board the Mary, wishing Luffy and others. Luffy and the others waved at Kaya, and then gradually moved away from Kaya's sight. "Hey, Mary, do you think I can see Mr. Luffy and the others again?" Kaya murmured to the butler beside him, looking at the Mary that had gone away and the figure on the Mary. "Miss, what are you?" Mary was a little uncertain, listening to the tone of the eldest, as if she was looking forward to the early return of her sweetheart. However, it seems that the object of this expectation is not Usopp, who tells her jokes all the time, but Mr. Luffy, who only has a relationship. Mary shook his head, thinking that he was thinking too much. Maybe the eldest lady was just out of gratitude for the savior. "It's nothing, Mary, let's go back. In the future, I have to cheer up and learn to be a doctor." Without continuing to explain, Kaya took one last look at the Advance Mary, which was about to disappear from sight, with some kind of strange light. "Yes, miss, I will collect and organize relevant books and materials for you." "Ah, it's so comfortable. It's still comfortable to sit on this kind of boat." Although the Black Cat Pirates boat was big, it wasn't their own thing after all. It always feels awkward to sit up. Sheephead sitting on the bow of the Marion, Luffy experienced the feeling in the anime, looking at the endless sea in the distance, facing the sea breeze with a salty smell. This feeling is really addictive. "Hey, I said Luffy, aren't we a pirate group? Why don't we have a pirate flag yet?" Usopp, who had just joined Luffy's gang, was still quite excited about becoming a pirate. His uncontrollable excitement grew from sitting on Mary's seat. The number didn't stop from the beginning, look here, touch there, and then found that the three of Luffy didn't seem to bring the pirate flag up before. "Huh, didn't I tell you? We're not pirates yet," Luffy replied without looking back at Usopp's mindless excitement. I seem to have said it." Hearing Luffy's answer, Usopp touched his head, but his original enthusiasm did not diminish at all. "How about we draw a pirate flag now?" Regarding Usopp's persistence, Luffy expressed helplessness, but he couldn't go back on what he promised Garp, so let's make a compromise. Thinking of this, Luffy jumped back to the deck from the bow, then draw a straw hat on the sail first. Don't draw the skeleton for now. "Huh, I thought I was going to draw it like this." Usopp had finished drawing his long-nosed pirate flag while Luffy was talking. Zoro, who was resting on the side, and Nami, who was looking at the direction, were also interested. After reading the pirate flag drawn by Usopp, although they directly denied the other party's results, the two were still surprised by Usopp's ability to draw. Don't draw the skull flag first, just draw a straw hat on the sail, and then draw the skull when we are wanted. After all, I promised someone else. Asterisk. In the boundless sky, white clouds floated leisurely, and the warm sunshine was scattered on the blue sea, accompanied by the sea breeze, and the jagged waves appeared. A small brig floated on the sea. The bow was a lovely white sheep's head, the sails were raised, and a simple straw hat was drawn on the upper part. Nami, how long will it take to get to the restaurant on the sea? After the excitement at the beginning, Luffy, who had been sailing at sea for about 3 days in a row, already felt quite boring. When I read comics before, I felt very envious of sailing freely on the sea, riding a boat, basking in the sun, and blowing the sea breeze. It was not until I really stayed at sea for a long time that I realized that I really couldn't do anything on a boat. In the case of the restaurant on the sea, it will take about a week to see the sea journey, but there seems to be a small island nearby. We can go up and replenish it. You're too good to eat, Luffy. Obviously, the materials given by Miss Kaya should be enough for a week. I measured it, and I almost finished it in 2 days. Looking at Luffy sitting on the sheep's head, Nami replied after comparing the nautical chart, and also complained about Luffy's food intake. Because of the Mary, Nami can now take a bath on the boat every day, and she doesn't know when she bought the clothes. At this time, she is wearing a pure white dress, showing snow-white fragrant shoulders, and a little hollow part on the back is waist length. Her orange curly hair was covered, and the skirt reached her knees. The curves of her body wrapped in the dress made Luffy's eyes light up when he looked back at Nami, and instantly felt that sailing wasn't so boring anymore. Feeling Luffy's seemingly non-existent gaze, Nami blinked at Luffy, and then in Luffy's astonishing eyes, he stretched his waist greatly, and the already charming body curve stretched out even more attractively. The more you eat, the more energy you have. By the way, is Zoro still exercising? Where's Usopp? With a firm look away from Nami, Luffy asked about the other two. Zoro is still lifting his barbell. As for Usopp, I don't know what he's tinkering with. He's been in the warehouse for the past 2 days. But Nami was still very happy that the two of them were busy. Just a little more time with Luffy. For Luffy, Nami has always had a different affection for Luffy since he was rescued 5 years ago. Now that he has finally embarked on a sailing journey with Luffy, this strange affection seems to have begun to sprout. Huh? Are there any thieves patronizing this safe sailing? How can I look at you two more in the open and plundering? The first time a stranger broke into the Mary, Luffy jumped directly from the bow to the deck, stood beside Nami. Although Luffy didn't use the observation haki during the voyage, Luffy felt it right away when someone boarded the Mary with malice. What's the matter, Luffy? Without hearing what Luffy said, Nami asked Luffy, who suddenly jumped down. 3 people climbed on the Mary. It seems like they want to steal our treasure, and there's a pirate ship coming in the distance. Let Zoro know. Instructed to Nami, Luffy locked his eyes in the distance, appeared on the pirate ship. As for Usopp, those 3 thieves had to go to the warehouse to steal the treasure. Usopp was in the warehouse now. Although he was a little timid and not very strong, he still had no problem dealing with a few thieves. Okay, I'm going to call Zoro. Luffy, be careful. But those thieves actually came to steal my Bailey. Luffy, you have to teach them a good lesson. There's not much worry about these pirates, Nami, but the unexpected someone dared to steal his Bailey. Nami said he was very angry. Although Luffy has seen Nami's wealth-obsessed attributes many times, he still finds it very strange. Is wealth-obsessed born? Nami, who was wearing a dress, could only move in small steps when running. Looking at the back of the other party's trot, Luffy realized that Nami was still wearing high-heeled shoes, which matched the body swing driven by running, which made Luffy's eyes reluctant. Moved away, but now is not the time to appreciate it. Although the pirate ship on the opposite side has no existence that can threaten Luffy, through observation haki's perception, there are actually 2 beings on that ship that are stronger than Chloe. Could it be a theatrical version? Existence in? Ha ha, you thieves. Know how good I am, Usopp. The sound of ping and ping from the warehouse made Luffy's veins jump, who was staring at the pirate ship in the distance. Is this TM Lousy's new ship going to be damaged in just a few days? Usopp, you be ******D. Can you be quieter? If there's any damage to the Mary, I'll paint you. This was the first time Luffy roared so loudly, and now there's only one of the funny trio left. With such great power, Luffy can only be thankful that he was reborn as Luffy. You were actually climbed onto the boat by a stranger, Luffy. Zoro, who had just been called by Nami, finally had a chance to mock Luffy, who had always been mocking himself before. Hashtag, you were exercising over there. Why didn't you find these thieves? Good guy. He was clearly exercising not far from where the thieves climbed up, but he couldn't find these thieves, but he still had reason to ridicule himself? Zoro, who was asked back, instantly shut his mouth and started to look from the left to the right to see what you were talking about. What about Nami? Zoro came out, but Nami, who called Zoro, didn't come out. She shouted behind me and left. I didn't pay attention. Zoro answered indifferently, this big man. Can he still fall into the sea? At this moment, there was another sound of bang, 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 and bang. This time it was the sound of punching and kicking, and at the same time Nami's voice also came, you guys dare to steal my Bailey. Then there were continuous beating sounds and several unidentified screams. When Usopp appeared with three strange creatures tied together and their faces swollen into pig heads, Nami also ran from behind while clapping his hands. How did you change your clothes? The reappearing Nami had changed back to the long-sleeve jeans from before. Oh, it's inconvenient to beat people in that outfit. Glancing at Luffy, Nami replied lightly, idiot. Finally, he cursed softly like a murmur. Luffy didn't hear the last whisper, just nodded to Nami's explanation, and then looked at the three thieves who were beaten into pigs' heads. Are you guys with that pirate ship? Woo, hurry up and let us go, or else the Golden Dragon boss won't let you go. Asterisk, I'll leave us alone. Thump, thump, thump. Ignoring the three people's pleas for mercy, Luffy let go of the hand holding the rope. 3 thuds of falling into the water sounded, and the 3 thieves who were tied up and beaten into pig heads by Nami were thrown into the sea by Luffy. Those 3 guys came here by boat, and there was a child on the boat. It should be the same as KB before, who was tied to work as a coolie. Before picking up the 3 thieves, Nami had already found their boat and walked around. There was nothing on the boat except a child who was tied by a rope around his waist and held the rudder of the boat. I have to say that Nami is really fast when looking for treasures. Does the money fan have this bonus? But I heard something from them. Have you heard of Wu Nan, the golden pirate? Nami's eyes were obviously different when he talked about the golden pirate. The bright look was almost direct, turned into Bailey. Wu Nan is that the legendary pirate who specialized in robbing the wicked of the gold. Zoro seemed to have heard of this person and knew who she was talking about when Nami uttered the name Wu Nan. That's right. It's said that the leader of their group, the Golden Dragon, has already found the location where Wu Nan buried the treasure. Nami, who was talking about the treasure, was full of excitement, and his bright eyes stared straight at Luffy, his face almost touching Luffy. The look on his face, the look of hope on his face, gave Luffy no chance to refuse at all. But Luffy didn't mean to refuse. Although Wu Nan's treasure was probably not there, the pirate ship was not necessarily. Since he stretched his hand on Luffy's ship, he naturally needed to exchange gifts. But does East Blue still have such a guy? Luffy doesn't remember at all, but it doesn't matter. It's all a punch thing anyway. By the way, what about the kid you were talking about? Luffy asked Nami, remembering the kid who was caught just mentioned by Nami. It's still on that boat. After all, the specific situation was uncertain at the time, and the boat was safe for the time being, so Nami didn't care about him. Rescue him and ask. You should know some things, otherwise the pirates won't catch a useless person, right? Just like the previous Kobe, because he knew some sailing skills, Alvida didn't kill him, took him. Zoro, the child is handed over to you. Usopp, it's time to test your shooting skills. The task of saving the child was handed over to Zoro, and Luffy looked at Usopp. Huh, What I need to do, kill the other's captain with a cannon. Although he was a little flustered in his heart, Usopp's words were not intimidating. It's best to kill it directly. You can give it a try. It's useless when the cannonballs are placed. Luffy nodded, not rejecting Usopp's proposal. Zoro on the side didn't leave immediately, and he also wanted to see if Usopp, who could be invited by Luffy, was really capable. Okay, look at me. Let them see how powerful Uncle Usopp is. Seeing that Luffy didn't refute his words, Usopp immediately forgot the nervousness just now and ran towards the Mary's cannon with a little excitement. At this time, the bow of the Mary was facing the pirate ship that had already advanced a certain distance, and Usopp did not see any special aiming movements, but just moved the muzzle up and down, and then ignited the fuse of the gunpowder. Boom! The iron cannonball fired its tail flame towards the pirate ship on the opposite side. Boom! The opposite side didn't seem to react that Luffy's side would use artillery, so no one came out to block it, and the flying cannonball hit the bow of the pirate ship directly. With the roar of the cannonball hit, the pirate ship's bow was directly bombed with chips flying, and flames ignited after a while. It actually hit. Ha! As expected of Uncle Ben. After seeing the accurate hit of the cannonball, Usopp wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately put on an expression of coming to praise Uncle Ben again. It actually hit. I thought you were bragging. Nami on the side obviously didn't know Usopp's ability and was surprised to see that Usopp could hit the enemy ship with his artillery from such a long distance. And Zoro, who saw Usopp successfully hit the pirate ship, glanced at Usopp and walked towards the boat parked behind the Mary, where the three thieves were riding just now. However, although this cannon accurately hit the bow of the pirate ship on the opposite side, for the huge pirate ship, the power of a cannonball is not enough to sink it, and with this cannonball first, someone on the other side was already standing in the place where the bow was intact. Golden Lion? No, that guy's legs are standing there. Seeing the person appearing on the bow of the pirate ship on the opposite side, Luffy immediately thought that he saw a legendary existence. That head was like a lion. It's true that Luffy, who has never seen a real person, is easily misunderstood, but when he sees the other's intact legs, Luffy realizes that he has misunderstood. Just when Luffy looked at the opposite side, the person who looked like Golden Lion also found Luffy and others. Although there was still a long distance away, Luffy still saw the grim smile on the other side's face. Then, I saw the figure raise his hands high, and there seemed to be airflow flowing around his body, and then a blue light condensed around his mouth. Demon fruit power? Looking at the opponent's posture and the light that gradually solidified in his mouth, Luffy became slightly interested. After all, in East Blue, such things as devil fruit are quite rare. Luffy, is it okay to let that thing launch? Will there be a problem with the Mary? Nami wasn't worried about his own safety at all. After all, Luffy was standing in front of him. Nami felt that as long as he stayed by Luffy's side, there will be no fear at all. Don't worry, an attack of this magnitude is not enough for me to stop. Luffy smiled confidently while leaning forward slightly. Drink! The attack on the opposite side seemed to be condensed and completed. With a loud shout from the other side, the blue light in the mouth finally formed a straight beam and shot towards the location of the Mary. The originally calm sea was split by this beam, and the waves spread to both sides of the beam. Facing the attack of the beam that carried the mighty power and seemed to split the sea, Luffy looked calm and held onto the beam with his left hand. The straw hat that swayed slightly in the wind squatted down, clenched his right fist, and covered it with the dark armament haki. Luffy slammed his right hand, and a layer of fiery flames suddenly covered his dark arms and fists with subtle and violent shaking. His hair that was exposed outside his straw hat fluttered in the wind, and his red waistcoat also rattled. Fire fist, asterisk. The fist wrapped in the blazing flame slammed out violently. With a blessing of rubber fruit, the arm quickly stretched, and finally, the dark fist wrapped in the flame suddenly collided with the blue light beam that came running. There was no stalemate in the confrontation stage. The jet-black right fist wrapped in flames smashed the original blue beam with a thunderous momentum, and after defeating the beam, it blasted towards the starting point of the blue beam with undiminished power. As the fire fist continued to charge forward, the seawater along the way was continuously evaporated by the high temperature, forming mists on both sides of Luffy's outstretched arms. The man with the golden lion hairstyle watched in astonishment as his attack was easily defeated. Even if the black fist wrapped in flames approached quickly, there was no response, and he was struck by the flame fist violently like a fool. Huichuan continued to move forward with the Lion Man who was hit, and the large-scale pirate ship suddenly collapsed under the impact of Huichuan and the huge size of the Lion Man. For a time, the fire was everywhere, accompanied by the screams one after another, and people kept jumping off the pirate ship. Those who were directly hit didn't even have time to scream, and they died under the flame fist that wrapped Haki. I saw that there was a swordsman on the opposite boat, and gave it to Zoro, but it seems that the force was too much. Looking at the pirate ship not far away, it was split in half from the middle and kept sinking. With regret, he withdrew his right hand. Snapped! With the sound of a stretched rubber rope suddenly loosening and returning to its original shape, Luffy stretched out and burned with flames, and Haki's black right hand returned to its normal appearance. What is this? Usopp, who was still in a hurry because of the surging blue beam, seemed to be stimulated by some kind of stimulation for a while. The boss with his eyes wide open and his mouth open. He couldn't even speak. Not to mention bad. Even Nami, who was mentally prepared for Luffy's strength, had his eyes wide open, his hands covered his mouth, and he looked at Luffy in shock. Is this your true strength? Luffy. Zoro, who came back from saving the man, happened to see this scene, and his originally fierce eyes were slightly dull. Obviously, Luffy's strength just showed him very surprised. As for Zoro's question, Luffy is non-committal, so it's still a matter of vision. This kind of strength is shocking to those who have never been out of East Blue, but if you get Grand Line or New World, you can take Luffy's trick. The first half of the Grand Line doesn't seem to be able to catch a few people, but in the New World, there are countless people who can make such an attack. Of course, Luffy's strength doesn't stop there. Although this Fire Fist is powerful, it's not Luffy's strongest trick. Only the strongest move. Okay, don't be surprised. There will be more people who can do this kind of move in the future, but there is no time to surprise each of you. And when you get to this point, you will find out. This kind of move is nothing more than that. So it is the right way to strengthen your own strength. Luffy said this to Zoro and Usopp. Zoro didn't need to say more, but Usopp had to mention, if according to the original book development, if Usopp can only rely on luck to defeat the enemy, it will sooner or later not be able to keep up with the footsteps of Luffy and others, which is not what Luffy wants to see. Moreover, in terms of the physique shown by Usopp, he is also qualified to awaken armament Haki. If it is true that he can only awaken observation Haki in the later stage, as in the original work, it is really unreasonable. As for Nami, it can only be said that the favored one has no fear, at least until Luffy falls. It is impossible for Nami to always be taken away by the enemy like the original. It's better to drive the ship when you are in a daze, otherwise the treasure on the other side's pirate ship will sink to the bottom of the sea together with the pirate ship. Looking at the people who were still in shock, Luffy reminded at the right time. Usopp, Zoro, hurry up and start the boat. If you let those treasures sink to the bottom of the sea, you can say goodbye to the food in the future. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami was the first to come back to his senses, and then turned to see that he was still there. Zoro and Usopp, who were in a daze, and Nami, who was so anxious, took out the aura of the Mary's treasurer and yelled at them. Don't go too far, you woman. Zoro, who was yelled at by Nami, immediately woke up. Although his mouth was cursing, his body was still very honest and rode the oars in case of emergency. After all, but it still has to be right. Nami, don't be so loud all of a sudden. Usopp, who was already in extreme shock, shuddered again at Nami's roar and almost turned his back, but in order not to starve in the future, he also shivered. He could only walk towards on the other side, full of humiliation. Luffy couldn't help laughing at Nami's mysterious aura, but it quickly attracted Nami's glare. Luffy, don't laugh. Hurry up and help. You will eat the most on the boat. Nami, who is very obsessed with treasure, even Luffy obeyed the order. Stunned by Nami's roar, Luffy had to paddle with the other two. There will always be a chance for revenge in the future, Luffy muttered to himself, hoping that Nami won't cry and beg for mercy. As for the child who was brought up by Zoro, he was dumbfounded by Luffy's strength and Nami's powerful aura, and he couldn't recover for a long time. With the efforts of the three of them, the Mary quickly rowed to the side of the pirate ship that was about to sink. Although the ships near the sinking ship were easily attracted by the Uzumaki caused by the sinking ship, with Nami, a genius navigator, this small difficulties are of course out of the question. Faced with the treasures that were about to sink, Nami was a little excited and wanted to jump down and pick them up, but was immediately stopped by Luffy. This is not a place to go. In the sea, the demon fruit power is not very good. Good way. Idiot. Aren't you a rubber guy? Wouldn't it be better to wrap my hands around me? If there is any danger, I will signal you as soon as possible. Although I'm glad that Luffy cares so much about herself, it is about treasure, and Nami will not give up easily. As for Nami's persistence, Luffy could only reluctantly accept it, and what Nami said was also a way. Although he fell into the sea, he would be completely powerless, but if his arms were only submerged in seawater, then it would be completely fine. And he and others are not real pirates, and they really need money in exchange for food supplies. Luffy no longer hesitates, stretches his right arm, and grabs Nami's slender waist. In order to prevent accidents, he circles it several times. Asterisk. After being surrounded by Luffy's outstretched arms, Nami tied his hair up and jumped off the Mary without hesitation. First, I quickly searched the unsinkable hull. I was lucky. Most of the treasures were still in the unsinkable cabin. With the speed of Nami picking up the treasures, Luffy quickly received a large bag of treasures with his empty hands. I don't know why Nami's strength suddenly became so great at this time. While Luffy and Nami were still rescuing the treasure, Usopp had already pulled out his slingshot, and rotten eggs were precisely shooting at the pirates desperately trying to get on the Mary. For those pirates who were still struggling, after being hit by rotten eggs in the eyes, or even the mouth, the mental and physical torture made them unwilling to give up the idea of climbing on the Mary. Although Luffy has been paying attention to Nami's situation, he also frequently looked at Usopp's shooting, not to marvel at the accuracy of his shooting, but where did so many rotten eggs come from? Luffy can't remember that there are so many eggs in the supplies. The key is all broken rotten eggs. Hope his rotten eggs are hidden, or if the Mary smells like rotten eggs, Luffy doesn't mind throwing them all away. Zoro is still paddling manually. There is no way. If no one is paddling, the boat will be spun around by the unstable waves around, or it will be smashed by debris from the nearby pirate ship. It didn't take long for Nami to pull Luffy's arm around her waist, signaling that Luffy could pull her up. Luffy didn't hesitate, and his right hand shrank directly, leading Nami, who was entangled, to ascend towards the Mary. In order to prevent Nami from being rubbed by the hull, Luffy slammed Nami and the treasure bag she was carrying up. And Nami, who was thrown into the air, did not panic. First, he threw the bag he was carrying on the deck of the Mary, and then adjusted his position a little. Before Nami was about to fall on the deck, Luffy was still wrapped around Nami's waist. With a little force on his arms, he hugged Nami's entire body in his arms, and Nami also took advantage of the situation to hook Luffy's neck with both hands and wrapped his feet around Luffy's waist without falling behind. The whole person hung on Luffy's body like a koala. Because they were all soaked in water, Nami's clothes were completely attached to his body, and Luffy seemed to hug Nami's exquisite body directly, which made Luffy's heart feel hot. Suppressing the fascination in his heart, Luffy put Nami down steadily, and the arms wrapped around Nami's slender waist were untied layer by layer and finally returned to its original state. I made it this time. So many treasures can be exchanged for at least 10 million Baileys. Nami didn't care that Luffy saw and touched him, immersed in it. Okay, since the treasure has arrived on our ship, it won't be taken away by others. You should go and change your clothes first. I'm not the only one on the ship, and it's so troublesome if I catch a cold or something. Nami had no plans to change clothes at all, and Luffy had to remind her that it would be fine if she read it herself. Luffy didn't want Nami to be seen like the original and didn't care at all. Oh man, hearing Luffy's undisguised words, Nami finally recovered from the state of being obsessed with treasure. Naturally, Nami didn't care about being seen by others, but only Luffy was here, and the others were busy not far away. Well, with Luffy's body covering them, they couldn't even see them if they wanted to. Also, why did you change your clothes before? Not because you just want to wear it for someone to see? Got it. I'll change it right now. Although she muttered in her heart, Nami obediently returned to her room in a hurry. By the time Nami was out of his clothes, the Mary also got away from the wreck with the efforts of Zoro and Usopp, who was repaddling. Since the enemy has been resolved and the treasure is in hand, shouldn't it be time to discuss how to deal with this little guy? Looking at the little boy who hadn't spoken since just now, Luffy touched his chin and asked everyone's opinion. You want? What do you want? Let me tell you, I'm the big pirate, Faye. Faye Nan, I won't be afraid of you. Originally sitting quietly on the deck, the little boy who looked around from time to time saw that Luffy and the others all turned their attention to him, and the boy who thought they were finally going to attack him finally panicked and wanted to say something threatening, but he stumbled a little because of fear. Why are we considered bad guys every time? Luffy didn't soothe the fear of this little boy who claimed to be a flying man, but looked at his other partners thoughtfully. The first to bear the brunt is Usopp, because at that time he also regarded Luffy and the others as pirates who wanted to invade the village of Xylop. That's because Zoro, yes, it's Zoro. The expression on his face is so hideous. Others will think he's not a good person. Seeing Luffy looking at himself, Usopp hurriedly tried to hide the past, but Luffy stared straight at him, and Usopp had to move out of Zoro as a last resort. Zoro, who was named by Usopp, frowned and had blue veins bursting out of his forehead. I had to say, Usopp was right. Wow, don't kill me, don't kill me. Feinan shouted while holding his head at the right time, completely confirming what Usopp said. Nami on the side covered his mouth and chuckled after seeing this scene, and Luffy also showed an expression of sudden realization. The corners of Zoro's mouth twitched when he saw it, and he didn't know how to refute it. After all, the children were so obvious. Okay, no kidding then, Feinan, let's call you that. Can you tell us who you are and where you came from, so that we can send you back? Luffy looked at the little boy again. I don't want it. I won't go back. You are so strong. You can definitely find Wu Nan. Please let me follow you. I want to meet Wu Nan, the legendary pirate, and let him accept me as his younger brother. Seeing Luffy wanting to send himself back, Feinan immediately shook his head. After finally getting the news of Wu Nan, I must see the other party, and it is best to let the other party accept me. How do you know that we can take you to see Wu Nan? And, as far as I know, the great pirate Wu Nan seems to have died a long time ago. Although he was regarded as a villain, Zoro did not take it to heart. To a certain extent, that is also true. Wu Nan won't die. He is a pirate with immortality. I believe he must still be alive. Hearing Zoro say that Wu Nan was dead, Feinan, who was still quite afraid of him, forgot his fear and moved directly towards him. Zoro growled. Asterisk. It turned out to be a rebellious kid who ran away from home. But the Odin here is really delicious. On a small boat with an Odin shop, Luffy and the others were eating the Odin on the plate in front of them with relish. Outside the cabin, the Mary was tethered to the boat to keep it from drifting away. What a rebellious brat. I want to be a man of younger brother Wu Nan. It's all your fault, Grandpa, for talking too much. Hearing Luffy calling himself a rebellious brat, Feinan immediately responded loudly. At the same time, he did not forget to complain to the owner of the Odin restaurant, his grandfather Owazo. A little brat like you can't do anything except make trouble for your family. For the bear child, even if the other party is for that so-called dream, Luffy will teach him a lesson. Damn it, I still want you to take me to find Wu Nan. Humph, you don't need to bring me, I'll find it myself, said Feinan, angrily prepared to leave his grandfather's boat. Good guy. Let me take you with me, or is it good for me? Luffy was a little speechless, and sure enough, bear children are annoying everywhere. Uncle, if I guess correctly, you should know the pirate named Wunan, right? In general, even if Luffy hasn't seen the theatrical version in this kind of plot, he can probably guess the relationship between the characters in it. After hearing the question that Luffy asked his grandfather, Fei-Nan, who was about to rush out the door, immediately stopped and looked at Iwazo, who was still cooking Odin, in disbelief. Iwakura was silent for a while, but the action of making Odin in his hand did not stop. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Luffy and Fei-Nan, Iwazura slowly spoke about his childhood. The plot is very old-fashioned. Two people who were originally close to each other are going to part ways because of different ideas. Therefore, the two fought on the edge of the cliff, but during the fight, the two fell off the cliff at the same time. When the two were hung on a cliff branch, because the life-saving banner could not bear the weight of the two, Iwazo let go of Wunan's hand and prepared to sacrifice himself in order to let Wunan live. However, it can be said that it was good luck that Yanzo was rescued by a passing ship, and while Yanzo was in a coma, Wunan embarked on a sailing journey alone. Why? Why did you never tell me this before, Grandpa? After listening to the story of Yanzong and Wunan when he was a child, Fei-Nan couldn't help roaring loudly. The person he has been looking for is actually a good friend of the person closest to him. However, knowing that he always wanted to find Wunan, his grandfather never told him what he knew. So what if I tell you? Will you give up looking for Wu-Nan after telling you? Iwazura didn't say anything. This was Luffy asking Fei-Nan. But uncle, do you know where Wunan's treasure is hidden? Maybe if you find this place, many questions will be answered. Ignoring Nami, whose eyes lit up when he heard the treasure next to him, it was such a serious occasion. Did they really reveal their true nature after staying together for a long time? Originally, according to Fei-Nan, the previous captain of the pirate group, Golden Dragon, had already obtained the map of the treasure. But now that everyone has sunk to the bottom of the sea, Luffy can only directly ask Yanzo, who is Wunan's good friend. Also, if he's still alive, maybe he'll be able to see him where he hides the treasure. If he wants to come here now, he'll definitely be willing to sit down and taste the Odin I made. Iwazura did not refuse, but agreed with a slight sigh. And Fei-Nan, who had been standing beside the boat, also quieted down and had no plans to leave. In that case, let's go. By the way, Uncle, how much does the Odin we eat cost? After eating the last bite of Odin, Luffy looked at Nami and the others and found that they had already finished eating, so he was ready to pay and set off. It's impossible to eat the Overlord's meal. With Nami around, you don't have to worry about money, and with Nami's character, he won't take advantage of ordinary civilians. Forget the money. If I can save Hiro from the pirates, I'll take it as my thanks to you. Hearing Luffy's words, Iwakura waved his hand, and Nami, who was about to take Bailey, also stopped, and then Luffy seemed to see Nami sighing slightly, simply. Wunan has always liked to hide treasures on the highest cliffs. If I guess correctly, the treasure should be located there on the cliffs. With Yanzong, a person familiar with Wu-Nan leading the way, the group did not walk long before arriving at their destination. After arriving at the island, Iwasaka pointed to the circular cliff in the distance. Luffy and the others did not pause and continued to move towards the cliff pointed to by Iwazo. There was no road leading directly to the top of the cliff, and they could only be climbed up. The group was led by Luffy, followed by Nami, Usopp, and Iwakura, and at the end, Zoro pulled Hiro. It's so high, this cliff. Before climbing to the top of the cliff, a strong wind was already blowing around. Usopp put on his goggles, and everyone had to slow down. After finding a cave and resting for a while, several people finally climbed the cliff. In the center of the cliff, there is indeed a self-made wooden house standing there. Fei-Nan, who had been quite excited since he came to this island, rushed to the house first. However, when everyone opened the door, there was nothing but a fireplace. Zoro skillfully pushed open the fireplace, and a passage leading to the ground appeared in the original position of the fireplace. You're too skilled, aren't you? Luffy cast an admiring look at Zoro's first discovery of a secret passage. This house is just such a thing. Isn't it strange that there are no roads here? Zoro answered as a matter of course. Going all the way down, I finally found the last room, but this time it was Nami who couldn't help at first, and regardless of whether there was any danger, he pushed the door and entered directly. But what? The expected gold and silver treasure did not appear. In the entire dark room, only a skeleton wearing a pirate captain's costume sat on a chair in the middle of the room. This is Wu Nan. Looking at the skeleton, even if you don't have to guess, you can know that this skeleton cannot belong to someone else. How is it possible? Wu Nan won't die. You lied. This is not Wu Nan at all. And Fei Nan, who had been in a state of excitement, finally couldn't help roaring loudly after seeing the skeleton, tears streaming down his face. Can't stop falling. Iwazo stopped for a long time, took off the odin that was tied to the top of his head, walked slowly to the skeleton, and poured the odin in the pot in front of the skeleton without saying a word. Look, there seems to be a lot of writing on the walls around here. Unlike Nami, who was lost because there was no treasure, Usopp, looking around, found writing that covered the walls. That's right, this is Wu Nan's handwriting. Iwazo put down the pot and looked at Wu Nan's message on the wall. Asterisk, Nami, how long does it take to get to the restaurant on the sea? After saying goodbye to Iwazo grandparents, the four of Luffy set off again towards the original route. Maybe 3 days, maybe 2 days, Nami replied weakly. Since he left Wu Nan's house 3 days ago, he has been depressed, and his long orange hair, which was originally bright, now looks a little dull. I said, the treasure hunt has to be prepared to return empty-handed? And hasn't the golden dragon's treasure been picked up by us? Is it necessary to be depressed for so many days? Luffy looked helplessly at Nami's listless look. That's right, because according to the suicide note left by Wu Nan returned all his treasures to those who were robbed by him before he died, and the house where Wu Nan died did not have any treasure. And his suicide note is also mainly about Iwakura, and those writings show that it was in the last moments of his life. He realized that the idea of rock treasure was the treasure he really wanted to pursue, and the process of his voyage was exactly the treasure he wanted. And, as far as I know, there's a huge amount of gold somewhere on the Grand Line, and if you're so depressed, when are we going to find that gold? We'll be the first to get there. Ordinary persuasion is obviously useless, and Luffy can only prescribe the right medicine and tell the gold that exists in Sky Island, but he does not specify it. Huh? Really? You really didn't lie to me? Where? Where is the gold? As if a switch had been flipped somewhere, and hearing Luffy mention gold, Nami, who was still depressed, immediately lit up, grabbing Luffy's collar and shaking it constantly. Hey, Luffy, you didn't lie to him to cheer her up, did you? Zoro is obviously skeptical about Luffy's words. Everyone was born in East Blue and has never walked out of East Blue. How can you know so much? That's right, Luffy. Nami's depression will pass in a few days, but if you lie to her, your future meals and pocket money will probably be gone. Usopp on the side obviously didn't believe it either. He thought Luffy was more bragging than him. Luffy, you shouldn't lie to me, right? After Zoro and Usopp expressed their disbelief, Nami's spirits began to slump again. With tears in his eyes, his hands clasped in front of his chest, he looked at Luffy so beautifully that Luffy couldn't refuse. You must have heard the story of the big talker Rolando. All I can say is that Rolando is not a liar. Not much to say. Luffy thinks it's enough to say so much, and the rest will be discussed when they actually get to Sky Island. Rolando? You mean the Golden Land really exists? After hearing Luffy say that Rolando was not a liar, several people who knew about Rolando's story immediately became interested. And the most important thing in this story is, of course, the Golden Land where Rolando died. Hearing the news that Luffy actually had the Golden Land, Nami's spirit that was about to go down again immediately reversed 180 degrees. Those watery eyes completely turned into Bailey's shape, and they looked straight at Luffy like that. So if you want to get the gold early, you have to cheer up, or someone else might take it away later. Luffy didn't explain much, glanced at Nami with his arms crossed, and then didn't say a word regardless of Nami's pleas. Okay, let's speed up right away. Usopp, Zoro, go paddle. Nami, who was completely aroused by the Golden Country, immediately gave orders to the two who were sitting on the side resting. Don't go too far, you woman. The two who were called by Nami immediately turned his sharp teeth and roared at Nami. Okay, let's go to Grand Line. Nami ignored the roars of the two and shouted aggressively with his back turned. And just like that, the Mary moved fast under the command of the rejuvenated Nami. The sea restaurant Barty, which originally took 3 days to arrive, was stunned to arrive in 2 days under the pressure of Nami. The price paid for this was that the 3 people, including Luffy, were almost exhausted. Looking at the boat that looked like a big fish in front of them, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp finally breathed a sigh of relief. After stopping the Mary, Luffy dragged Nami, who wanted to continue sailing, to get off the ship. Zoro and Usopp followed, and just like that, the 4 entered a restaurant called Barty. As soon as Luffy and the others stepped into the restaurant, a figure in a suit twisted over in a weird posture. Oh, beautiful lady, it must be love that made us meet here. Could you please show me your face and have lunch with me? With yellow hair, curly eyebrows, a black suit, and the image of love in his eyes when he sees beautiful women, it's Sanji. At this moment, Luffy was a little hesitant about whether it was time to invite Sanji to the boat. Isn't this bringing a wolf into the house? Just when Luffy was tangled, a white arm crossed Luffy's arm and hugged Luffy, and at the same time, a soft spot touched the outside of Luffy's arm. Ah, I'm really sorry. I've already been invited. Nami, who hugged Luffy's arm tightly, turned a blind eye to Sanji's outstretched hand, smiled slightly, and refused without hesitation. I have a partner, so I'm really sorry. He bowed slightly to Nami, and then looked at Luffy, who was holding Nami's arm. TSK, you are really lucky to be favored by such a beautiful lady. Luffy silently looked at Sanji, who had a completely different tone to himself, and deepened his hesitation again. Even if he were to be invited on board, he had to get rid of his character of being unable to walk when he saw a woman. In the original book, Sanji suffered a lot for this reason. Who is this guy? He suddenly appeared to stop us. Is he the waiter in this restaurant? Maybe it was because the two were born to collide. Zoro, after walking into the restaurant, saw Sanji standing in front of Luffy and Nami, and taunted. Huh, you really dare to say it, you green algae head. I'm the second chef here, not a waiter. Remember it from me. Sanji is also not afraid of Zoro at all. When he comes up, it's better to start with a nickname. As for whether he is a guest of the restaurant or not, Sanji doesn't care at all. Huh, who are you talking about with those curled eyebrows? Zoro, who was nicknamed, naturally responded. The two who had been together far away, now even had their heads attached to each other. At this moment, Luffy felt that there was nothing wrong with inviting Sanji on board. After all, no matter how you look at it, he and Zoro have a different fate. Luffy stroked his chin habitually and muttered to himself. The two who were still bickering shivered in unison and looked around, as if there were some enemies around. Asterisk. Wow, the food in this restaurant is delicious. In the Bharati restaurant, Luffy and the others were eating the food on the table with relish. It can only be said that it is a famous sea restaurant, and the taste is better than any food I have eaten before. It's really good. Zoro agreed with Usopp's exclamation. For him, it has always been a bounty hunter for a living. In East Blue, there is no pirate whose bounty is high enough to allow Zoro to spend a fancy restaurant. It is indeed the first time that I can taste the food of Bharati at this time. Beautiful lady, this is dessert after dinner. Please try it. Just when Luffy and the others were about to finish eating, Sanji placed a dessert that was obviously carefully prepared in front of Nami. Huh, but I didn't order dessert. Wouldn't there be an extra charge? Looking at the dessert in front of him, Nami didn't refuse immediately, but looked at Sanji with a somewhat pitiful expression. Of course it's free, miss. Please feel free to taste it. Seeing Nami's expression, Sanji's body immediately twisted weirdly again, and his eyes turned into pink hearts again. Hey, chef, what about ours? Zoro on the side looked at Sanji while picking his teeth. A dessert of 3 million Baileys. How about it, Chlorella? Do you need a serving for each of you? Hearing Zoro's words, Sanji, who was still twisted into a ball, immediately returned to normal and spoke with a little provocation. You bloody curly eyebrows, cook. 3,000,000 Baileys Zoro naturally can't come up with, and it's not necessary to have this dessert, just displeased with Sanji's obvious sexism. Come on, Luffy, have a bite of this dessert. It tastes really good. Nami scooped a spoonful of dessert and reached for Luffy with a little anticipation. Looking at the spoon in front of him that was clearly Nami's just used, Luffy bit it while Sanji's eyes were about to spit fire. I'm so envious, be asterisk 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 D, to be favored by such a beautiful young lady. Damn it. Looking at Luffy's eyes closed and enjoying, Sanji couldn't bear it anymore. He could only reluctantly look at Nami smile looking at Luffy, and left with a broken mouth. Hey, I said you two don't go too far. Watching Luffy and Nami, who were left alone, eating desserts one by one, even Zoro couldn't take it anymore. Ah, what? Zoro wants dessert too. Okay, I'll lend you Bailey, order it yourself, but you'll have to pay it back 3 times later. Hearing Zoro's resentment, Nami glanced at Zoro and scooped the last bite of dessert into Luffy's mouth under his angry gaze. 3 times? Nami, are you the devil? Usopp, who was resting while rubbing his bulging stomach, looked like he was full, and his eyes bulged out of shock when he heard what Nami said to Zoro. Just when a few people were sitting at the table to rest after eating, there was a sudden noise outside the restaurant. Then, a man in a striped suit walked in, arm-armed by a richly dressed lady. After seeing the man come in, the guests who were eating quietly started to discuss each other. Apparently, they all knew the man. From the surrounding discussions, Luffy also learned the identity of this man. Captain Naval Headquarters, Iron Fist Finbuddy. For this man who calls himself Iron Fist, Luffy doesn't know whether to say he is arrogant or has a dream. I don't know if Garp knows such a person, but with his character, he probably wouldn't care if he knew it. What follows is a farce like the original. That Captain Marine played a B defeat and got a C. With a loud scuffle, Captain Marine's dining table was split in 2 and smashed into 2 halves. By the way, is the plot so inertial? What about the bounty hunter brothers in the original book? For the farce in front of him, Luffy just watched quietly, but at the same time he was thinking about the plot. It stands to reason that he should have advanced a lot of time, but he didn't expect to encounter this same plot as the original, and Luffy didn't know whether it was good or bad. I didn't expect that the color cook was quite capable of fighting. Zoro put one hand on the back of the chair and watched with interest as Sanji grabbed the Marine by the neck and lifted him up. It was Usopp, who was sitting in a chair with a serious face. But looking at his slightly trembling legs under the table, he didn't know what he was afraid of. But is this restaurant really okay? Beating Marine like that. On the other hand, Nami was a little puzzled by Sanji's behavior. Wouldn't this really bring trouble to the restaurant? Luffy was non-committal. Although he was Captain Naval Headquarters, really speaking, the captain of the headquarters was equivalent to a miscellaneous soldier, right? Not to mention whether Marine has the free time to take care of this. Even Finbooty himself, I guess he didn't have the face to report that he was beaten by a restaurant chef, right? Although that's how he threatened Sanji. Finbooty, who was thrown to the ground by Sanji, got up and was about to say something. At this time, another sailor ran in outside. Seeing his hurried look, it was obvious that something urgent had happened. Go on. Captain, it's not good. The fighter of the Creek pirates we caught 2 days ago has escaped. What did you say? Finbooty, who originally wanted to threaten Sanji for a few words, no longer had the idea of finding his way back. The escape of the captured pirates was not a trivial matter. Do you know where he escaped to? Boom. Before the sea soldier's words were finished, there was a gunshot from the door behind the sea soldier. Then, the sailor, who was just panting, stiffened, blood gushing out from his chest, dyeing Marine's uniform red, and then his body fell violently. After the Navy fell, the restaurant, which had been quiet because of Sanji's violence, suddenly heard various screams. At this time, at the door of the restaurant, the figure with the gun shooting suddenly fell to the ground. Food, give me food. The weak voice didn't look like he had just shot and killed. Luffy, should we go? Usopp, who was still pretending to be calm. After seeing someone shoot Marine, his timid nature was revealed, and he began to urge Luffy. Nami on the side also covered her mouth with her hand. There was shock in the bright eyes, obviously not expecting someone to shoot Marine here. I said, Usopp, if you don't change your timidity, how can you become a brave sea warrior? Glancing at Usopp, Luffy had no intention of getting up. Who said I was scared? I just got a disease that would kill me if I didn't return to the Mary. Asterisk. You actually give food to such a person? Should you say you are a good cook or stupid? On the deck behind Barty, Zoro looked at the people who were gobbling down fried rice and said sarcastically to the people who were smoking beside him, Hey, this is the back chef of the restaurant. Why are you guys coming here? Ignoring Zoro's sarcasm, Sanji just said irrelevant words. It's just that Sanji's ecstatic eyes staring at the sky made Zoro lose the idea of continuing to mock. Although you may not be able to see others starve to death for some reason, have you ever thought that because of your actions, there may be consequences that you can't bear? Zoro didn't continue talking, but Luffy wasn't the Luffy he used to be, so he had to say something. Some things, you can't make others feel grateful without empathy. Although Ajin in front of him may be a person who repays his gratitude, but also because of his gratitude, he attracted the Crick pirates who didn't know what to be grateful for. Even so, let's wait until he's full. If he wants to fight or make trouble, I'll accompany him at any time. Luffy's words didn't change Sanji's mind at all. Thanks to Ajin's tears, Sanji shoved all his plates and spoons into the sea. In that case, why don't we make a bet? Luffy felt that if he wanted to recruit companions in the future, he would have to bet with them. Oh, what bet? Although I don't feel that my actions need the approval of others, if I can get the other party to agree, then this bet is worth betting with the other party. Seeing Sanji agree, Luffy's mouth twitched into a smile, and Zoro, Nami, Usopp, who heard that the two were going to bet, also looked at Luffy and Sanji curiously for a while. But the eyes of the three were mainly focused on Luffy's face, especially Zoro, when Luffy also offered the terms of the fight. But because of Monka, the gambling fight between the two did not materialize. Facing death, Zoro chose to join Luffy out of ambition. So what kind of bet will Luffy make with Sanji this time? My ship is currently missing a chef. The food you cook is very good in both taste and nutritional value, and this bet is that I hope you will join us. Although he doesn't know how to cook, Luffy, who helped out at Makino's bar since childhood, was also taught by Makino and naturally knows a little about the nutritional combination of food. And with the plot of the original Kabuto at the end, Luffy naturally wouldn't doubt Sanji's level as a chef. Thinking of Makino, the gentle smile flashed across Luffy's mind, but quickly suppressed it. I can't go back yet. Sure enough, you still didn't mention what would happen if you lost? Zoro nodded secretly, although he still didn't know what to bet, but the bet Luffy had already said. Just like the bet I made with myself before, I still don't think he will lose. Your condition. Not expecting that Luffy would actually want to board his boat, Sanji immediately wanted to refuse. Hearing Sanji's intention to refuse, Luffy interrupted him directly. Don't rush to refuse. Why don't you listen to the content of the bet? Sanji didn't speak, just stared into Luffy's eyes. He seemed to want to see something in those determined eyes. You gave that Ajin a meal today, and we'll bet that Ajin will bring his captain to snatch Barty? Without waiting for Sanji to say anything, Luffy continued. If you think this bet is not good for you, after all, the other party is also a pirate, then I can add a little more and bet on whether you Barati can stop the group of pirates. Did you underestimate us because we are chefs? Without answering Luffy directly, Sanji felt that Luffy underestimated Barty. Underestimate? If you think it's underestimation, then it's okay to underestimate it. How about you? Do you want to make this bet with me? Luffy didn't explain much. Looking at Sanji smoking a cigarette, Luffy was not in a hurry and patiently waited for the other party's answer. I promise you your bet for Sanji. Just as Sanji was silent, a breathless voice sounded from behind the closed door behind Sanji. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly, not so much that this bet was a bet with Sanji, but rather that it was a bet between Luffy and Zap. Just now, Luffy had spotted Zap, who had been standing behind the door. And the second half of this bet was also deliberately proposed after sensing Zap. The purpose is just to let Zap know that he and others have the strength to enter the Grand Line. Hey, stinky old man, do you just want to drive me away? Facing Zep, who suddenly came out of the door, Sanji didn't panic that he was caught, but just cursed at Zep in a flat tone. Whoa! The sudden appearance of Zep didn't startle Sanji, but Usopp startled. Then he yelled again after seeing the other's wooden right foot. Zap ignored Sanji and focused his gaze on Luffy in front of Sanji. Boy, it's best if you can take this guy away, but do you have the strength to enter the Great Route? Zep's eyes were sharp, staring at Luffy without blinking, as if he wanted to see Luffy completely. It's not just about being the strongest. Since Sanji let the man named Ajin go, we'll just have to wait and see. After all, if you lose, I will naturally help my partner. Then you will know if I have this strength. Luffy also responded to Zap's question without fear. Hey, you too, don't ignore my existence. It's up to me to promise to get on your boat. What's the matter with this stinky old man? Seeing the two ignoring him and directly finalizing the bet, Sanji finally couldn't bear it any longer and yelled at the two of them. Zap ignored Sanji's roar, turned around and left after hearing Luffy's answer. And Luffy also turned around, looking at the endless blue sea with some kind of anticipation. Nami, who had been staring at Luffy from the beginning, saw that Luffy ignored Sanji and turned his gaze into the distance, with a strange color in his eyes, and he couldn't help but walk up. What's the matter, Luffy? It was the first time Nami had seen such a Luffy. This look is full of anticipation and seems to be full of fighting intent. It made Nami feel that Luffy at this time seemed so far away. Shaking his head slightly, Luffy didn't answer Nami, just glanced at Zoro slightly. Now that the Creek Pirates are here, Hawkeye, you should be there too, right? Asterisk. Without making Luffy and the others wait too long, the day after Ajin left, he came back with a man wrapped in heavy armor and bandaged on his head. However, the man who was being supported by Ajin was completely weak at this time, and his body was almost completely supported by Ajin before he could barely stand. At this time, he was begging the chef of the restaurant with a weak face, hoping that someone would give him a bite to eat. He even pushed away Ajin, who was supporting him, and knelt down on the ground. There are still many guests around, but most of them are in a state of fright. This person is. It can't be wrong, it's the one. It's the admiral of the Crick Pirates, the leader of the 5,000-man fleet. Crick? Is it really him? But how did he become like this? Constant muttering came from the mouths of the guests around. The man who was kneeling on the ground did not show any anger, and still begged the restaurant chefs, including Sanji, over and over again. Luffy looked at Sanji, who was standing among the cooks. I want to see if he will serve up fried rice to fill Crick's stomach after accepting the bet. Oh, do you want to eat? So do you have any money to pay the bill? A certain big chef among the cooks was not afraid of Crick's name at all, and was rubbing his hands together to ask Crick. By the way, your subordinate was kicked out by me yesterday, because he had no money to eat. It can be said that this person is also blinded by money. Thinking of this, Luffy glanced at Nami without a trace. As if feeling some kind of malice, Nami looked towards Luffy. Her gut told her that Luffy was thinking something bad. Feeling Nami's silent question, Luffy turned his gaze towards Sanji without changing his face. And seeming to feel Luffy's sight, Sanji first glanced at Luffy, and then walked towards the kitchen amid the dissuasion of the surrounding chefs. Luffy shook his head. All he could say was that character was like that. Even if it can be changed, it is not a sentence or two that can be effective. Maybe only the deep pain will make people feel remorse. Before long, Sanji came out of the kitchen with a plate of steaming fried rice. He brought the fried rice in front of Crick, who was kneeling on the ground. Eat it, it's hard to feel hungry. Looking at Crick, who took the plate and devoured it, Sanji didn't leave, just lit a cigarette beside him and started smoking. But Sanji's leisure didn't last long. As Crick ate all the fried rice on the plate, before everyone could react, he directly hit Sanji in the stomach with his elbow wrapped in heavy armor. Sanji was directly hit by this sudden attack, and the cigarette in his mouth spewed out from the blow. Then he flew out with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, completely smashing the tables and chairs along the way. Since you're full, it's time to get down to business. I think this restaurant is very good. The appearance is disguised as a restaurant. After approaching the enemy, it will suddenly attack. No one would have thought that the restaurant would be full of pirates, right? Prepare me food for 100 people and get out. I want this boat, and I won't kill you because of your kindness for giving me this meal. Crick, who had regained his strength, changed his humbly and pleading appearance just now, and was completely bossy and violent. Leader Crick, you promised me that I wouldn't do anything to this restaurant before I brought you here. Akin, who was on the side, obviously did not expect Crick to go back on his word, and was about to pull Crick to plead. Yeah, haven't I promised not to kill them? Crick replied as a matter of course. It has to be said that if he has enough strength, such behavior can indeed be called a hero. But nothing is if, at least in Luffy's eyes, his current behavior is as ridiculous as a clown. It can only be said that the frog at the bottom of the well also has the benefits of the frog at the bottom of the well. At least he can dream to his heart's content before realizing how vast the world is. But as a price, when the world tells him the truth, he needs to use his life to understand. It stands to reason that after seeing the power of Hawkeye, Crick should restrain himself a little. However, he ignorantly thought that the other party only ate devil fruit to make him lose from the Grand Line. As everyone knows, even if it is the power of devil fruit, it is not something they can compete with. Even some disasters caused by devil fruit's power are more terrifying than natural disasters. Cough, I won't allow you to take away this restaurant. Sanji stumbled up from the ground, covered his stomach with one hand, and looked at Crick stubbornly. I already owe smelly old man enough, and he must never let the other party take away the smelly old man's most cherished restaurant. I said, hurry up and prepare food for 100 people and leave immediately, or I will shoot. Saying that, Crick raised a firearm hidden under the heavy armor in his hand, and threatened the cooks who were still silent. Boom! A sack full of food was thrown in front of Crick. This is food for 100 people. How about taking him and leaving here? At some point, Zap had prepared the food that Crick needed. You're a red-footed Zap? The first time he saw Zap, Crick recognized him. But after the initial panic, he seemed to remember something. I didn't expect that behind this restaurant is the red-footed Zep. But before you break your foot, I may still be afraid of you a little bit, but now, the right foot you're good at is gone, and you can play your strength. How many %? Whether my right foot is intact or not, at least I want to go back to East Blue. So what about you? If I'm not mistaken, you guys are the losers of the Grand Line, right? Zap seemed to ignore Crick at all, and didn't care if his words angered him. And after Zap finished saying those words, there was another noisy chatter from the guests around. East Blue's strongest pirate, the leader of a fleet of 5,000 people, Crick, actually retreated from the Grand Line. How terrible is the Grand Line? My subordinates, I have all the strengths. The reason why I returned it was because of lack of information. I heard that you, Zep, also came back from the Grand Line, so you must have a voyage diary about the Grand Line and hand it over. I believe that as long as I have your voyage diary, I will be able to conquer the Grand Line called the Pirate Graveyard. It can only be said that ignorant people really dare to say anything. They have already seen the vastness of the world, but they are still immersed in the dreams they weave and refuse to come out. It seems that Hawkeye is not ruthless enough. Asterisk, how are you thinking? I have made a generous decision to let you all live. After leaving with food, Crick came back with a giant ship. However, looking at the tattered appearance of the pirate ship, it is obvious that the formation after entering the Grand Line was not smooth. But this does not seem to affect Crick's blind confidence in himself. At this time, he was holding his chest with his hands, surrounded by many subordinates, and looked proudly at the group of chefs on Barty. As for Luffy and others, he was completely ignored by him. Humph! Barty can't be handed over to you. That's right, you underestimate our Barati chef too. The chefs of the Sea restaurant responded to Crick one by one. Meanwhile, the big cook seemed to be tinkering with something. Soon, 2 huge wooden boards spread out on both sides of the fish-shaped ship like fins, wrapping the whole ship inside, forming a wide square. Come on if you bastards want to fight. We won't be afraid of you. After unfolding the fins, the big chef Patty took out a bazooka-like thing from nowhere and aimed it at the Creek pirates. It seems that you're not ready to leave since this. Seeing that the cooks took out their weapons, Crick was about to command his subordinates to attack, and suddenly one of his subordinates seemed to have found something and immediately interrupted Crick's words, looking extremely flustered. Crick, Chief, then, that man is chasing after him. What? Damn it, I'm back in East Blue. Isn't he going to let us go? Crick, who was interrupted by his subordinates, wanted to teach him a lesson, but after hearing the report from his younger brother, Crick immediately looked in the direction his younger brother pointed. There was also a cold sweat on that originally mighty face. The Crick pirates, which were still aggressive at first, had turned into a mess at this time. It seemed that he was very afraid of what was about to happen. And it is, just as the Creek pirates were in disarray, an invisible attack ripped through the air and swept across the already crumbling pirate ship of the Creek pirates. The moment the attack hit, the huge ship was split in the middle as if it had been cut open. The hull, divided in two, was dumped on both sides, and the cuts were smooth and flat. And the pirates who were fleeing on the ship, those who were originally in the split of the ship, were also divided into two by this attack like a split hull. For a while, the stump and the broken arm were scattered all over the deck. Then, as the dumped hull slid into the sea, the gushing blood splashed all over the pirate ship and dyed the sea water red. At this time, on the sea not far from the pirate ship, a small boat shaped like a coffin was slowly approaching. On that boat, a figure was slowly taking back a huge black knife and carrying it on its back again. The bloody scene didn't cause Luffy any discomfort. Even Nami is calm because he has seen the cruelty of the Murloc pirates, not to mention Zoro, who has been a bounty hunter all year round. Only Usopp, who has never seen such a scene because he has always lived in a stable village, was shaking his legs and covering his mouth with his hands. The feeling of nausea kept coming up, and then finally couldn't help running to the side, holding on to the railing and vomiting towards the sea. Luffy glanced at him and didn't see anything wrong. Usopp wants to grow up, and sooner or later such scenes will get used to it. How? After seeing the slash of the world's #1 swordsman, do you still have the courage to challenge? Not intending to console Usopp, Luffy just looked at Zoro aside. The eagle-eyed man, the world's #1 swordsman, is really strong. Without answering Luffy's question, Zoro just stared at the figure sitting with a knife on his back. The hand holding the handle of the knife, unconsciously, was trembling slightly at this time. Not out of fear. There was not the slightest fear in those eyes that gushed with majestic fighting intent. There is only one thing called ambition that is burning. Seemingly feeling the scorching hot gaze here, those eagle-like eyes looked toward Zoro. But after a short pause, he looked at Luffy, who was standing next to Zoro. There was a hint of surprise in those sharp eyes, but it disappeared quickly and turned to look thoughtfully at the straw hat on Luffy's head. How is this going? That man is... How was it possible? How could such a man appear in East Blue? It can't be wrong, it's him, right? That eagle-eyed man, the world's #1 swordsman. Anyone who has read the newspaper has basically seen this man more or less. Now that they have seen the real person, the chefs of the restaurants at sea are all showing their shocked expressions. No one would have imagined that they would be able to meet that legendary character in East Blue, the weakest place in the world. But apparently there are still a lot of people who don't read newspapers. Just like that Crick, he has absolutely no idea who Hawkeye is. Who the hell are you? We don't seem to provoke you, do we? Why are you chasing us? Clinging tightly to the hull that wasn't completely sunk, Crick finally couldn't help questioning the other side angrily. Just to pass the time, Hawkeye replied indifferently, with Erlang's legs crossed and his hands on his knees. Damn it, to destroy my fleet for such a reason. I will never spare you. Crick, who could not see the difference in strength at all, raised his flintlock gun and fired just a few bullets at Hawkeye. Maybe not wanting to waste time with Crick. Hawkeye didn't pull out his knife and bounce the bullet like in the original book, but his head was slightly tilted. The few bullets shot at him were dodged. The undiminished bullets shot into the sea behind Hawkeye, making a few pop sounds. Did it miss? For these people, it is obvious that they do not know the existence of observation hockey, and they just think that Crick missed the shot. Your demon fruit power, whether it's the previous attack or whether it's dodging my bullets now, ordinary people can't do such a thing. For things beyond his knowledge, Crick ultimately blames him on the unknown devil fruit's powers. It turned out to be devil fruit? No wonder it could destroy so many of our ships. If it is the power of the legendary devil fruit, then it's over. Hearing Crick's words, the pirates who were lucky enough to not have been attacked by the previous slash began to talk about it. As if it was devil fruit's power, they would be able to deal with it. I really don't know why someone like you is willing to follow you, the most powerful pirate group in East Blue. It seems that there are only the largest number of people. Asterisk. Who are you guys? I've noticed you guys before. Are you guys not from this restaurant? It can only be said that although Crick's strength is not very good, his mentality is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Even being so taunted by Luffy, he didn't show any anger. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that the weak should also leave the game, right? Although this is not in line with the content of the gambling contract, there are people on my side who can't help it. Seeing that Zoro had tied the turban and wanted to draw a knife at any time, Luffy didn't intend to continue dawdling. You actually call me weak? If I, the strongest pirate leader in East Blue, who command a fleet of 5,000 people, are weak, then what are you? It seems that there are already some signs of anger. Even if he can bear it again, being ridiculed continuously by unknown characters makes this self-righteous pirate leader angry. Little ones, climb on that boat for me and kill them all. I've already given them a chance. If you don't know how to cherish them, then go die. Oh, the pirates who were still alive responded and swam towards the fins that Barati spread out. Then Crick himself, at the same time, jumped towards the fins. Ow, can you stop my men? Seeing that all the pirates and minions climbed up the fin square, the chefs who were standing also took on a fighting posture. Sanji-kun, maybe our bed is going to be void. Ignoring Crick's clamor, Luffy looked back at Sanji, who was standing in front of the cooks. Why are you afraid? Don't worry, these pirates, we will solve it ourselves. Although there was a hint of regret, Sanji didn't show it. No, we're just running out of patience. Luffy stretched out his right hand and lowered the straw hat, those eyes hidden in the shadow of the brim, just like Zoro's wore. Buzz! His eyes condensed, and the silent fluctuations spread out around Luffy, and then quickly turned into a monstrous aura and swept out. In an instant, the world seemed to have lost its color, and there seemed to be only that proud figure wearing a straw hat left in the world. Pat! Pat! A series of falls to the ground sounded. Whether it was a pirate or a chef, everyone who couldn't bear the momentum rolled their eyes and fell down. Even the rest of the people who didn't fall down were trembling under this powerful wind and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. This time the release of Conqueror's Haki, Luffy did not hold back the slightest, but went all out. In addition to avoiding Nami and Usopp, even Zoro is covered by Luffy Conqueror's Haki. If even his own Conqueror's Haki can't stand it, then Zoro doesn't need to challenge Hawkeye. This Haki is not to frighten the Creek Pirates, but a challenge launched by the eagle-eyed face. Now this area is still awake, except for Hawkeye, who is completely unaffected. There are only Luffy and his party, Crick, Akin, Sanji, and Zap. And Crick and Akin, who were the first to bear the brunt, even if they did not faint, their eyes were sluggish at this time, and they were completely stunned. How is this going? I didn't understand the meaning of what Luffy said before. At this time, I saw the few people standing around, and I didn't understand what happened. Hey, Patty, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Seeing the big man beside him who had been arguing with him fell to the ground at this moment. Sanji raised him up anxiously, wanting to see what happened to him. Hey, what did you do to him? Seeing that he couldn't wake Patty, Sanji looked at Luffy, as if he wanted to question Luffy. It's just that I can't bear the momentum and passed out. I'll wake up after a while, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Zep next to him heard Sanji's roar, stopped him from moving forward, shook his head, and explained. Although Zap didn't know about Conqueror's Haki, he had some vision. At least it can be seen that these people just fainted. UB ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Is this also devil fruit's ability? When Sanji spoke up, Crick also woke up. Looking at the surrounding subordinates who fell to the ground, he didn't understand at all, and once again attributed the situation to devil fruit. The cry of the weak. Hawkeye, who had been parked not far away, finally didn't want to listen to Crick's nonsense and pulled out the black knife behind his back. With a wave of his hand, a cyan sword chi burst out, instantly splitting Crick, who was still standing, in two. I never imagined that in this little East Blue, there's still a young tyrant like you. It seems that my trip is not in vain. I will take your gauntlet. Without even looking at Crick, who was hacked to death by himself, Hawkeye pointed the black knife at Luffy, and his sharp eyes locked Luffy. Hey, Luffy! Zoro, who had been staring at Hawkeye, saw that Hawkeye's attention was completely on Luffy, but he felt that he was completely underestimated. Then, before that, can we let our swordsman see the vastness of the world? Your Excellency Hawkeye. Luffy has no comment on the idea that Zoro still wants to challenge after seeing the strength of Hawkeye. This is his own choice, and he has to bear the consequences for it. Sad week, if he is really a swordsman, I can see the difference in strength between me and him without fighting. The reason why he dares to challenge like me is because of his persistence, or, as you said, just because you don't understand the vastness of the world. That's for my ambitions and the promise I made with my friends. Not caring about Hawkeye's irony, Zoro just silently pulled out the three knives around his waist, posing the three-knive style he was most familiar with. Hey Zoro, don't be impulsive, you can't beat that guy. He can split such a big boat in half with a single knife. How can you be an opponent? Luffy, please persuade him. Usopp on the side was still in the weak stage after vomiting. At this time, seeing that Zoro was going to challenge the Hawkeye, who could cut through the Creek pirates with one knife, he didn't care about his weakness and quickly wanted to hold Zoro. Snapped! Nami put his hand on Usopp's shoulder just in time and pulled him. Glancing at Luffy, who was also full of fighting intent, he shook his head at Usopp. Luffy wouldn't say anything like that if blocking worked. Also, maybe Hawkeye's fight with Luffy will be more sinister than Zoro. But Nami knew he couldn't stop Luffy, and Usopp couldn't stop Zoro. The two of them could only pray in their hearts that Luffy and Zoro would not have an accident. Since you want to see the gap between you and me, come on, if you die because of this, your ambitions can only stop there. Hawkeye's figure flashed, and it had already appeared on Barati's fins. Asterisk, what do you mean? There should be a limit to looking down on people. Just when Zoro thought Hawkeye was finally going to fight himself, Hawkeye retracted the black knife that was originally aimed at Luffy and took off the cross hanging on his chest. Opening the hood, there was a knife inside. For Hawkeye's underestimation, even if Zoro knew that the other party was stronger than him, he couldn't help but get angry at this time. I'm different from those idiots who will try their best to catch rabbits. Even if you're a famous swordsman from East Blue, and you have the request of this young tyrant, I don't think you can break through my knife. It's just that I don't have a smaller knife in my hand. For Zoro, Hawkeye really has no interest in fighting, even if he has the courage to dare to challenge the strong. But courage does not equal ignorance. Three swords ghost slash. Zoro's figure rushed forward at a very high speed. His hands were crossed, and the two knives in his hands were held upright on both sides. In the face of Zoro's surging forward attack, Hawkeye just raised his knife forward. He looked at Zoro indifferently and let him rush towards him with a ferocious sword. Just as Zoro was about to reach Hawkeye, the two knives that were originally crossed on both sides and the third knife in his mouth slashed down. At this moment, Hawkeye, who had been standing still, suddenly stretched his right hand forward. The knife held in Hawkeye's hand also flashed a sharp cold light, stabbing straight towards Zoro, who was about to arrive. Ding! A sound of gold and iron connected. Zoro's body, who was rushing forward, suddenly stopped, and the three swords that were about to be chopped were forced to stop on the left side of his chest. At this moment, the tip of the knife in Hawkeye's hand was precisely touching the intersection of Zoro's three knives. And that ding sound was made at the moment when the three knives and one dagger touched. How is this possible? Feeling the power coming from the tip of the knife, Zoro's proud power couldn't push it at all. Cold sweat began to seep from the forehead, wrapped in Zoro's turban. Is there really such a long distance in this world? This is impossible. Zoro roared and pulled the three knives away and began to swing wildly. What a violent sword technique! Although he was at ease, Hawkeye also felt the determination in Zoro's swordsmanship. However, even with all his strength, the three swords swung out could not break through the line of defense laid by the dazzling knife. For a time, there was only the sound of ding, 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 dong, swords colliding between the two. Boom! The fierce offensive was forced to stop by Hawkeye. However, Zoro, who was pushed away, did not stop, and after adjusting his posture, he rushed towards Hawkeye again. Tiger Hunt! With a loud shout, Zoro's figure rushed forward again. However, what greeted him this time was a knife that stabbed straight into the chest. Puff! The figures of the two stopped, and the eagle-eyed knife pierced straight into Zoro's chest. There was blood on the corner of Zoro's mouth, but he still didn't take a half step back, looking at Hawkeye with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Zoro, after the two stopped, Nami and Usopp, who had seen the situation, finally couldn't help shouting loudly. Luffy grabbed the shoulders of the two of them and stared blankly at the scene where the battle had stopped. This is his own choice. Even if he dies because of it, it is the consequence he should bear. Even though he said that, Luffy's body was still tense. If Hawkeye is planning to kill, Luffy will directly shoot. Zoro has Zoro's approach, but Luffy has his own ideas too. Watching him get killed, at least in Luffy's eyes, was stupid. If you lose, you can win back, but if you die, you have nothing left. You refuse to retire, but that doesn't mean I won't save. Even if you lose the motivation to move forward because of this, it is because your heart is not firm enough. That's Luffy's idea. If he was afraid of failure, Luffy would not choose to challenge Hawkeye at this time. Would you rather die than retreat? Looking at Zoro's refusal to step back even though his chest was pierced, even Hawkeye couldn't help but secretly praised him. If I step back here, then the oath and promise I have made so far will be completely denied, and I will never have the face to come back here again. Resisting the pain in his chest, Zoro answered word by word. But your comrade doesn't think so. Clearly aware of Luffy's ready-to-go appearance, Hawkeye said to Zoro, Luffy has Luffy's responsibility. I have my way. He won't speak out to stop my decision, and I won't obstruct his actions. Good determination. Then, I recognize you, report your name, and in exchange, I will use this world's strongest black knife to defeat you. He pulled out the knife stuck in Zoro's chest. Hawkeye put it back on the lid and put it on his neck. Then he took the huge black knife that he had carried on his back before the battle in his hand. Rorinoa, Zoro. Zoro replied, disregarding the injury of his body, and alternated the three knives in front of him again. 3 swords, profound truth. 3,000 worlds. The two figures crossed again. It's just that this time it's no longer 3 daggers and a short dagger, but 3 daggers and a huge black dagger. Clang! The sound of the blade shattering sounded, except for the word Hadao biting in his mouth. The other 2 knives in Zoro's hand were directly broken into several pieces. Originally, there was only a stab wound across the chest that had been stabbed by the knife before, and the blood soon stained the white shirt red. So, is this the strength of the number 1 in the world? Zoro threw away the daggers in each of his hands. At the same time, he removed the word Hidao from his mouth and put it back into the scabbard. I lost. Zoro, who withdrew the word Hidea, opened his hands and faced Hawkeye directly. Doing what? Looking at Zoro with some puzzlement. Although there were some vague guesses, Hawkeye still let him speak. The sword in the back is the shame of the swordsman. Blood dripped from Zoro's mouth, but a proud smile still drew out. Well said. I remember you, Zoro. My name is Dracule, my hawk. Now that you have recognized the vastness of this world, then move on. I will always be in that position waiting for your arrival. You get stronger, Rorinoa Zoro. Hawkeye didn't shoot immediately, but looked at Zoro with approval. Let's save this knife until you and I meet again. You don't want this knife to be blocked by others, do you? Next, watch my battle with the young tyrant carefully. In this way, you may be able to get to know the world faster. Usopp, Zoro will be yours. Looking at Zoro, who finally fell backwards after hearing Hawkeye's words, Luffy explained to Usopp, who couldn't bear it any longer. Asterisk. Watching silently as Usopp carried Zoro back to Luffy's side, Hawkeye didn't take back the black knife in his hand. Those sharp eagle eyes took a deep look at Zoro on Usopp's back, and then turned their attention to Luffy, who was still standing there. To be able to get the approval of that eagle eye, it seems that you are not a simple kid. Just when Usopp was carrying Zoro past Sanji and Zap, looking at Zoro, who was still awake, Zep praised Zoro with some emotion. Why do you want to take that attack? If he did it directly, you might already be dead. Unlike Zap's admiration, Sanji didn't understand why Zoro was so persistent. Because of my ambitions, I will not allow myself to step back. Even if you lose your life because of it. Even if you lose your life because of it. It's stupid here. This is stab wound medicine. Put it on him. Don't die here. With a whisper, Sanji threw a bottle of ointment to Usopp. Sanji didn't speak anymore. Did he think he was stupid? Maybe a little bit, but more of it was his admiration for his willingness to die. Luffy. Looking at Luffy, who had been silent since just now, Nami was a little worried and wanted to say something. Obviously, Zoro is already so strong, but he was beaten by the man called Hawkeye with a toy-like knife without any resistance. Even though he knew that Luffy might still have hidden strength, Nami still had a deep worry in his heart. Don't worry, Nami, I'll be fine. Seeing Nami's worried expression, Luffy patted her on the shoulder to comfort her, then took off the straw hat she was wearing on top of her head. Keep my hat for me. With that said, Luffy pressed the straw hat to Nami's beautiful long orange hair. Feeling the warmth of the straw hat on his head, Nami's heart seemed to calm down. Hey, do you want to be the same as that green algae head? Do you have to be chopped to death before giving up? Seeing that Luffy, who had taken off his straw hat, seemed to be preparing to fight the man named Hawkeye, Sanji only felt that this world seemed to be no longer the one he was familiar with. Why are there so many people who are not afraid of death all of a sudden? Although the bed is void, you can still consider whether you want to accept my invitation. Then, let's limit the battle to this one, and tell me the answer after the battle is over. Luffy said to Sanji without looking back. You guy. Sanji stared blankly at Luffy, who was walking towards Hawkeye, not knowing what to say for a while. I kept you waiting, Your Excellency Hawkeye. Luffy, who stood in front of Hawkeye, didn't shoot immediately. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a boring journey to pass the time. It's better to say that I can meet a tyrant like you in this East Blue, but makes me happy. I didn't care about Luffy's previous actions. It would be better to say that Hawkeye also wanted to see what Luffy was like. That couldn't be better. After speaking, Luffy and Hawkeye stopped talking. A dignified atmosphere formed between the two, like the tranquility before the storm, which made the few people watching the battle from a distance feel suffocated. Just when the people watching the battle were about to be unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere between the two, Luffy, who was standing still, moved first. I saw Luffy flick his right hand and hit the air out of thin air. Then, on Luffy's right wrist, there seemed to be a tiny layer of bulge that began to creep along Luffy's right hand, swimming all over the body where the clothes could not see. Then, Luffy seemed to have just come out of the steamer. His skin turned slightly red, and steam visible to the naked eye continued to emanate from Luffy's body. Second gear, Fire Fist. Only a low voice could be heard, and Luffy's figure disappeared directly in place. The few people who were watching the game couldn't see how Luffy was moving. When they looked around, trying to find Luffy's figure, a roar grabbed their attention. I saw Luffy, who was still standing opposite Hawkeye, now appeared above the head where Hawkeye was originally. Luffy, who showed his figure, was making a fist in his right hand at this time. His entire arm was pitch black, and a fiery flame was burning on it. And in the place where Hawkeye stood, a huge pothole was formed. The wooden deck debris was flying, and the opening of the pothole was accompanied by the burning of flames. At this time, Hawkeye had already stood beside the pothole. A very skilled armament hockey. I didn't expect you to have trained hockey to this level before you even walked out of East Blue. Looking at Luffy's pitch-black right hand, he exclaimed again, Since you made a move, then take my sword too. Saying that, Hawkeye didn't do anything else. Just the right hand holding the black knife trembled slightly. As the black knife swung, a cyan slash quickly shot towards Luffy. This level of slashing was no threat to Luffy. Even without the observation haki, dodging is not difficult. But watching the slash easily cut the deck open, Luffy knew that the battle between the two might soon be over. It's not that Luffy only has this degree, but the place where the two of them are located is not enough to support a high-intensity battle. Just after Luffy dodged the first slash, successive slashes kept swinging out of the black knife in Hawkeye's hand. Even so, for Luffy who opened observation haki, none of them could attack Luffy. Such a slash, such a speed. Can a human really do it? The battle between the two, so far, may have been easy for the two of them. But for the few people who watched the battle, it seemed that the worldview had been refreshed. The rapid slashes that cut the deck apart easily. The figure that was swiftly dodging between the slashes. It seems that they are out of tune with this world, making several people stunned. Even observation haki is so skilled, it's really hard to imagine how you are practicing in East Blue, the weakest sea. Hawkeye has not stopped admiring Luffy since the fight began. Even if he only used a few points of strength, it is obvious that he did not use all his strength to see the other party's ease. Toward the peacock, said to be facing the peacock, it was nothing more than using the fire fist gun with both hands, and then continuously punching in combination with the attack method of the machine gun. However, Luffy, who was already extremely fast, went even further with the blessing of the second gear. The punched fist shrank quickly, and then continued to swipe. Because of the speed, it was as if Luffy was not attacking with his fists, but through fiery balls of fire. Countless fireballs completely covered the eagle eye on the deck. Attack and defense completely depend on the strength of observation haki on both sides. But obviously Luffy, with full speed in second gear, failed to attack Hawkeye, which also proves that the current Luffy observation haki is not as good as Hawkeye. Asterisk. As Luffy's fire fists were all dodged, the fire fists that hit Barty's fin deck. The texture of the deck couldn't resist the impact of Luffy's fire fist. With every punch, a large pothole will be smashed, bringing up swirling sawdust. And as the machine gun-like fire fists continued to pour out and Hawkeye kept dodging and moving, the half-deck where Luffy and Hawkeye were located was completely destroyed. As their bodies flickered, they both stopped on the other half of the deck at the same time. Looking at the burning deck wreckage, Zepp, Sanji, and Zoro were completely speechless. And Usopp has been mumbling in his mouth, "How awesome." Only Nami, although Luffy has not been injured so far, and has basically maintained an offensive posture, but Nami's worries have not diminished. It's not going to end like this. This deck can't support our battle at all. Luffy looked around at the messy deck on the other side, which had been destroyed by the two of them, and said involuntarily, "Ow, are you going to stop here?" Hearing Luffy's words, Hawkeye also looked around, but he didn't care at all, just asked Luffy if he wanted to continue. "If you stop here, isn't the purpose of my challenge to you completely in vain?" Luffy answered without hesitation, "But it would be a waste of time to continue like this." "Oh, what are you going to do then?" Hawkeye was not surprised by Luffy's persistence. For people like Luffy, he would not give up something easily. "The next attack you send, I won't dodge it anymore." Luffy looked at Hawkeye seriously. If he just avoided it, he would not make any progress. Even observation haki wouldn't make much progress against such an attack. But resisting the attack is different. Not only need to use observation haki to judge the strength and direction of the attack, but also use armament haki to resist. Once he makes a mistake in some way, Luffy is likely to be seriously injured or even killed by Hawkeye. Interesting, since you want to test your limits. Why don't I accompany you to practice? I haven't seen anyone interested in me for a long time. I didn't expect this trip to East Blue, but I met once. Too interesting, very interesting. Hearing Luffy's words, Hawkeye agreed without hesitation. Even without the relationship of Shanks, Hawkeye decided to meet Luffy's request once. As early as when I saw Luffy, as an old friend and rival of the red-haired Shanks, I discovered the straw hat on Luffy's head. Coupled with the boy he had talked about when he met Shanks before, Hawkeye immediately recognized that Luffy was the boy Shanks was talking about. Seeing that the old friend's favored person was so good, Hawkeye glanced at Zoro, who was looking at the two in shock, and suddenly had the idea of accepting an apprentice. But at the moment when this idea appeared, Hawkeye snuffed it out. What Zoro lacks now is not the professor's master, but the real battle with strong opponents. And letting him stay by Luffy's side and constantly challenge powerful enemies is what he needs most at this stage. If that's the case, then you have to pay attention. Having said that, Hawkeye's original posture of holding a knife with one hand was changed to holding a knife with both hands. After seeing the dark armament Haki appearing in Luffy's hands again, he slashed with black knives without hesitation. The staggered slashes are more solid and faster than the slashes from the previous casual slashes. In watching the two fight again from a distance, and Hawkeye changed from holding a knife in one hand to holding a knife in both hands, Nami's already worried heart raised his throat again. Even if you don't know swordsmanship, you know that the strength of two hands is definitely stronger than that of one hand. Faced with a slash that was much stronger than before, Luffy's expression remained unchanged. All the armament Haki, which was originally covered in the hands in case of emergency, flowed to the right hand, making the right Haki stronger. Then his right hand slammed out. The invisible air was suddenly pushed out by the fist in the second gear of this blow, hitting the slashes like an air cannon. The air cannon and the slash collided in the air, and the airflow generated suddenly spread. The formed gust of wind swept away towards the surroundings, and finally, the attacks on both sides were eliminated at the same time. The moment the air cannon and slash disappeared, the eagle-eyed black knife slashed again. A more solid slash came straight at Luffy. There was only one slash this time, but it felt more dangerous to Luffy than all the previous slashes combined. Fortunately, the strength of the slash is still within the perception range of Luffy observation Haki. But this seems to be the strongest attack that Luffy can call armament Haki so far. If Luffy's Haki can't break through, then Hawkeye's next attack, Luffy, may not be able to resist. Third gear, Shixiang. There was no time to think about anything else. Luffy's right hand suddenly clenched, and the normal right hand suddenly swelled in a circle. But it was only a little bigger than before, and it didn't turn into a giant arm like the third gear in the original book. The swollen right hand clenched a fist and slammed, forming an air cannon that was more powerful than before. The air cannon, which was like a transparent beam of light, shot directly at the huge slash that came fast. More vast waves erupted from where the attacks on both sides collided. Centering on the place where the two attacks collided, the wooden deck was completely shattered after just holding on for a moment and spread out like radiation. Although the farther from the center, the lower the attack, the wooden deck is still fully lifted. The stalemate between the two attacks did not last long before dissipating together. But the damage caused this time has left the only remaining half of the deck with only two people's footholds still intact. The next is the final attack, but don't die. Hawkeye looked at Luffy expectantly while squatting slightly. Hold the black knife's handle in both hands, point the black knife diagonally behind the head, and charge slightly. Armament Haki flows towards the black knife through Hawkeye's pitch-black hands. Looking at Hawkeye's slashing power, Zoro, Sanji, and the others open their eyes wide and stare at Hawkeye motionless. Only Nami, his hands were clenched tightly, his knuckles were white, his teeth were biting his lower lip forcefully, and a strand of blood flowed from the corner of the bitten lip. Nami didn't notice it at all. Her teary eyes flushed slightly, and she stared at Luffy's standing figure in the distance. At the moment Haki covered the entire black blade, Hawkeye's hands slammed violently. The black knife slashed out from top to bottom, and the pitch-black slash flew out swiftly. Seeing that the dark slash that did not dissipate swiftly flew, but did not cause any damage to the surrounding deck, Luffy's first reaction was to dodge to the side. Intuition tells me that this slash is not something I can resist now. But there is another voice telling him that once he can slash this slash, his Haki will get a qualitative improvement. Asterisk. The pitch-black slash was getting closer. At this time, Luffy seemed to be completely unconscious. His eyes were closed, and he stayed in place as if waiting to die. Not far away, Nami couldn't hold back anymore. Tears kept falling from his cheeks, his hands covered his mouth, and his eyes stared at the motionless Luffy. Luffy, Zoro, who was resting on the board, couldn't help struggling to get up. Rode Luffy. Usopp, who was already shivering by the attack of the two, was even more alarmed when the last attack was about to hit Luffy. Meanwhile, Sanji and Zepp on the side were also nervously looking at Luffy with their eyes closed. Boy, don't die. The slashing eagle eye that he swung knows better than anyone else. And at the current level of Luffy haki, he can't take it. But if you rely on observation haki to avoid it is not difficult. But looking at Luffy's appearance at this time, it is obvious that he has no intention of relying on observation haki to escape. Hawkeye could see that he wanted to use the pressure of this slash to break through his haki, so as to defend the slash he swung head-on. Although it's a little risky, once you succeed, your name will soon be known in this vast sea. At this time, Hawkeye is also quite looking forward to it. This sea has been calm for too long. At this time, Luffy was sweating on his forehead as the slash was getting closer and closer. The threat of death is getting closer and closer, and if you don't act again, you will really have to explain it here. Finally, when the slash was about to reach Luffy, Luffy clenched his right fist again. Compared with the original book, the expansion is limited, but the power is more powerful. Luffy covered all armament haki on his right hand and punched the slash in front of him. The moment the fist hit the slash, Luffy felt as if his right hand was cut open. If you can only do this, this feeling will soon become a reality. Drink! Luffy clenched his teeth tightly, and red lightning radiated out from the collision of the fist and the slash. The strong energy generated by the collision shattered all the decks raised around. Even though Luffy's right fist was protected by armament haki, wounds started to appear under the slashing edge. Can't go on like this. Luffy gritted his teeth and continued to squeeze his own haki, while thinking about the flow of haki who had been out of touch before. At this point in this desperate situation, Luffy seemed to have caught one of the keys. It was at this moment that Luffy's dying haki seemed to have a new addition. The jet black armament haki, originally covered on the right fist, seems to have a flowing sakura pink film on the periphery. After seeing the change of haki on Luffy's right hand, Hawkeye's originally slightly dignified face also revealed a smile at this time. It's amazing to actually be able to complete Haki's transformation under such circumstances. In this way, his own slashes were no threat to Luffy at all. The fact is also true. Under the blessing of the new haki, the black slash that was originally solid was also shattered in an instant. The red lightning generated by the fierce collision of the two hakis also disappeared after a few flashes. Luffy took a breath, and before he could wipe the sweat from his forehead, a figure threw himself into his arms. Nami, feeling the trembling body in his arms, Luffy didn't know how to comfort him for a while, so he could only gently stroke the long orange hair on the other's back. Idiot! Why take such a risk? You are already very strong. Nami didn't let go of the hand holding Luffy, didn't even lift his head, just sobbed softly against Luffy's chest, and the flowing tears completely stained the clothes on Luffy's chest. Luffy patted Nami's back lightly. Not knowing how to answer, just kept silent. Maybe crying enough, Nami pulled away from Luffy's arms. He raised his head and took a deep look at Luffy, then took off the straw hat that Luffy had been wearing on her head and handed it to Luffy. The straw hat is back to you. Don't take such a risk next time. After speaking, Nami left without looking back. Instead of returning to the Bharati restaurant, he walked directly to the Mary. Luffy silently watched her board the Mary until she walked in her own room on the Mary. Luffy looked at the opposite Hawkeye again. Thank you, Your Excellency Hawkeye, for your success this time. Luffy sincerely thanked him. You don't need to thank you. You got it all by yourself. If you can't take the last slash, it will really take your life. This is the truth. Although Hawkeye's original intention is not to kill himself, if he can't break through, he will indeed die under that slash. But this is also your choice. If you don't seek a breakthrough yourself, you can dodge before the slash hits, or even don't take this challenge. But it was a rare opportunity that Luffy didn't want to miss. If you wait until you really encounter life and death, and then break through, will you be able to protect Nami and others? This trip to East Blue is a worthwhile trip, and I should leave. I hope that one day you can reach the top of this sea, and then we may be able to fight happily. Even if you're not a swordsman, I'm still looking forward to it. This was said to Luffy, and then Hawkeye turned his gaze to Zoro, who had been looking this way. Roro Zoro, after seeing the vastness of this sea, you must continue to grow up. No matter how long it is, I will wait for you to challenge the first throne. After speaking, Hawkeye did not continue to speak and carried his black knife yi on his back. He sat back in his coffin-shaped boat, with Erlang's legs crossed, his hands on his knees. The boat moved slowly, and then went further and further under the watchful eyes of Luffy and the others. Looking at Hawkeye, who had gone away, Luffy withdrew his gaze and walked slowly to where Zoro and the others were. What are you going to do with that guy? Coming to a few people, Luffy didn't ask about Zoro's situation, but glanced at Akin, who had been standing still from before, and asked Sanji, "How can I deal with it?" Although he brought the people, but he is not the one who came up with the idea of this restaurant. Can I still send him Marines? The indifferent expression on Sanji's face when asked, but the way he kept puffing out smoke doesn't seem to be completely indifferent. Zoro, can you still stand up? Of course, my injury doesn't matter. It's just that I lost my strength after exerting too much force before. Now it's no problem to rest for a while. Then Zoro, Usopp, it's time for us to go too. Glancing at the two of them, Luffy looked at Sanji again. Ow, do you want to come with us? You must have a dream to pursue, right? Asterisk. As a result, you left that guy to do odd jobs in Barty? On the Mary, Zoro looked in surprise at Sanji, who was carrying kitchen utensils into the kitchen. Yeah, that guy is not bad, but he was rescued by Crick, so he has always obeyed Crick's orders. Sanji answered Zoro's question as he packed up. At least until no one starts, the two will not fight. By the way, Nami is still in the room and refuses to come out. Is it really okay? Usopp on the side looked at the door of the room belonging to Nami was tightly closed and asked worriedly. Usopp hadn't seen Nami come out since he had locked himself in the house before. It's not all about Luffy's adventure, which made Miss Nami so worried. At the mention of Nami, Sanji gritted his teeth at Luffy. No, I have to go and prepare snacks for Miss Nami. Maybe after eating my dessert, Miss Nami will feel better. Thinking of this, Sanji hurriedly ran towards the kitchen. Zoro and Usopp looked at each other, not knowing what to say. By the way, didn't that guy Luffy comfort Nami? Why hasn't he coaxed Nami yet? It had been more than half a day since returning to the Mary, and Luffy went to find Nami as soon as he got back to the ship. After being pulled in the room by Nami, the two never came out. I don't even know what's going on right now. The captain and the navigator are not here. Is this ship going or not going? Usopp glanced silently at Nami's room, then prepared to go back to the warehouse to continue tinkering with his invention. Zoro didn't speak. After Usopp left, he closed his eyes and rested against the mast. The wound cut by Hawkeye before can only recover after a good rest. At this time, in Nami's room, Luffy couldn't help but be slightly ecstatic when he saw Nami sleeping. Except for the red and swollen eye sockets, Nami's complexion has recovered quite well. The rosy cheeks lost the worried look they had before, and they were now revealing a certain sense of reassurance. Looking at Nami like this, Luffy had a warm feeling, but thought of what Nami said before falling asleep, and smiled again. Now that you are no longer alone, please consider my feelings before making a risky decision in the future. I didn't expect to ask for Nami at this time. Although the possessiveness of being a man naturally won't let go of Nami, he just didn't expect it to be in this situation. Maybe I was really too impulsive today. While he was fairly certain he would succeed, Nami had no idea. She only knew that she was taking a risk, betting her life on a possibility. And Luffy is indeed like this. When Hawkeye cut the last knife, Luffy's randomness at the beginning was gone. Abandoning the idea of dodge also meant that Luffy was indeed betting his life at that time. but there shouldn't be a time when you need to work so hard in the future. After Master has Haki flow, his strength will have a period of rapid improvement in the next time. And when his strength stabilizes again, even the 4 Emperors, he should be able to touch it. If Master Conquerors can wrap up or even awaken Rubber Fruit before this, then in this sea, perhaps no one can let themselves take risks. But it's still a bit early to think about it now. The original book had a 2-year practice period, and Luffy was considering whether he should let Nami and others practice for 2 years each like the original book. After all, he can only fight, and he can't provide any help to the knowledge and technology that Nami and others need. Just as Luffy was thinking about the future, there was a knock on the door. At the same time, Sanji's slightly deformed voice also came in. "Miss Nami, I have prepared a sweet dessert for you. Come out and eat it. You will feel better after eating." Listening to Sanji's shout, Luffy glanced at Nami, who was sleeping peacefully, thinking that Sanji's dessert might be wasted. Luffy glanced at Nami again, tucked her exposed snow-white jade arm back into the quilt, and walked out quietly. After Luffy came out, he closed the door directly. "Nami is asleep now. Bring it to her when she wakes up. Are you quite capable?" "You actually coaxed Miss Nami." Sanji glanced suspiciously at the neatly dressed Luffy. Maybe Nami's words and deeds had an effect when he was in the restaurant before, but Sanji didn't struggle. Just glanced at the dessert in his hand, and then directly sent the dessert plate to Zoro, who was resting against the mast. "Here, green algae too. Seeing that you are a wounded person, I'll give you this sweet. After Miss Nami gets up, I'll make another for her." Zoro, who had closed his eyes and rested, opened his eyes and looked at the dessert handed in front of him, but accepted it unceremoniously. "So, Luffy, shall we go now?" After seeing Luffy finally come out, Zoro asked Luffy while eating dessert, "Let's set off tomorrow. Your injury needs to be repaired, and Nami needs a good rest." After a pause, Luffy continued, "And the next stop is the last stop before entering the Grand Line. And I'm going to explain Haki to Sanji and Usopp before entering the Grand Line." "Haki? Is that how you made the pirates and chefs faint before?" Hearing Luffy talking about Haki, the first thing Sanji thought of when he was named was that Luffy just glared at it before, and the chef of the restaurant and the pirates of the Creek Pirates all fainted. As for what Hawkeye said after the fight with Hawkeye, Sanji didn't notice because he was shocked at the strength of the two at the time. That is indeed a kind of Haki, and I will tell you all about it at dinner time. So, Zoro, after fighting Hawkeye and watching my fight with Hawkeye, do you have a clearer understanding of Haki and the slashes that Hawkeye made? The Grand Line is different from the Four Seas. Although there are not many strong people like Hawkeye, there are quite a few strong people at the second level. I hope you can master Haki and Jean Iron Realm as soon as possible before entering the Grand Line. Luffy looked at Zoro seriously. Fighting was the fastest way to improve his strength. I believe that Zoro will definitely gain something from this duel with Hawkeye. I've reached the threshold of iron slashing and armament Haki. Maybe I can become master in a few days, but observation Haki still has no clue. After eating the few desserts left in one bite, Zoro replied with burning eyes. The empty left hand stretched out, and an inexplicable aura was flickering. This matchup really benefited Zoro a lot. Asterisk. In the room, Nami slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his eye was Luffy's familiar face. Looking at Luffy, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, resting with his eyes closed against the head of the bed, Nami, who had just woken up, felt quite satisfied. With a slight smile, "I want to reach out and touch the cheek that I have been missing since 5 years ago." But the movement of reaching out seemed to have affected some injuries, and Nami frowned slightly. Luffy opened his closed eyes as Nami reached out. Seeing Nami's slightly frowning brows, Luffy turned around, lifted Nami up slightly, and leaned gently against his chest. Seeing Luffy wake up, Nami wasn't shy and let Luffy lean against his chest. The quilt slipped from his neck, and Nami didn't care at all, just quietly enjoying the silence for a while. "Okay, I'll forgive you this time, but I don't want another time." Seemingly returning to his usual demeanor, Nami left Luffy's chest after a while. Luffy didn't speak, just nodded at Nami, agreeing. Seeing Luffy nodding, Nami started to drive Luffy away, indicating that he was going to get up and let Luffy go out first. Luffy said he was puzzled. The two of them have done everything now. But Luffy didn't stay any longer. After explaining that Zoro and the others would leave tomorrow, Luffy came to Nami's room again under Sanji's murderous gaze. Just got someone's body, Luffy can't ignore them. But now that Nami has recovered, Luffy can naturally leave. Watching Luffy leave, Nami lifted the quilt. Glancing at the blooming red plum on the sheets, I was slightly stunned, and then quickly took the clothes by the bed and put them on. Although this time, it was indeed a little impulsive to give himself to Luffy, but Nami did not regret it. As early as when Luffy rescued him, Nami felt that he might never forget him in this life. Therefore, when Luffy invited him to go out to sea, Nami just confirmed that the other party would not agree like the Murloc pirates. Don't think about those anymore. Nami got dressed and put away the sheets, and then walked out of his room after Luffy. Miss Nami. The first time he saw Nami come out, Sanji's eyes flashed with love, and his body twisted weirdly. But it seemed that he noticed something. Sanji didn't rush in front of Nami, just shouted from a distance. Since Nami is awake and Sanji is ready for dinner, let's eat first, and then discuss the next itinerary. By the way, I will explain Haki and Devil Fruit to you. Lobetown is about to go. There's Smoker, Logia's demon fruit power. Luffy thinks it is necessary to popularize Devil Fruit in advance. At the dinner table, Luffy focused on explaining the existence and role of Haki. After explaining that several people can usually try to perceive this power, Luffy explained Devil Fruit again. I mainly told them about the elementalization of Logia Devil Fruit, as well as some buggy Devil Fruit abilities that appeared in the original work. For example, Ghost Fruit and Childlike Fruit are not easy to guard against. The others are just a general introduction to the major categories of Devil Fruit and the common weaknesses of Seawater and Sea Stone. At the same time, Luffy also asked if Sanji and Usopp had any idea of eating Devil Fruit. With Luffy's current strength, it's not difficult to get a few Devil Fruits, but you have to wait until you enter the Grand Line. Nami's Devil Fruit Luffy has been planned for a long time, but it is quite difficult to obtain. It is a pity that there is no Blackbeard's ability to capture Devil Fruit. Otherwise, whether it is Thunder Fruit or Lion Fruit, it is a very good choice for Nami. Of course, it would be best if there was news about Yin Yin Fruit. Luffy also told Garp to pay attention to the news of Yin Yin Fruit, but since Garp didn't contact Luffy, there should be no related news. As for the existence of Yin Yang Wo, Luffy asked Garp to confirm that it does exist. In addition, Luffy also asked Garp for the Devil Fruit manual, but it seems that Garp is not interested in Devil Fruit, so he does not have the Devil Fruit manual. Although he promised Luffy that he would get a copy for Luffy, there was no news either. So this old man is really not reliable at all. As for Zoro, Luffy didn't think it was necessary to ask. After seeing the strength of Hawkeye, if Zoro went the way of Devil Fruit, it would only be a brain what. I've read the Devil Fruit Pokédex before. If I can really meet that fruit, I'll definitely eat it without hesitation. As for the other fruits, forget it. Hearing Luffy's question, Sanji immediately expressed that he had a favorite fruit. Hearing Sanji say this, Luffy also suddenly remembered what Sanji's favorite fruit is. But if it's just a transparent fruit, Luffy thinks it's not as good as Germa's battle suit. But after thinking about the reason why Sanji wanted to eat the transparent fruit, Luffy lost interest in paying attention to Sanji. Usopp, do you have any ideas? Even if you don't know which devil fruits there are, do you have any abilities you want to acquire? Luffy looked at Usopp again. Besides Nami, Usopp is indeed the one who needs devil fruit the most to increase his combat power. Although his shooting talent is indeed very high, but the power is not enough. Of course, if he can master armament Haki, that's another story. But even in the plot 2 years after the original, Usopp has only awakened observation Haki, which is really lacking confidence. And if you're going to rely on shooting to eat, you can't just rely on those weird seeds. Although sometimes there are unexpected effects, but the power is limited after all. If possible, Luffy would still like Usopp to eat a devil fruit to increase his strength. Well, after seeing Luffy's strength, I did have the idea of whether I can keep up with your footsteps. If there is a suitable devil fruit, I will eat it. Usopp, who was asked, answered Luffy without hesitation. Originally thought that he would become a great sea warrior by going out to sea, but after seeing the cruelty of pirates and the power of Hawkeye, Usopp felt that he was too naive before. Perhaps going to sea with Luffy was the right decision for him. Otherwise, if you are alone, maybe you will be killed by pirates in an unknown corner within a few days of going out to sea. But if you follow Luffy to the sea, if you are too weak, do you have to stay under the protection of Luffy? Then why go out to sea? Since there is a chance to get devil fruit, Usopp doesn't want to miss it anyway. Asterisk. Nami, do you really need to go back to Kokoyashi village? Luffy sat on the lovely sheep's head of the Mary and looked back at Nami, who was standing on the deck after the sheep's head with his hands on the side of the boat. Today's Nami is still wearing long-sleeve jeans, but the simple outfit shows Nami's figure and youthful beauty. But now Nami seems to be a little different from before, and there is a more mature and graceful style between his eyebrows. The long orange curly hair was still casually draped behind his head, waving to one side under the sea breeze, and the bangs on his forehead were slightly messy, which were quickly smoothed by Nami. Luffy, who was still looking at the sea in the distance, was a little reluctant to look at the calm sea after turning around. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Nami smiled lightly, and then shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to go back. Damn it, I'm so envious. That guy Luffy is too happy. Sanji, who was busy in the galley, glanced at the two people on the bow of the Mary from time to time, especially when he looked at Luffy. His eyes flashed with jealousy. Next to the main mast of the Mary, Zoro was still waving the barbell unmoved. After a few days of recovery, Zoro's injuries are almost healed. The physical fitness of people in the pirate world is outrageous. Not to mention that the injuries cut by Hawkeye at that time looked terrifying, but in fact it was only a little skin trauma. Therefore, after a 2-day rest, there was another nutritious food specially prepared by Sanji, and it naturally recovered quickly. And having a new understanding of Haki and Jantai, Zoro can be said to be working hard these days. The result of this is that there is one more rice bucket on the ship in the past 2 days, and the food is about to run out again. As for Usopp, he's also been tinkering with shells in the warehouse for the past 2 days, extracting gunpowder to make the ammunition he needs, after Luffy brought up the lack of attack power of his shots. However, Usopp seems to be particularly obsessed with slingshots in terms of weapons, and I don't know why. You can see the land in front of you, and we're going to load town soon. Let's go up and supply first. When the time came to noon, a piece of land appeared directly in front of the Mary. It didn't take long for the Mary to sail into the port. Because there was no bounty, it was naturally not necessary to choose a remote coast to moor. After the Mary landed safely, Luffy and others also disembarked one by one. This is pocket money, 100,000 Bailey per person, and Sanji's extra 500,000 to buy supplies and food. Nami finally jumped off the Mary with a bag and walked past everyone, giving Luffy a stack of Baileys. Sanji got a little more Bailey because he had to buy food. The treasure that had been recovered from the sunken ship of the Golden Dragon was still in Nami's room. Because Bailey is temporarily enough, there is no need to exchange it. And how can there not be a few boxes of treasures on the pirate ship? Although it is not yet a pirate, it is estimated that it will be soon, right? Marine's intelligence is not vegetarian after all. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. Sengoku looked at the information in front of him with a headache. The information showed that it was about a new group of suspected adventurers who appeared in East Blue. And the name that bears the brunt is what gave Sengoku a headache at this time. Monkey D. Luffy, 17 years old, born in East Blue Windmill Village, suspected to be the grandson of Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, who is capable of rubber fruit, set off from Windmill Village in May this year. Injured Colonel Monka of the 153rd Branch in Shieldstown, but because of Colonel Monka's style, the 153rd Branch did not report the news. Deter East Blue's famous pirates in Orangetown and offer a bounty of 15 million Baileys to the pirate captain Buggy the Clown. Destroy the Black Cat Pirates in Zyro Village and defeat the suspected former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Baiji Kelluo. But the intelligence shows that Baiji Kelluo has been arrested and executed 3 years ago, and the executor is 153 branch Colonel Monka. In the Sea Restaurant Barty, to solve the East Blue's largest pirate force, the Creek Pirates, Captain Creek was solved by Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea who appeared in East Blue for no reason. Also in the restaurant on the sea, he fought with Hawkeye and retreated, and then communicated with Hawkeye, and it was suspected that the two knew each other. Because it has never posed a threat to the world government and has not taken any action against the civilians, no branch has reported a reward for the time being. Since this person can fight against Hawkeye without losing, it is inferred that his strength is enough to pose a threat to the branch outside the headquarters, and it is recommended to contact the other party and ask for security. Did you have the strength to play against Hawkeye at the age of 17? Garp, you really gave me a problem. The information only said that he was recruited because of the words that were suspected to be the grandson of Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. If there is no such sentence, it must be added later. If the other party refuses, then offer a reward like this. For that suspicion, Sengoku directly ignored it. When Garp came to ask him for devil fruit and a picture book, Garp told him of Luffy's existence. At the time, he refused Garp's request because of concerns. I just didn't expect the other party's information to appear in the world government's intelligence department so quickly. And looking at this situation, the world government has the intention of putting a bounty on the other side. After all, an uncontrolled powerful combat force can easily give birth to a powerful pirate group. Instead of waiting for the other party to develop their power, it is better to put a bounty on him directly. Maybe someone can kill him before his power develops. As for Garp, it's not the hands of Marine and the world government. If you want revenge, Garp can go to the person who killed your grandson to take revenge. Sengoku's headache is that Garp told himself about Luffy, and according to Garp, it is obviously impossible for Luffy to join Marine. And Luffy also told Garp that as long as Marine and the world government don't put up his bounty, he won't fly the pirate flag. But looking at the current situation of the world government, Luffy's hanging of the pirate flag is a sure thing. This old guy is already enough of a headache, and his son has become the world government's most wanted criminal. Now, why does this grandson look like a problem child? Is there no one in this family who can be reassuring? Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows hard, not knowing what to do for a while. Has your own, the resourceful general, reached the limit? According to their route, should we go to Logtown now? Anyway, let's notify General Marine in Logtown first. Although he knew that the other party would not accept the recruiting, he still had to show it to the guys from the world government. By the way, who is the General Marine from Logtown? This head hurts, and I can't even remember well. By the way, Logtown seems to be in charge of Smoker at the moment. Sengoku only felt his head hurt even more for a while. Asterisk. Then, I'm going to see One Piece's execution platform. You could go shopping by yourself. Just go back to the Mary before evening to gather. In this town of beginning and end, when you come to the world of One Piece, how can you not take a look at the place where One Piece died? Then I'll go buy a knife. I'm going to buy food. I'm going to buy ignition powder materials. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp each said a word and left. What about you, Nami? Do you want to come with me? Luffy looked at Nami. Since the two had a relationship, Luffy wanted to take Nami with him now. No, you can go by yourself. I'm going to buy some clothes and record pointers. With enough time to learn sailing, Nami, who has learned about the Grand Line, will naturally not make the same mistakes as before. Okay, then I'll go first. Nodding to Nami, Luffy walked to Logtown alone. As for the Mary, spend some Bailey and leave it to the port workers to look after it. This Logtown is really prosperous. Along the way, there are countless pedestrians coming and going, and shops on both sides of the road are also dazzling. Observation hockey unfolded, and the whole picture of Logtown was displayed in Luffy's mind. I have to say that this upgraded observation hockey can even perceive non-biological towns. It actually has such a strong aura. Forget it. Let's take a look at the execution platform first. Luffy was slightly surprised by the strong aura he felt. But thinking that his cheap father appeared in Logtown in the original book, that breath should be him, right? But Luffy wasn't going to look for him either. He wanted to see himself appearing naturally. I don't know him. Ignoring the breath, Luffy walked in the direction of the execution platform he sensed. It was still early anyway, so Luffy wasn't in a hurry, just looked around with great interest and walked unhurriedly. This was the first time he had officially wandered around since he came to this world. Luffy is also very curious about the things in various stores, but I just look at it, and it is basically useless. But even if it was a leisurely stroll around, Luffy quickly reached the destination of the trip. It's just a steel-framed execution platform, and there's nothing special about it. Luffy looked at the execution stand in a trance, as if the surroundings were back to when Roger was executed. The man in the captain's coat and the shackles on his gloves, with a wild smile at the corner of his mouth, was escorted by Marine to the execution platform. One Piece, is he the One Piece? Look, he's still laughing. The exclamations from the crowd from time to time did not affect the man who was sitting on the execution platform waiting to be executed. The soldiers on the left and right who were about to execute the execution, with their mad smiles and aura sweated on their foreheads, their bodies were stiff, and their hands clenched the execution blade tightly. The originally noisy square was silent at this time, as if waiting for the end of the man who conquered the Grand Line. Just as the soldiers on both sides raised the blade of execution to execute the execution, a slightly excited voice came from the silent crowd. Hey, One Piece, where did you hide all the treasures you found? Is it really the Grand Line? You got all. That legendary treasure, that one-of-a-kind treasure, One Piece. Ha ha ha. Hearing the questioning voice from the audience, the man who was waiting quietly for the execution suddenly burst out laughing wildly. Want my treasure? Don't speak without permission. Execution. Hearing the man's sudden opening, the executioner shouted loudly and immediately prepared to execute him. But he still couldn't stop the coming great era. If you want, you can give it all to you. Go find it. I put all my treasures there. As the man's arrogant voice fell, the blade of the execution ground also pierced into his body at the same time. The square, where no one spoke at all, was dead silent. But this dead silence didn't last long. When the figure completely lost his voice, the crowd suddenly burst into an unprecedented shout. What's up with this immersive feeling? Luffy looked at the execution platform for a long time and was speechless. Are you telling me these things? One Piece. The era of the great pirates that you have opened has not had a substantial impact on the world government, except for the destruction of more people. After staring for a long time, Luffy turned to leave. Having seen the end of One Piece, where's the beginning and the end? What is your path? Luffy, the man wrapped in a cloak, stood upright on the roof of the city hall behind the execution stand. Quietly looking at Luffy, who was slowly walking away, he whispered softly in his mouth. On that rough face, half of the cheek was covered with mysterious tattoos. Until Luffy disappeared from sight, with a breeze blowing, the man in the cloak also disappeared from the roof. Leaving the execution stand, Luffy soon met Sanji and Usopp. The two of them carried a big fish with an elephant trunk in tandem. It seemed that they had already bought what they wanted to buy, and were going to return to the Mary. Luffy, come and help. This fish is too heavy. Usopp, who was carrying the heavy fish head, was overjoyed when he saw Luffy walking towards him. Just exercise your body. Luffy had no intention of helping. Ignoring Usopp's whining cry, Luffy headed first in the direction of the Mary. While I came back, there was nothing to do. When they reached the entrance of the town, the three of Luffy would meet Nami and Zoro, who came at the same time. However, Zoro's expression was a little embarrassed, and, at a glance, he knew that he had committed an old problem again. As soon as he asked, Zoro, who came out of the weapon shop after buying the knife, headed in a certain direction with fascinated confidence. Kabuto made a few turns and went back to the weapon shop, and Nami, who originally bought clothes at a clothing store, saw Zoro passing by the door 3 times within 10 minutes. As a last resort, Nami could only give up the idea of continuing to stroll, grabbed the collar of Zoro, who was passing by the door again, and dragged him all the way back towards the Mary. I have to say that Zoro's Lucci is also quite amazing. He doesn't get lost to particularly far places, and he often keeps spinning around in the same place. It was thanks to that, though, that Nami had caught him. Otherwise, it was a question of whether Zoro would be able to get back to the Mary before evening. Hey, I didn't expect you to be an ultimate road idiot, Lizato. Sanji, who had disliked each other with Zoro since the day they met, naturally taunted him when he got the chance. Huh, I saw you, a lustful cook, being played around by women again. Zoro, who was originally embarrassed because he was dragged back by Nami, immediately hit back after hearing Sanji's taunt. Asterisk, even carrying a big fish didn't affect Sanji and Zoro fighting together. But it was hard work. Usopp was originally carrying the heavier fish head, but now Sanji and Zoro were fighting. Usopp's whole body was shaken by Sanji's movements, along with the big fish. Are you two bastards trying to kill me? Usopp, who was dazed by the shaking, finally couldn't help roaring at the two of them, and at the same time joined the scuffle. Luffy ignored the sparring of the three and took her hand in Nami's somewhat delighted eyes. Then she took the bag containing the clothes from her other hand, and the two walked towards the port holding hands. Sanji, who was still fighting with Zoro, saw that Luffy actually held Nami's hand, and his eyes immediately burst into flames of jealousy. Wanting to get rid of the entanglement with Zoro Usopp, but just reaching out to Luffy, Zoro immediately seized the opportunity to punch down. Then, Sanji didn't continue to resist, just watched Luffy and Nami go further and further in tears. Although it took some time to fight, everyone returned to the port before the sun went down. However, when Luffy and the others came to the port again, a group of people were already waiting here. Sanji, who was still looking at Luffy with a twisted expression, returned to normal the first time he saw the outsider. However, after seeing a woman on the opposite side, the body actually had a tendency to twist. Monkey D. Luffy. The man in the lead was wearing a white jacket with short gray-white hair combed into a big back and 2 cigars in his mouth. That fierce expression matched Zoro's. White Hunter, smoker. I just don't know what you Marines have to do with me. Hearing Luffy say it was Marine, Zoro and Sanji instinctively took a fighting stance. Nami still held Luffy's palm and didn't say anything because of the Marine's identity. Usopp was a little embarrassed, though, and his legs twitched again when he heard Luffy say it was Marine. But this seems to have become his habit, and I don't know if he is really afraid or just because he is used to it and can't change it. Although I don't know what's special about you. Since it's an order from above, I won't ask, but given your answer, I'll take different measures. Order from above? Although he knew that his information would soon be known to Marine, he didn't expect to be approached by Marine before he reached the Grand Line. I don't know what Marine wants to do. If it's arrest, it doesn't seem like I've been offered a reward, right? What's more, if they really want to be arrested, what kind of nonsense are they talking about? Let me ask you, do you have any plans to join Marine? Smoker didn't talk nonsense. He just said what he meant. The sinking spreads on both sides of Luffy and Marine. Not to mention that Zoro, Sanji, and the others were surprised by Smoker's words. They never thought that Luffy would become Marine. Even Marine on Smoker's side was a little shocked. Before coming here, the menacing appearance of Smoker made the soldiers think they were here to catch pirates. Who knew he was here to invite him to join Marine? Colonel Smoker, what's going on? Just after Smoker said these words, the female soldier beside Smoker couldn't help but speak, and her opening instantly caught Zoro's attention. Kuina? No, she's not Kuina. Zoro's absence didn't attract anyone's attention. Both Marine and Sanji want to know why Smoker did this, and Luffy's answer. No special reason, just an order from above. Smoker replied nonchalantly, but those eyes kept staring at Luffy. What if I don't join? The answer Luffy has known for a long time. In this sea, there are no so-called adventurers. Anyway, you will definitely be rewarded later. So, I will arrest you here. There was no hidden answer, except that it was Smoker. I heard that Smoker, the White Hunter, is a Marine who hates evil and is not afraid of power. Why do you want to arrest me? A commoner who has never done evil. Luffy doesn't hate Smoker, but if he gets in the way, Luffy doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. Looks like you've made a choice. Smoker didn't answer Luffy's question, just kept his eyes fixed on Luffy as white smoke began to spread over his hands. Seeing that his own boss was planning to do something, the surrounding Marines also raised their guns and aimed at Luffy and the others. "Oh, do you want to do it?" Zoro on the side has recovered from his stupor. Seeing Marine around him raise his weapon to face himself and others, he also put his hands on the 3 knives that were once again intact around his waist. Sanji on the side lit a cigarette and looked at Marine around him calmly. As for the big fish, it was completely handed over to Usopp at this time. With Nami slightly behind him, Luffy stared directly at Smoker across from him. "So Marine wants me in? Why don't you join us? Smoker, I really appreciate you." "Don't be kidding. From the moment you refused to become Marines, you were already classified as pirates, and my job is to arrest you." Although somewhat unhappy with the order above, Smoker had no intention of defying. He also wanted to see, in this East Blue, what is so special about people who can be specially invited by the top. "You're not allowed to shoot. I will arrest them myself," Smoker ordered to Marine, who raised his gun while looking at his lieutenant. "Tashigi, step aside too. Because you didn't order the soldiers to shoot, I won't hurt your men, but you may be making a fool of yourself. It seems that the other party doesn't really want to arrest him, he just doesn't know the specific reason. Zoro, Sanji, you protect Nami and Usopp and go back to the Mary first. It's good to have someone stop me and teach me a lesson. Don't kill me." Zoro and Sanji complied, leading Nami and Usopp towards the Mary under the glare of the surrounding Marines. Although Logia Devil Fruit is invincible in the eyes of ordinary people, it is not invincible for those who have mastered Haki. Looking at the other's limbs that had turned into smoke, Luffy smiled. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Smoker. Then Luffy stretched out his hands wrapped in some inexplicable smell, and in Smoker's terrified eyes, grabbed his hands that turned into smoke. Then slammed hard and threw Smoker out before he could react at all. Asterisk. After the thrown Smoker hit the wall, his whole body turned into smoke like a splash of water. Armament Haki? Smoker's face sank as he regained his human form, apparently not expecting Luffy to be a master even Haki. Although I knew that it would not be easy to be invited by the people above, it was far beyond Smoker's expectations to be able to get master Haki at East Blue. So surprised. Glancing at Zoro and others who had already returned to the Mary, the surrounding Marines wanted to do something, but because of Smoker's order, they could only watch them climb onto the ship. Smoker also didn't order the Marines to capture Zoro and the others. At this time, he was no longer as calm as before. Smoker's main target is only Luffy. As for Zoro and the others, it doesn't matter if they go or not. What's more, Luffy's strength exceeded Smoker's expectations. At this time, even if he wanted to keep Zoro and the others, he was overwhelmed. "Why, do you want to continue? You can't threaten me with your smoke fruit alone." Luffy looked at Smoker calmly. Now that Nami and the others have boarded the Mary, they have nothing to worry about. As for whether those Marines will make a move, looking at their shocked appearance, it is estimated that they are more worried about whether Smoker will be killed by Luffy. Don't think I only have this level." Smoker snorted, then his right hand continued to turn into smoke, and then slammed into Luffy. "White snake!" The smoky fist jerked away from Smoker's wrist. With the white smoke connecting the fist and the arm, it swam towards Luffy like a white snake. This is the Logia Devil Fruit. Doesn't it look good? For Smoker's moves, both Zoro and Sanji felt that they could easily dodge them. They felt that Luffy had been too cautious in telling them to be careful with Logia. It's no wonder they have such an idea. They don't know where the Logia Demon Fruit power is difficult until they face the Logia Demon Fruit power in person. Especially for them who haven't mastered Armament Haki yet. Logia Demon Fruit power means invincibility. What's more, the smoke fruit that Smoker eats is still very weak, which naturally makes them feel that the Logia Devil Fruit is just like that. Facing the white smoke fist coming straight at the door, Luffy's head gently turned to the side and dodged. "Caught you." Seeing that Luffy didn't move, Smoker grinned. The white fist that was dodged by Luffy seemed to come alive. The smoke that was going straight behind Luffy suddenly turned and began to spin down around Luffy. The white smoke connecting the fist and the arm wanted to bind Luffy like a rope. However, just as the white smoke was about to tighten, Luffy suddenly disappeared from Smoker's sight. Smoker's pupils shrank suddenly. The originally raised smile suddenly solidified, and then his eyeballs suddenly bulged out, and his whole body bowed into a ball and flew backwards into the distance. Where Smoker was originally, Luffy appeared there with his right hand punching. "If you want to arrest me, at least you can't do it now." Luffy looked at Smoker, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth when he punched him, and said indifferently, "You can't do it even later." Luffy muttered to himself again. Colonel Smoker, Marine, who was standing around, saw Smoker vomited blood by Luffy, and ran toward Smoker. Looking at Smoker being supported by Marine, Luffy also lost interest in continuing to fight Smoker. "Just here, if you're entangled, I'm going to take action against your subordinates. Don't forget, we are already pirates now." With that said, Luffy didn't wait for Smoker to respond, turned and jumped on the Mary. "Get ready to go to the Grand Line. From today, we are pirates." The same words are now being said to everyone on the Mary. Actually, from the beginning, we didn't have any other choice than becoming a pirate, right? Zoro grinned slightly at what Luffy said. The chefs of the sea restaurant were all pirates, but now I'm just a pirate too. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression indifferent. I originally wanted to be a brave sea warrior. In my opinion, a pirate is a symbol of a brave sea warrior. Usopp is not to be outdone. You told me this 5 years ago, and I promised you 5 years ago. Nami brushed her hair lightly and smiled sweetly at Luffy. Seeing everyone's unchanging eyes, Luffy couldn't help laughing. Yes, from the very beginning, the only way I could go is to become a pirate. Then, the Straw Hat Pirates officially set sail today. Luffy smiled proudly as he watched Smoker and the group of Marines watching him and others from the shore. Usopp raised the pirate flag. Nami, take a look at the heading. Let's go. Oh. As Luffy called out one last time, everyone on the Mary responded at the same time. Colonel Smoker, on the shore, Tashigi supported Smoker, who was still on the ground. A group of Marines looked at the ship leaving the port, the skull flag wearing a straw hat slowly raised, and they were speechless. "What are you doing here?" "To prepare the warship. We are also heading for the Grand Line." Seeing his stupefied subordinates, Smoker let out a loud shout. Then, under the somewhat astonished eyes of the sailors, he gave the order to prepare for the Grand Line. "However, Colonel Smoker, our duty is to guard Logtown. If we chase the Straw Hat crew to the Grand Line, it will be a AWOL." Although he knew he couldn't stop Smoker, Tashigi, as an adjutant, still needed to remind Smoker. "When did you see me obeying orders?" Smoker retorted, took 2 cigars from his jacket pocket, and lit them. The previous cigar vomited out of nowhere with a blow Luffy hit in the stomach. "Monkey D, Luffy no. Maybe it's time to be called Straw Hat Luffy. I'll catch you." Smoker gritted his teeth secretly, although the other party was not an evil person. But since he became a pirate, Smoker was obliged to arrest the pirates who escaped from his hands. Even being a pirate is not what the other party wants. Pirates? This is the path you chose. Now that you have made your choice, keep going. On the highest roof in Logue Town, Drago looked at the pirate flag flying on the Mary and sighed slightly. Asterisk. Is that so? Sure enough? Okay, I see. Hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. For the message from Smoker, Monkey D. Luffy refused to be Marine and officially set sail under the name of pirate. Sengoku had expected. It's just that how much bounty should be set for him. Sengoku can't make up his mind for a while. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Sengoku was having a headache, there was a loud knock on the door, accompanied by the annoying shouting of some old guy. "Yo, Sengoku, are you busy? Would you like some donuts to relax?" Before Sengoku could respond, someone knocking on the door kicked the door open. Then, with a bag of donuts in his hand, he just stuffed it into his mouth and walked in carelessly. Seeing Garp kicking in the door, sitting on the sofa, and leisurely eating donuts, Sengoku couldn't help but get angry. "Dude, I'm here with a lot of headaches because of your grandson. It's fine if you don't come and share it for me. And you're still here to seduce me with donuts? Thinking of this, Sengoku stood up straight from his seat. Seeing Sengoku getting up, Garp thought that Sengoku was going to sit next to him and eat with him, so he moved a position generously. Unexpectedly, Sengoku, who approached, did not sit down, but snatched the bag of donuts from Garp before he could react. Then he tilted his neck, and the donuts in Vice Admiral's bag poured into his mouth under Garp's terrified eyes. Garp, who finally realized what was going on, jumped up from the sofa and grabbed Sengoku's pocket. But it was too late, and there was not a single donut left in the bag. Sengoku, on the other hand, was chewing the donut that was completely in his mouth. My donut. Sengoku, you be asterisk 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 D. Garp roared and grabbed Sengoku by the neck, shaking him desperately. Although Garp was choking and shaking desperately, Sengoku had changed from his previous depression at this time. He only felt that after stealing Garp's donut, his whole mood improved. Island somewhere in the new world. Then, that man is... Hawkeye, why are you here? Don't be nervous. I'm not here to fight. I'm just looking for your boss for something. Just as a certain younger brother staggered to report, Hawkeye went in directly. Hey, rare guest. Are you here to fight me? I'm sorry. I'm a little uncomfortable after drinking too much, so the duel can only be left for the next time. The red-haired man, sitting on the stone, with 3 claw marks running through his left eye, should have looked like Hockey's face, but he looked ridiculous because he was drunk. I'm not interested in a showdown with a drunk. I'm here only because I saw the boy you mentioned. Ignoring the red-haired man's mischief, the eagle-eyed sharp eyes stared directly at the drunk man who had no image. But when he heard Hawkeye say the boy, the drunk man seemed to wake up in an instant. Even the surrounding cadres who were still making jokes gathered their attention at the same time. Luffy, skilled conqueror's haki, strong physique, and deeply developed devil fruit ability, it's really hard to imagine that there are such outstanding young people in the remote East Blue. Luffy is really good at hearing praise from your mouth. How about it? Did you let him see the power of the world's strongest swordsman? Since you can know that he uses haki and fruit abilities proficiently, it must be a shot. That precocious kid must have been taught a bad lesson. Shanks, who had a nostalgic look in his eyes, didn't make a sound. The laughing voices came from the cadres next to him. Lessons? Maybe it won't be long before he hits you. No, Hawkeye, even if you look down on us, we will be drunk by us. Hearing Hawkeye's words, the surrounding cadres sneered. Only Shanks, at this time, has no doubts about Hawkeye's words. But he didn't say anything, just suddenly took out a jug of wine from the side and threw it to Hawkeye, who had been looking at him. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Thank you for bringing me the news of Luffy. Come, I'll give you a toast. Shanks held Griffin's hilt in his right hand, and his intact left hand picked up the unfinished jug next to him and gestured to Hawkeye. On the scene not far from Logue Town, the Mary was floating peacefully. Because it was the night, Luffy did not let Nami continue to direct the direction, but prepared to rest for a night and set off tomorrow. In the cabin of the Mary, Luffy and the others were eating dinner made by Sanji. Usopp, after dinner, let's go and complete the pirate pattern on the mainsail of the Mary. Now that he has officially become a pirate, it is time to draw the skull on the unfinished straw hat skull pattern. Understood, leave it to me. For Usopp, who finally became a pirate, he was still in a state of excitement. By the way, Nami, did you buy them clothes? As if thinking of something, Luffy asked Nami, who was sitting next to him. No, I only bought yours. What's wrong? Nami answered with a look of course, but was a little curious as to why Luffy asked. The climate of the Grand Line is ever-changing, and if it snows and you don't have winter clothes. Luffy was only halfway through when he realized that Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were all looking at Luffy. So I bought a lot for you. If they don't mind, they can wear yours. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami understood. I have indeed heard that the climate of the Grand Line is changeable, but according to Luffy, it seems that it is more than changeable. The climate of the Grand Line, 1 second may be the summer with the scorching sun, and the next second may be the snowy winter, so it is necessary to prepare clothes for each season. Luffy briefly explained it, then paused, feeling like it wasn't a big deal. Of course, several of them are rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and they should be fine even if they are frozen. Don't be wordy. Take out your clothes later. Seeing that Luffy had a tendency to not care about their lives, the three of them immediately sharpened their teeth and yelled at Luffy. In this way, everyone had a happy dinner and then went back to rest, preparing to raise their spirits and enter the Grand Line tomorrow. Of course, Luffy was much stronger than them and sneaked into Nami's room in the middle of the night after they were asleep. Asterisk. Early in the morning, Luffy came out of Nami's room before anyone else got up. As for Nami, he was still asleep. Sitting on the sheep's head on the bow of the Mary, Luffy was slightly intoxicated by the rising sun that had just risen from the sea level. On the day that it is about to enter the Grand Line, it seems that the weather is good, and there should be no more storms like the original. It's a good one, too. Luffy thought to himself, Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Do you really have to go through that 8 trigrams? Now the armament Haki flow is almost master, much faster than expected. As for Devil Fruit, to be honest, Luffy doesn't think Gear 4 is appropriate unless it's necessary. After using it, the armament Haki will be completely consumed, and it will take time to restore the Haki before you can continue to use it. In Luffy's opinion, it is not as convenient as the current 3rd gear developed by himself and Haki flow, and may cause higher damage. Moreover, after learning Conqueror's Haki winding, coupled with the 3rd gear that does not deform too much now, it will be more flexible, and it can be regarded as a flat A to use. Before Luffy crossed, the plot progressed during the Wano Kuni period. The obvious enemies that appear at that time, except for Ant Kaido, was Blackbeard with double fruit ability, and everything is a mystery M. As for Shanks, Luffy prefers that he is not his own enemy. In the case of Marine, it depends on the development of the form, but there's a high probability that he will appear in the form of an enemy, right? Secretly thinking about the future plot, just taking advantage of the current free time, I can plan a little bit of the route after entering the Grand Line. The general direction, at least until Sabeti Archipelago, can follow the plot. Of course, the premise is that there are no surprises. After arriving at Sabeti Archipelago, he estimated that he would have to let Zoro and the others go to practice for 2 years. Otherwise, the time is too short. No matter how talented Zoro and others are, they cannot keep up with the fighting intensity of New World. Or Luffy wandering the Grand Line for a few years too. But it's a waste of time. And let Zoro and the others practice for 2 years. They may be able to do some preparations, and some people may be able to pull on their boat. Or deadlifting Ace to keep him from going to Blackbeard. Luffy thought about it. Or forget it, even without the shock fruit, Blackbeard can get other fruit abilities unless he steals the dark fruit before he eats it. And at this point in time, Blackbeard should have eaten dark fruit, right? After thinking about it, Luffy still thinks it would be better for Summit War to play. When I knew the plot, I didn't need to go to the underwater prison to waste time, and by the way, I let Blackbeard take advantage of it. And with his current strength, even if Ace is caught, as long as Marine wants to execute Ace, he has a great chance to rescue Ace. Not even Whitebeard has to die. The most important thing is the plot in 2 years. Why don't you go to Wano Kuni during those 2 years, hook up Yamato, or something invite aboard. Luffy thinks this may work. Yamato is quite good in both strength and character. As for wanting to be an Odin, then let her do it. Is there anyone other than Yamato who could possibly be invited on board? Luffy bit his finger and thought about it. Akiji? Before he knew his purpose, Luffy wasn't sure if he was going to attack. He could protect Nami and the others in his hands. If their own powerful combat power cannot be invited, what about those who are heaven-defying? Mononoke Princess Perona, Lucky Fruit Ability Baccarat, and even the former Marine Regression Fruitine. These people should all be invited, right? In addition to inviting people aboard, Nami and Usopp's Devil Fruit also have to be on the agenda. It is best to get it before 2 years of cultivation, so that there will be a 2-year buffer period and you can get used to the fruit ability. What are you thinking, Luffy? At some point, Nami had appeared behind Luffy. I glanced at the sky, and before I knew it, the sun had fully risen. As a result, after thinking about it by yourself, is there still no qualitative decision? Luffy was a little helpless, but then shook his head again. These things should be considered later. As long as one's own strength can be raised to a very high level, then these so-called considerations are completely dependent on interest. Moreover, judging from his current strength, perhaps he does not need to wait too long. Just before entering the Grand Line, think about whether you have missed any important information and what happens after you enter the Grand Line. Luffy didn't have a specific explanation, and Nami couldn't understand it no matter how much he said now. That's it. Nami didn't ask any more questions. For Luffy, Nami now trusts him wholeheartedly. He just needs to determine the direction for his voyage. Since everyone is up, let's go. While Luffy and Nami were chatting, Zoro and the others also yawned and walked out of the sleeping cabin. Seeing that everyone was up, Luffy stopped thinking about all the other things. Taking back the chaotic thoughts, Luffy shouted to the group of Zoro who had been energized. Then, Nami directed everyone to adjust the direction of the Mary. It was just east blue, and the Mary didn't yaw much even after the night had passed. After correcting that little angle, the Mary officially set off towards the entrance of the Grand Line Upside Down Mountain. Before the ship was about to enter the canal up the mountain by the current, Luffy decided to let everyone have a launching ceremony to celebrate the ship's entry into the Great Ocean in the original book. Asking for a wine barrel from Sanji, who kept the drinks and ingredients, Luffy took the lead and stepped on it with his right foot. I want to travel around the world, across this ocean. Nami followed Luffy as he lifted his slender right leg. I'm going to travel the world with Luffy and draw a map of the world. Luffy glanced at Nami, then back to Zoro. I want to become the world's #1 swordsman. Zoro lifted his right foot at the right time and stepped on the barrel. I want to find Allblue. This is Sanji's voice. I want to be a brave sea warrior. With everyone watching, Usopp finally lifted his right foot onto the barrel. Grand Line, here we come. Then, amid the cheers of the crowd, the Mary rode the current and entered the canal leading to the top of Upside Down Mountain. Because of the clear weather, the Mary entered the entrance that only one boat can enter. Then, following the upward current, the Mary entered the top of the mountain at a very high speed and then rode the current downward at a high speed from the other side, and soon came to an open exit. The Straw Hat Pirates have officially entered the Grand Line. Asterisk. This should be the twin points marked on the nautical chart. The Mary, which was rushing down the mountain with the current at high speed, finally stopped slowly. Looking at the lighthouse in front of them, Zoro and the others were excited. Even Luffy couldn't help but feel a little emotional, and finally entered the Grand Line. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just when Luffy and the others were still in the excitement of entering the Grand Line, a strange roar came. Then, a huge shadow quickly rose from the calm sea. The black shadow stood upright, and the height above the sea was 20 or 30 meters. On the top of its head, there are crisscross scars. A closer look reveals that it is a huge whale. Ah, how can there be such a big whale? Seeing the huge whale that suddenly surfaced and blocked in front of the Mary, Usopp panicked instantly and ran back and forth on the Mary's deck. Even Zoro and Sanji couldn't help but have cold sweat on their foreheads. Nami hid behind Luffy the first time the whale appeared. Clinging tightly to the corners of Luffy's clothes with both hands, he looked at the big whale, screaming. Although Luffy wasn't scared, such a huge whale still surprised Luffy for a while. This was the first time Luffy had seen such a large creature, either in a past life or in the present. This should be Laboon, right? Luffy looked at the huge whale in front of him and already knew the origin of the whale in his heart. Just when a few people were still in shock and fear, something that made everyone even more tearful happened. I saw that the huge whale that had been standing on the sea suddenly opened its mouth. That fully open whale mouth is enough to swallow an unknown number of Marys. Just after the huge whale grew its mouth, a huge suction force came out of the whale's mouth. Under this force, the calm sea where the Mary was originally located, the waves rolled in an instant and turbulent currents formed. Following the whale's open mouth, the Mary was forced to sail towards the whale's mouth, driven by the current. I'm going to be eaten by a whale. Luffy, think of a way. We're going to be eaten. Damn it, this is too exaggerated. Luffy, who was shaking his body desperately by Nami, had to hug Nami tightly. It wasn't that he was afraid of Nami being thrown out, but that Luffy felt that if he didn't move, he would be stunned by Nami. Although the sea outside was rough, the currents that flowed directly into the whale were not much ups and downs. The Mary drove quickly and steadily into the dark environment. It didn't take long for a light to come, and everyone except Luffy had a feeling of closing their eyes and waiting to die. There is actually a sky. Aren't we being swallowed by a whale? Huh, there's a house there. Does anyone live here? A few people were talking with you and me, completely forgetting the scene where you just burst into tears. Luffy looked at the small house not far away and thought a little. I don't know if Crocus has any useful information, or asked him if he has any medical notes or something to prepare for Chopper. Luffy will no longer consider whether he can successfully invite the crew. Just when everyone was still sighing about this wonderful space, another huge creature suddenly jumped out of the water. Different from just now, this time the creature rushed towards the Mary, obviously intending to attack the Mary. What's the deal this time? The continuous fright finally made Usopp unable to help collapse, sitting on the deck with one buttocks, holding the mast in tears and shivering. It's the King Squid, Luffy. Get rid of it. Nami, who had been behind Luffy since the beginning, grabbed Luffy again and shook him. Luffy was helpless, and just as he was about to take action, two piercing sounds came. Whizzing. Two spears pierced from the back of the King Squid, and the tips of the spears penetrated from the front of the King Squid facing the Mary. Afterwards, the King Squid, who had swooped aggressively towards the Mary, froze and fell down. The splashing waves shook the Mary violently. After the King Squid fell into the water, a large net was thrown directly over, and the corpse of the King Squid was caught in the net. Luffy looked at the source of the spear and the net, which was the only small house in the space. It's a flower. Because of the location, Sanji could only see a few petal-shaped spreads over there. It's human. Someone is dragging this King Squid. Nami, who was standing behind Luffy, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her position could clearly see the situation on the other side. Did that old gentleman kill the King Squid? It took only one blow. After finally seeing the person on the other side, Sanji looked at him in disbelief. And the old man who dragged the King Squid to the shore also looked at Sanji. The sharp eyes made Sanji nervous for a while, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This feeling made Sanji seem to be back in the scene where he was shocked by Luffy a few days ago. Just as Sanji was nervously waiting for the other person to speak, the old man with the strange petals on his head suddenly ran to the reclining chair next to him. Then he lay down directly under Sanji's stunned eyes and took out a newspaper to read by the way. You speak a word. Sanji, who was frightened by the old man's eyes before, saw that the other party was lying down and reading the newspaper so suddenly, his image of a reclusive expert instantly collapsed. The unbearable Sanji suddenly roared at the other party, and Usopp, who was shivering with fear by the King Squid, was no longer afraid after seeing the King Squid being killed. If you want to fight, Lousy will accompany us. We have cannons. Hearing Usopp's words, the old man lying on the reclining chair finally reacted and looked at Sanji and Usopp with sharp eyes again. Don't say such things. It will kill people. Who do you think will die? With the first experience, this time Sanji was not intimidated by the other party's aura. The understatement of the answer once again allowed Sanji to break the defense. It's you. Don't be so angry, old man. Can you tell us who you are? Where's this place? Zoro on the side couldn't stand it anymore and asked the old man in a self-kind tone, Is it proper etiquette to state your name before asking others? The old man did not answer directly, but looked at Zoro with the same eyes. Zoro was not frightened and nodded after hearing the old man's words. Yeah, you're right, sorry. My name is Crocus, the lighthouse keeper at Twin Points, 71 years old, type AB Gemini. Zoro, who was full of confidence, broke the defense in an instant. If it wasn't for Usopp's grasp from behind, he would have drawn his knife and slashed at the old man. Asterisk. Looking at the familiar and funny scene in front of him, Luffy couldn't help laughing. After hearing Luffy's laughter, Crocus, who wanted to continue talking, finally noticed Luffy. Crocus was slightly taken aback after seeing the familiar straw hat, but he didn't show any strange emotions. I also asked who I am. This is my private villa. You broke in. I also want to ask who you are. Crocus continued what he had just said. We should have been swallowed by a huge whale, but here, Nami couldn't go on talking about halfway through. After all, it didn't look like a whale's belly at all. Is this whale called Laboon? Ignoring the puzzled looks on the Mary, Luffy looked at Crocus and asked, "Oh, boy, you know it? I have never told anyone the name of this whale. Logically speaking, apart from the Rumba pirates who left this whale here, he should be the only one who knows." However, the boy in front of him wearing a familiar straw hat called out the name of the whale Laboon. Crocus raised his eyes slightly. Could he be a descendant of someone in the Rumba pirates? Know a little, and I have news about the Rumba pirates. There are some things you don't need to hide from what you know. Even if people wondered why he knew so much, Luffy was confident enough not to explain anything to others. Crocus didn't know how to react to Luffy's straight ball. It's not a good thing to do, but how about I want to trade this news for things like Mr. Crocus medical notes? Luffy didn't beat around the bush. If his foresight made him and Zoro stronger, then there was no reason to hesitate. It seems that you are not a simple teenager. It is a rare thing to know the identity of his doctor. If you hadn't specifically inquired about it, generally no one on the ships passing through here knew that he was a doctor. And Luffy not only knew, but even had news about the Rumba pirates that he had never heard of. Crocus had to wonder what Luffy really was. As a ship doctor on the One Piece ship, you should recognize this straw hat. Luffy took off the straw hat that had been on his head, held it in his hand, and looked at Crocus. Luffy, what did you just say? One Piece. As ship doctor? The Zoro people who didn't understand what Luffy and the old man were talking about were shocked when they suddenly heard Luffy say that the old man in front of him was the ship doctor of One Piece. How many people would never have thought that when they enter the Grand Line, they would be able to meet the crew of the legendary One Piece? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Especially Nami, who had already pulled Luffy's hand into his broad chest at this time, with an expression on his face that wanted to ask the truth. Seeing this scene, Sanji's eyes were spitting fire, and he gritted his teeth jealously and had no choice. It's such a nostalgic title. I didn't expect that now. There are still people who know me, a reclusive old fellow. Crocus, who was still a little wary at first, let go of his vigilance after Luffy took off his straw hat. Someone who can let Shanks give away the straw hat must have something special. Actually admit it? But Luffy, how did you know that? Seeing the other party admit their identity, Nami and the others were surprised and more puzzled at the same time. Since it's the person that the original owner of this straw hat is optimistic about, then I won't hide it. Boom! Boom! Just as Crocus was about to say something, there was a violent shaking. Nami fell to one side without realizing it, and Luffy quickly pulled her back. Zoro and Sanji on the side also grabbed the railing of the boat for the first time. Only Usopp didn't react immediately, and was directly knocked down on the deck by the violent shaking. It can be said that on the first day into the Grand Line, Usopp has endured all kinds of hardships. What happened? What happened? Although he fell on the deck, Usopp also grabbed the main mast and asked with a trembling voice after fixing his body. Crocus, who was originally standing on the shore, also grabbed a coconut tree next to him for the first time, stabilized his body, and quickly jumped into the seawater that was actually a whale's stomach juice. The specific situation will be discussed later. I'll go and calm down Laboon first. Crocus, who stuck his head out of the water, said to Luffy and the others, letting him dive into the water again and swim somewhere. Luffy was holding the railing with his right hand, and his left hand was firmly around Nami's waist. In this situation, even Luffy had no better way. Now we'll have to wait until Crocus sedates Laboon to calm it down. Finally, not long after Crocus left, the shaking of this space stopped. After Luffy and the others stood firm, Crocus swam again from the sea of stomach acid. Since you have news about the Rumba pirates, come with me. Just now that Laboon has calmed down, he will also tell it. Luffy pulled Crocus to the Mary, and then the Mary headed for an exit under Crocus's guidance. It's really amazing. It actually made the sky in the belly of a whale. After coming out of the whale's stomach, Usopp's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, on the coast of Twin Points, the huge whale that had swallowed the Mary was standing there quietly, with its body facing the direction of the upside-down mountain, and its eyes seemed to be looking at somewhere. "Hey, Laboon!" Luffy jumped off the Mary and walked directly to the shore in front of Laboon. He seemed to hear Luffy calling himself, and in those huge eyes, the eyeballs moved slightly and glanced in the direction of Luffy. Brook is still alive. He ate the yellow spring fruit. Although he died once, he came back to life under the power of the yellow spring fruit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hearing Luffy's words, Laboon's eyes seemed to have the figure of the exploding head playing the violin. Crocus, who got off the Mary, paused slightly when he heard Luffy say Brook's name, then found another stone and sat down. "Although it's a bit strange now, I'm sure you can recognize him. How about we make an appointment?" Looking at Laboon, who has been calling since hearing Brook's name, Luffy smiled. "You can't keep hitting the red line until we meet next time. In exchange, I'll bring Brook to you next time we meet. How about that?" Asterisk. On the coast of Twin Points, Crocus quietly watched the Mary and the figure in the straw hat on the Mary. "Is he the one you're waiting for?" "Roger." With a light sigh, Crocus turned his gaze to Laboon, who was also looking at the distant figure, and smiled slightly. "It brought me good news. Now I can finally relax. This old bone of mine." Naval Headquarters Intelligence Service. About the new group of pirates mentioned a few days ago, the Straw Hat Pirates. The leader of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, is finally determined to offer a reward of 90 million Baileys. A bounty was spread out on the display board. The portrait has only the upper body. The person in the portrait is wearing a red waistcoat jacket and an ordinary straw hat on his head. One hand rests on the top of the straw hat. The shadow cast by the pressed hat brim slightly covers his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose up on his handsome and determined face. Below the portrait, a line of money is printed on it, which is the 90 million Bailey just mentioned by the Intelligence Department. The first reward was as high as 90 million Bailey. Is it too high to look at each other? To be able to play against Hawkeye and not lose, I think 90 million Bailey is too little. But after all, it's just the first reward. If the amount is too high, there may be a bad response. But no matter what, since the first bounty was 90 million Baileys, it must have been extraordinary. If it is not dealt with in time, there may be another powerful force on the sea. Windmill Village. Banquet bar. Hey, everyone, come and see. That kid Luffy has a bounty. The door of the bar was pushed open, and a villager rushed in excitedly holding a reward list in his hand. "Oh, really? How much is the reward?" The guests who were drinking in the bar showed excitement after hearing the words of the person with the reward list. It's as if the objects on the reward list are not others, but themselves. 90 million Bailey. The first reward is 90 million Bailey. The person holding the bounty didn't sell anything and announced loudly, "Wow, that kid Luffy is too good. You can't read it wrong, right? Oh, it's really 90 million Bailey. Doesn't that mean that there really was a big pirate in our village?" "Yeah, great. It's good. What's good? There are such pirates in the village. Why are you so happy?" The door of the bar was pushed open again, and this time it was the elderly village chief who came in. "Ah, it's the village chief. The village chief is here too. Ha ha ha. Makino, give me another drink." Hearing the guest's words, Makino refilled the guest with a glass of wine, and then poured another drink from the counter to the village chief who had just sat down. That face, which usually had a gentle smile on it, was now staring at the posted bounty. Orange Town. Mayor. There's news about the boy in the straw hat. In the bustling town, a certain villager also held a reward list in his hand and hurriedly ran towards the mayor's house. Hearing the voice, the mayor hurried out and took a look at the reward list from the villagers. "Monkey D. Luffy? Was it you who drove the buggy pirates away at that time? But you're obviously not the one who did evil. So how could you be rewarded?" Finally knowing the name of the figure that he hadn't seen at the time, the mayor was full of doubts about this reward list. Westlob Village. "Miss, there is news from Mr. Luffy and the others." Butler Mary, who walked in from outside the room, held a reward list in his hand and showed it in front of Kaya. Kaya, wearing glasses, put down the medical knowledge book she was studying and took the reward list from the butler with a little excitement. Mr. Luffy, the fist that slammed into Chloe at that time, not only saved Kaya's life from Chloe's hands, but also caused ripples in Kaya's originally calm heart lake. That eldest lady, who has always been like a canary and can only live in a mansion like a cage, has really longed for the outside world for the first time. See restaurant. Boss, the boy in the straw hat has been rewarded. Ajin, who came back from buying ingredients from outside, still held a newly bought reward list in his hand. Zep, who came out of the kitchen, took the reward list from Akin. A reward of 90 million was offered. It should have been caused by the duel with Hawkeye, right? But this also proves that the kid is really powerful. Sanji can follow him. Maybe he can really fulfill his dream. Thinking of this, the corners of Zep's eyes were a little wet, and that stinky brat of damn, it finally had his own way to go. New world somewhere. Hey boss, Luffy's bounty is down. Biting a chicken leg, Lucky Roo glanced at the newspaper in the hands of a certain younger brother and snatched one of the reward lists. Actually, a reward of 90 million was offered for the first time. Perhaps what Hawkeye said before is true, and he may be able to catch up with us soon. Why, are you afraid? Shanks was not surprised that Luffy was offered a bounty of 90 million. On the contrary, I felt that this should be the world government's scruples. It was the first time that Luffy had been offered a reward, so he didn't dare to set it too high, so he only had 90 million Baileys. Hey boss, it's not like this is a joke. Ha ha. When that day comes, I can't let Luffy underestimate it. I wanted to beat that precocious brat for a long time, haha. At this time, on the Mary, Luffy and others who had not received the news were doing another thing. I said that the two of you sneaked onto our boat without our consent. Do you have to give a reasonable explanation? On the deck of the Mary, Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, several people were forming a circle at this time. In the circle, a man and a woman were kneeling on the deck with fearful faces. Please don't hurt us. We just want to take your boat to the next island. Whoa. Are you taking us for fools? As for the two people who appeared on the boat, Luffy naturally knew their origins. But I have to say, sometimes teasing people does make people feel good. How? We really encountered a shipwreck, and the ship was destroyed because of it. So we had no choice but to secretly take your ship to the next island. Stop talking nonsense. Show the way. Where you want to take us? Now that he showed up, Luffy saved the process of asking Crocus. Otherwise, if you choose another route, your advantage of being familiar with the plot will be useless. Asterisk.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.